Paging Captain V1. Paging Captain V1, your aircraft is waiting for you at 41. Paging Captain V1, your aircraft is waiting for you at gate 41. Please report to the gate immediately. Thank you.
Well, looks like we need to get out of here, chat. Just chilling at the bar here in the terminal, American Airlines terminal here in JFK. What is going on? Good to see everybody for the last time this year. Yes, it is. This is going to be the last stream of the year. We're going to wrap it up. I got some real flying I got to do with flying tomorrow and Sunday. We might do something to ring in the new year on New Year's Day, perhaps, maybe, we'll see. But this is definitely going to be the end of a year for us here. So let's have a good one, shall we? We are ready to rock. We're JFK A300 inibuilds, vAAL. Look at all those American Airlines tails out there. This is giving me a nostalgia vibe, seeing all that brushed aluminum. Anyone else getting a nostalgia vibe from this? Look at those tails out there. Fantastic. Thanks to all who showed up sitting out there on their A300s, whether you're a part of the stream or not, and just happened to be in Kennedy and flying the A300. It's awesome too to have you on stream. You made a cameo. So good to see you. Fubar's in the house. Funari's here. Zach Lewine, John Seifert, Douglas Phillips, Mr. Martini, Dale Ferrier, Zippy Zapple, the fake green dot himself, V2 plus 10, Evan Blakeman, Tim K, Dougal McTavish. Good to see you, man. Always a pleasure. Shaq Oatmeal is in the house. Captain Shaq Oatmeal, good to see you, my man. Hope you're well. Hope you have a wonderful weekend and a happy new year, sir. Good to see you here on the chat. I won't leave without you. We're at the bar. I'm at the bar too, but we're going to wrap it up. I thought we had a relief crew on this flight. Apparently we don't. Apparently we're going just straight down there, so maybe I shouldn't have those drinks at the bar here before we board up. Anyway, let's go ahead and get out of here. This is the Kennedy Terminal. Man, you guys love this JFK. I mean, with frame gen, absolutely love this airport. Insane. Sam F., good to see you, man. Zylibo, good to see you here. Plenty more in chat. I can't say hi to all of you. I appreciate each and every single one of you for taking some time out of your Friday to hang out with us. Now, I was going to just slew the camera back to the airplane, but I'm kind of curious. This is where Team Vodka probably is. Well, I wonder if we can walk to the... man, this would be a long walk. Can we walk to the airplane? How do we get out of here? No, I think we're... Ooh, this is like a... This is a lounge right here. Look at this. This is even a better view. Oh, man, I should have started the stream from over here. Look at this. How sweet is this? You can see the wingtip of the airplane right there. Man, if you haven't already, smash down the like button for inibuilds JFK doing work here. Fantastic. Probably says AJ. Yep. All right, let's. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a full pre-flight walk around too. So as I walk, I'm gonna slew through this terminal here real quick. I'm gonna slew through this wall, and then I think we'll be gate level. Actually, we're upstairs. Here we go. This is gate level. Oh, we can walk there. Well, let's walk to our gate. While we're walking to our gate, let's talk about what we got going on today. So yesterday I wanted to do more hardcore vAAL stuff, but I was so impressed by the frame gen mod that I just kind of forgot. So we're going to do that today. Wow, look at this terminal right here. I got to change something over there on my other screen. Okay, good. You just got a coffee, Mr. Martini? Fantastic, fantastic. All right, we're going to head over to gate 41. But we got a couple things to do. We got a full pre-flight inspection we need to do. We need to make sure our tires are in good working order. We got to check the oil. I think I need to service. Well, I want to service one of the engines, get some oil on there, top it off, because we got a 4-hour flight over the Atlantic. So we want to make sure we have enough oil for the duration of the flight. What gate is this? Is this 41? I believe this is 41 right here. So the door's closed, but we'll let ourselves down. Don't mind me. We'll let ourselves down the jet bridge. Ooh, what's this say right here? Oh, look at that. Even got Sabre on there. Man, this is crazy. Frame gen mod, what is it? We'll talk about it later. If you haven't heard about it already, it's an absolute game changer. Let me find the jet bridge. There we go. There we go. Professional streamers available elsewhere. Oh, okay. The inside of the jet bridge. Oh, well, anyway. So yeah, we've got all of our stuff to do on the ground. We got some hardcore stuff we got to go over, and then we should have ourselves a lovely flight down to Aruba. So before we get in the airplane, I tell you what, let's go down the stairs here and let's do an actual pre-flight. So you come down. We're going to start down here. We're going to do our little pre-flight inspections today. No long line of gate lights yet. Not yet, Jasper. Isn't that amazing? Normally in real life there'd be a huge line of people there ready to board, even though we're not even close to boarding time. What is a good tutorial for installing FrameGen mod? Man, check out anything on you. Just put it in YouTube, man. There's so many different videos out there. That'll help you out. So we'll do our nose inspection here, make sure everything looks like good working order. The glass on the lights are good. Make sure our tires are in good working order. We've had some chonky landings as of late, so it looks like the nose wheel looks good. We'll head over on this side. Now, I didn't open the oil, but I think maybe we'll be all right. Maybe we don't need to add any additional oil. We got a pack inlet right there. We'll come down over here. Let's check our main gear out. So what's really cool too is the brake wear indicator pins. I didn't hit on them the other day. They actually wear down. So brake wear indicators, we got them on the front and back. Let's zoom in here. It's these pins right here. So the brakes have to be set for you to actually see the proper indication, but every time you apply the brakes, these pins ever so slightly wear down. As they wear into the caliper themselves, then they need to be replaced. So making sure that you have all your brake pins in good working order, making sure our tires are in good working order, because like I said, the last couple of flights we have had some, I wouldn't say smashers. So there's the brake fans right there. I was wondering, is that brake fan? That looks like a brake fan. Then this must just be some venting system over here. But also check the pins on this side here. You can kind of see the pins in there. Everything looks good. Fantastic. So yeah, and this is what's cool about this is you actually have to do this on this A300 because it does work as the real airplane would work. So it wears down. If you use and abuse it, you're going to have issues over time. But excellent, excellent. So let's come on over here. Let's make sure our leading edge is in good working order. We don't have any bird strikes. We've got our fuel over protection, pressure protection. You should see a little white cross in there. Wow. Okay, so I want to take a minute to show y'all a detail here that you may not pick up on. So inside of this hole on the wing, this basically tells us if we had an overpressure in the fuel tank or not. And if this is missing, you would have to get it replaced. Now, what essentially can happen, this will blow open, and you can actually, if it's overpressure, you don't want to blow up in the fuel tank, right? So then this would remove itself. Call it a plug. It's not really a plug, but then the tank would be able to vent. But in real life, in a perfect airplane, this is a white cross right here, indicating that it is in position. But these airplanes, they're flying every day, multiple legs a day. The white crosses tend to slide out of the normal position. So as long as you see a little part of the cross in there, you're good. And this is very, very realistic to see how it's not, if this was just perfect, I mean, you could just come here and put a perfect white cross. Okay, there it is. It's modeled. But this is actually modeled like a real airplane being used with it being slid off to the side. So it's just really cool to see that close attention to detail. Looks like the captain hasn't turned on the nav lights or any power to the airplane. Ideally, you would do this walk around when you have power on the aircraft. That way you can make sure all your lights are in good working order. But anyway, that looks good. We can double check from the spot view after we power it up, but we're waiting for the captain. He's still at the bar. We already checked there. We check our flaps, make sure everything looks good. You can see our flapper on hanging down there. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Looking at our cargo door indicators. I love this bare metal. Bare metal is, we need to bring it back. We need to bring bare metal back. Look at all those Americans out there, man. One guy pushing back. All right, let's come on over here. Don't walk too close to underneath here because you can get some brown water dripped on you. We'll inspect the APU. APU looks good. No leaky oil stains or anything like that. We don't need to do a belly wash. Everything looks good. Vertical stab, horizontal stab. Stop, rudder, input. Let's come back over here. Check the left main, and then we'll head back up into the flight tech, and we got some stuff to do. We got some work to do. So we are at the left main, same thing, overall inspection of the tires. If you see cords, like the slight silver metal cords on the rubber there, like sometimes you can see them on your car tires if you let them get that bad. That's actually Model 2, but our tires look pretty much in good condition. Brake indicators look pretty good. Nothing missing out of the tires. Tires are all in good condition. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Give them a kick with your toe. Although there's really no point in kicking the tire on a jet because even if it was flat, it's still going to feel really hard because it's holding the weight of the airplane up. So kick the tires and light the fires. That may be on your 172, not so much on an A300. Everything else looks good on the leading edge on the left side here. Let's take a quick look inside the engine here. We can hear the fan blades rotating. I just love these engines. I mean, I just knocked this thing out of the park. Let's go flying. Burp. Where are we going? Detroit? Shaq. All right. Shaq, did you get the flame gen mod? You got the frame gen mod? Awesome, man. All right, looks like our external pre-flight is completed. Everything else looks good. We've got our static ports over here. You want to make sure they're uncovered, not taped up. We got the standby, first officer, and captain. That looks good. Looks like our ice light right there, part of the ice light, or is that part of the ice light? I think the ice light's up top. Man, maybe it's a 2-position ice light, something like that. We get everything else looking good here. Our pitot tubes. Everything else looks good. All right, I'd say our walk around is complete. Let's reset this camera. Zzz. Let's head back into the flight deck and power it up. Getting to the airplane, let's get our originating and I guess before I say this, I already started the flight on vAAL. Yes, I want those points for pre-flight. So we do have our Pegasus up and running. I'll show you that here in just a little bit. But let's go ahead and get our originating and receiving done here at the aircraft. We'll power up the batteries. We'll go right into external power. Airplane's coming to life. Since it takes a little while to align, let's go ahead and just start the aiders. We'll go nav into align. I'm going to come down the left-hand side here. I'm going to put this in the status position. It's not indicating right now because we've got to hit align on the FMS. Checking for normal fault lights and no white lights, essentially. Also looking at our hydraulics. This is something that will wear down over time, but we're all in the green. You can also check that on the ECAM. All our lights are off. Seatbelt signs are off for now. That looks normal. What we can do is throw on the nav light, though, when the captain shows up. We can wave to him from the front deck, say, hey, are our nav lights on? You know, maybe he's at the gate looking down because he's waiting for a gate agent to let him down to the airplane. We'll say, hey, how are the nav lights looking? So nav lights are looking good. We'll get this here in a little bit. Let's go ahead and power up that galley right now so we can get some coffee on board. Current fuel load, we'll come back to that, but everything looks good. Everything is pretty much balanced right now. Once we get our final fuel load, we'll double check that. Nothing else looks good. You know, we've been on System 1 all day on the pressure all month, pretty much all week. Let's go push System 2 today. We can arm the emergency exit lights for right now. Standard fault lights, no white lights that don't need to be there. We'll leave the APU bleed off until we actually turn on the APU. We'll do a little burn off. So we'll go to external power up here. We can see our loads up. Everything looks good. Now, real quick, a little bit of a stutter there when you move around the frame gen, but hey, I'll take a little bit of stutter during the moving of the camera if that's what it takes to have smooth frames. So I'm going to go hydraulic page like I mentioned before. We are all in the green. Everything looks serviced and appropriate. I'll reset this camera here. Let's go to the engine page. Make sure we have our oil quantities now. What you should do is move this to the engine off full position. Can I click and drag these? I thought I could. There we go. I'm going to just click and hold it. So as the engine starts, the sump pumps will start sumping oil, and you'll have a different readout. So you want to do the full. We're pretty much full right here. I'll be a little conservative. I'll put it one tick off of full. Let's move these all the way over. Shaq. Oh, Shaq. Good to have you on board, man. All right, those are set. Last thing I want to check, though, before we get into our normal flows is, let me reset my camera here. And we need to go over here. Kind of hard to move around back here. Let's check our situation. So we've got 10 starts on the APU. Our oil is at full, so that's good. Everything else looks good here. We have 10 starts. We don't even have a full hour on it yet. This is where you're going to check your APU maintenance, and this does accumulate over time. So if that oil eventually burns off, then you're going to need to replenish it. So what we will do, and what I wanted to do originally, I just kind of forgot to set it up before the stream started. Let's go aircraft maintenance, and let's do engine service on engine 1. They're going to open the engine cowling. Let's just simulate that we had we noticed the engine oil was a little bit lower on 1 for our duration of flight. Now I topped it off recently after the end of yesterday's stream because I was doing some testing, and I think I don't know if I just accelerated the oil, and I didn't mean to refill it when I clicked refill yesterday, so it reset it to 100. I'm like, I'll just pretend that it was less than 100 today. So we're refilling it right now. We've got about a 7-minute countdown on the oil. You can see the cowlings are open, and maintenance is going to go out there and do their thing. Now, you always want to make sure that those cowlings are closed and relatched after maintenance is done. If I had $1 for every time I found a funnel with oil still attached to the engine after the maintenance logbook was signed off, I'd have $1. So just make sure that you do check even after they sign off the logbook. All right, let's go ahead and do our rest of our cockpit preparation. I'm going to turn on the cozy light here, get a little floodlight action. Magic barrel ref key is set, and I'm going to go ahead and do GSX situation first. We'll go ahead and request boarding. Actually, let's do catering first. We're going to do...
Catering vehicles are on their way.
They're going to do catering, and then we'll start loading. Let's do the Align IRS. Before we do Align IRS, let's do our ACARs. Get our flight plan loaded. We got a long flight plan to go over today. We got a little bit longer flight, so we'll be able to do that as well. Jacob M., welcome to Commercial Pilot. Glad to have you on board, sir. Austin Powers, I'm running frame gen with multiple monitors, and that's where the issue is. It's when you, like, when I switch screens, I will have issues. Something like you'll see a tearing every now and then, but it doesn't bother me one bit. Cost index, I know our book says 25, but we're going to say that, you know, for today, for a weekend, we're trying to make up some time because we are going to be a little bit late off blocks. But Jacob M., welcome back to Commercial Pilot. Glad to have you back on board. All right, today's flight is American 679, AAL 679. That's going there. We're doing 88 on the cost index. We'll hit the Align IRS button. I already looked at the weather in the van all the way to the airport. We're going to be departing off of 22 right this morning. We are on the Kennedy 5 departure off 22 right. So we'll insert that. We'll go over this here in a little bit, but I just want to get the arrival in there. So arriving into Aruba, I've never even seen the airport. I installed the scenery. I probably should have loaded in to see if it worked or not. I forgot to do that, but we're going to simulate going to an airport for the first time. Maybe I was a reserve captain today and I got called in to go to Aruba. I've never been there before, you know, barring it being a special qualification airport, which it's not. It's possible you could go somewhere where you've never been to. So there'll be a couple things we'll look at. We'll save that for down the line, though, in the stream.
Greetings from Thailand.
Hey! Happy New Year, Tom Hates. Happy New Year, sir. Starting the celebration early. Thanks for the super chat, my friend, or the bank angle check. All right, going into Aruba, we're going to plan for the ILS Yankee because that has the ARC. We're going to do the ARC to 1-1, and the arrival flight plan is... I forget now. Stand by. The arrival flight plan... Verox. It was direct to 11. Stand by one sec. Let's pull up Navigraph and look at the arrivals. I already thought I looked at this. Let me go to Aruba. There's only like one arrival, I thought. Yeah, RNAV arrivals 1-1. So we're coming off of the Verox transition. Baro 2 Alpha, that's the one we want. Baro 2 Alpha. And we want to transition on the arrival at the localizer arc is what we're going to do. I know you can't see this chart real quick, but I'm going to show you here in a second. Oh, I got a spam phone call. Cool. We want to do it off Umero. Umero transition. Beautiful. Insert that. Our flight plan is loaded. We've got catering out there. Catering vehicles out there. Good. We've got Skyfall gifting 5 memberships. Skyfall, appreciate the support, my friend. Very, very kind of you. Thanks for getting some memberships out there. If you receive a membership, make sure you say thank you to Skyfall. Looks like catering is doing its thing. Can we start boarding as well, or do we have to wait? Let's see.
Boarding requested.
They're going to do their boarding as soon as catering finishes up. They're closing up. Looks like we're freshly catered. We're going to get some additional stairs services. Oh man, that is a shot right there. That is cool to see that happen. The high-pitched sound, I'm not sure what's going on. That might be a generation or part of the... I don't know what the high-pitched sound is right now, but there's something out there. GPU maybe whining away. Looks like they're pulling away. As soon as we see the trucks pull away, we'll go over our flight plan. We'll go over our vAAL ops. We'll check our Pegasus out. Again, if you want to fly... nope, crew is already on board. All right.
Passengers boarding starting.
Passenger boarding is starting. If you want to ever fly vAAL operations, maybe it was a hydraulic pump closing the doors, maybe. If you ever want to do American ops and you don't want to look for routes and do it all yourself, vAAL, the link is in the description. Make sure you check them out. This is what we got here today. Let's go over our booking. We've already started the flight. That's good. We got 1,702 miles direct. I think our flight plan distance is a little bit longer than that. We do have to go over some waters, airspace.
Heavy taking off 22 right, south departure on Kennedy 5. Kennedy traffic.
American taking off. Our operational flight plan. Piedmonter, hopefully he's not here in chat. I changed the format for my output to be something a little bit easier to read than the ICAO one that the American normally uses. But I wanted to go over this chart. This flight plan makes these water crossings a lot easier as you check off waypoints. It kind of gives you little grid squares and everything we can look at. So we're going to do some of this in flight. That's why I switched this flight plan format around. Hopefully Piedmonter's not here and he won't say anything about it. But normally you're going to have that ICAO flight plan, which is what American used in circa 2000s. It's just, I mean, it's got all the same info pretty much. It's really hard to read. Map status. What do we got here today? This is all the other vAALers. Wow, we got quite a few. Quite a few. We got, what, 3 or 4 there. Somebody just took off. He's going to Aruba. American 1602. We just heard him call off. Looks like he's doing the cinematic departure over downtown New York. No weather along our route of flight. It's going to be an absolutely beautiful flight down there today. So as far as our weather briefing is concerned, nothing much to look out for. We'll just take a look at those high-level winds, make sure we're optimizing our flight level with the winds when we get up there. We have a planned flight level a little bit lower. I think it's 330. We'll check. We might have to do a step climb. Yeah, right now we've filed at 33,000. But once we get airborne, we'll do a wind check. We'll take a look, take advantage of anything we can take advantage of once we get up en route. We're going to be way out over here. So we're going to be waters plus airspace. We're not going to be in ETOPS. We're going to be under ETOPS. We don't need to do any ETOPS scenarios, but we will be EOW today, which is extended over water. So not as hardcore as ETOPS, but still got to be looking at some additional things. And if there was HF, you'd have to be doing some HF checks and cell call checks and all that. But that's what we got. This is where I'm going to be getting all my information from. Again, if you want to check out this VA, I highly, highly recommend you do so. Link in the description. I'm going to hide this from the screen. We might pull it up here in a little bit, but that's normally what I'm going to be looking at to get all my infos. Skyfall, thanks for the $5 super chat, my friend. I really wanted to fly today, but I had to get my car tinted first. It's hard to drive in a fishbowl. Skyfall, I know that feeling, man. Well, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate the support, and enjoy the stream, my friend. Enjoy the stream. Jared says, I just did my return leg, Honolulu to San Fran, at DC-6.
49er heavy airborne patch 1.7.
Jared, that's wild, man. You're a wild man. You're a wild man. All right, we do have our flight plan, or not our flight plan, rather. We have our initialization, and we have our clearance from ATC. So GPS is primary. Once I get GPS primary, I come up here and I do a few things. I get my pitch channels online, get my ATS online. I'm going to go ahead and turn the no smoking sign on, seatbelt sign on, and we'll verify the fuel after we get fueling done. So we'll leave everything there for now, but what we are also going to do is we're going to come over here and we're going to do our init B. We'll wait for SimBrief to finish, so I'm going to leave that page there so I don't forget. But with our ATS and everything, our ATS on now, we can go ahead and make sure everything is set here. So we'll go constraint mode, we'll go DH-5. Our initial altitude per ATC is 5,000 feet. That is set. Off the Kennedy 5 departure, I'll take a look at it. I'm going to dial in 220 just to get me started. We'll take a look at the Kennedy 5. We'll dial in 220 right now. And we'll do DH-5 on this one. Perfect. Love the Fusion, vAAL group, vAAL, vSpirit, and PVA, and Virtual. Even if it's people have never heard of it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a good thing. You can join 3 VAs, 4 VAs, and they're all very easy to manage in between. So definitely, Tim K, I agree with you. All right, we'll center this out. Magic Barrel ref key has been set. Landing in Aruba is basically 0 feet, so we'll just move it over there one little notch. We've got Toga set. We're going to be 10,000 pounds under max today, under max takeoff, and that's because we're going to be limited by our landing weight. All right, it looks like oil service has been finished. We're topped off. We're 100% across the board. Our oil is done, so let's get rid of aircraft maintenance. Let's go over to Navigraph and take a look at this departure procedure. Kennedy 5 off 22 right. It's expect a heading. I know that. Expect a heading from ATC to join a radial. Let's dial it in here. So let me zoom in. This is the one thing that I think I hope inibuilds can improve upon is the EFB. I think the EFB needs some improvement just as far as click and drag and chart numbers. Get that and we'll be solid. Kennedy 5, 22s. We're not on the gateway climb, so we're not on that. On the ship departure, expect vectors. So it's going to be expect vectors to radial 139er. So we want to make sure we do our pre-select and have 250 in there. There's no other speed restrictions, but it is going to be a radial off JFK, which is 115.9. Now, we are nav capable, so we should be able to just go nav mode, but back ourselves up here. Let's go 115.9, and that was, what did I say, 139? Let's dial 139. Watching V1, getting breakfast first. Hey, Jeremy, good to see you, man. Jeremy, we played your Latin America countdown theme today. It was fantastic, my friend. Can you use mini cockpit with the A300? The Evil Cookie, I've heard of some people getting it working. I haven't even tried yet, though. I haven't even tried yet, but I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. It might just take some finagling. It was the 139 radial, correct? Yeah, 139 radial out to ship. So that is pretty self-explanatory. I'll put airport info on here for our taxi out. That's going to be what we need to 22 right. It's going to be some rendition like that out there to 22 right. And let's run through our checks. Cockpit prep is complete. Fuel quantity takeoff data is not necessarily set, so let's not do that. Let's wait till we finish boarding, and then we will set the takeoff data. I'll go weight and balance, update from SimBrief, apply load to aircraft, and we've got 2 minutes for the fueling to finish. So we got to wait 2 minutes to finish off our top off on the fuel, and then we'll be good to go. We'll calculate our takeoff weight. So while that's all done, let's just slew out here and watch GSX do some loading. Yeah, you don't want Kennedy Steve yelling at me. No, I don't want that. Christopher Nissinen, thank you for the $5 super chat. We'd love for you to do VATSIM tutorial with procedures and phraseology. I think a lot of us have a big threshold to cross to participate on VATSIM. Christopher, we're going to talk about 2024 goals. I got some very exciting things to tell y'all. Maybe we'll talk about them in cruise when everybody leaves and only the hardcore viewers are left. I am gonna step away for lunch today once we get up to our cruise altitude, so I will take a break, maybe, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes or so. We got plenty of time. But when the views are the lowest is when I'm gonna go over some very exciting news I have to share with y'all for 2 things. Well, I'm only gonna share 1 thing initially, and but yeah, we'll talk about 2024 and some goals and new things happening. Christy, good to see you, man. Welcome. But, Christopher, I appreciate the support. Thank you. Yes, Andy, we're already aligned, my friend. Already aligned. David, good to see you. Hope all is well. What's up, chat? Good to see you, David. Yeah, I've been, sorry, his head's down there. I was really getting the airplane set up. I just wanted to make sure the airplane was pretty much good to go before I started getting distracted with the chat. You could see here, sitting on this camera view, like, frame gen for me, moving cameras, stutter. Like I'll get a hiccup moving around here at the bottom on the ground in JFK. But once I'm not moving, slewing the camera around, it's just awesome. So, absolutely game-changing mod. You're already climbing up the cruise, Steven? Man, I wish we're late. We're late. Our departure time was right now. So, you know, my delay report is going to be, I wasn't included in the vAAL release. So that's my delay code. Send it to Ped Monitor. Watch out, Blue Games just had a CTD. Uh-oh. Was he streaming? He was streaming the 300-day, right? That's never good. I was watching his Lear stream. He made me want to buy that Lear 35. A lot of VATSIM ATC regions have training materials for download. Pretty good reading material. Al W, I agree. There's good reading material, and that's probably the most common way to do it. However, I think in modern time, well, modern time, but in current day, present day, I don't think a lot of people want to spend the time reading, unfortunately. So, I mean, they would rather see or watch, listen, do. So I have some ideas for that. I talked about them briefly earlier. Bringing the bourbon to Aruba. Zippy's apples off blocks on the cargo ramp. Good deal, Zippy. Chase B, yeah, this is the inibuilds JFK. It's freaking awesome, man. Learjet is nice. Anyone developing a Gulfstream? No, David. The Gulfstream's not going to allow anybody to develop their airplane. We're going to fire up the APU here real quick. I'm just going off some of my additional vAAL pre-flight checks over here on my whiteboard. We did the pre-flight. We did the interior, exterior, flight plan. We've pretty much gone over. I'll double check that here in a minute. And then we got a we already briefed the SID. It's going to be a vector departure up to 5,000 feet. Emergencies will be overweight. We'll see if we can dump fuel. Can we dump fuel on this thing? If we have to come back around. If we come back around, we'll just take the longest available runway. We'll get delay vectors from ATC. If all goes as well, though, we got 5,000. We'll put our squawk in the box. I guess we can do that now, and then let's fire up the APU. So we got our additional checklists are done. Let me come up here. ATC ACARS to me gave me a squawk code of 3323. We'll put you in XPDR. Oh, I should have done this first. 33. What'd I say? 3323. 3323. XPDR mode 122.8. We need to be on ground 21.9er, which is pretty hard to swap radio, so we'll just tune it while active. 121.9er, we'll call him after push. We got a squawk 3323 up to 5,000 feet. Weather radar is off for right now. Panel lighting is up. We get rid of the engine page. We get rid of the door page. Or I guess that's open because the doors are open. Let's... This is done? Okay, good. So, why is my view jacked up here? Hold on. I need a reset. There we go. Let's go over here. Performance. Runway 22 right for departure. Sync everything else up. 15, 354. So our max structural takeoff weight in the A300 is 363, I believe. About 360 plus. I'm going to mute the radio for a minute. So we're right about max takeoff weight. I'm not gonna force Toga. I'm gonna see what it gives us. Anti-ice off, air conditioning on. Let's see what it gives us. It gives us a flex of 43, so that's pretty low. But we're gonna go Toga because why not? We just have to be very, very careful on this because Toga on this airplane it's literally dangerous. Doing Toga on the A300 is dangerous. So Toga 6060 171. So let me make sure I do this right. I'm actually gonna do this here. We're gonna go 171. We're going to push it. And then we're going to set 250. Right? 171. And then we're going to select 250. I am using frame gen, Scott. Alright, 171, 171. We'll be heading off the ground. Is there a nav on this, though? I think that we should be able to nav, though. So, nav. Profile. Profile climb. Nav is blue. Anti-skid is ready to go. So, that is all done. Let's fire up the APU. We're about ready to get out of here, chat. Our fuel is on board. There it is. Get our fuel tank pumps on. APU start. Here we go. It's really only when I look at the terminal, I think, that I get that stutter too. To It's easy to understand why. The terminal is highly detailed. Number one complaint is the fact the radio toggle is below the parking brake. I know, Andy. I know. Fun Aruba fact. Flying back from Aruba, you can clear customs there, so once landing stateside, you can deboard domestic gate. That's awesome, Tyson. Daffins, welcome on board, man. Good to have you here. Our APU is on board. Let's go ahead and start a chrono for 3 minutes. So we can burn off some of that APU. Let's get rid of these yokes. All right, and we already applied the load to the airplane, so we should, theoretically, 69, block fuel is set, 0 fuel weight, 285, takeoff gross weight 353, that matches what we have on our paperwork. Landing weight 270,000 pounds. If I look at my flight plan, let's come down here and verify we are below max. I'm pretty sure we are, but that was our limiting factor. So our landing weight 298. Right now we're planning 270. Max is 308. Well, that seems a little bit further off than normal. Takeoff weight 353, 353. So, oh, you know what it is? Cost index. So we juiced it up. That's probably why we're burning a little extra fuel. We'll be even right now. We're planning to be lighter than planned, which is totally fine by me. Maybe not by dispatch. This is a much more conservative number, and I think this didn't take my extra fuel, did it? No. But 69,000. We're planning to burn 54,000. No alternate, none required. Although I'd like to have an alternate. We do have an alternate of Caracas TNCA. 3,500 pounds of gas. Not a whole lot. But so we're under max. Here's what I was talking about. Max structural takeoff 363. Takeoff weight today 353. That matches 353. So we're good. Our numbers are checked and verified. We'll get rid of that for now. Cruise flight level above max. So right now, our optimum is 298. So we're too fat for 33. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to request from ATC that we level at 290. I'm going to put 290 in our cruise page right now. I don't think we'll have ATC online over the Atlantic, so we can just do it on our own. But this is a gotcha here, and this happens in real life too. Sometimes you just get a little bit more heavy than anticipated, and you can't quite get to that planned cruise flight level. This happens especially on those transcons in the winter when you're leaving East Coast going west, fighting 180 knot headwind, taking a lot of gas. That's where the step climbs come in. So we'll do a step. We'll step up somewhere over the Atlantic, but right now this looks good. Our weights are verified. Our takeoff approach, what were the other speeds? I forget. I got to look them up here. 60, 60, and 71. Our min clean speed, 244. No, slat retraction, 216. VFTO, 244. Man, we are heavy. We are heavy. All right, takeoff approach is completed. Briefing is completed. What I should do too I'm going to be naving on 1. Let's put the VOR. Let's go constraints. Let's go VOR on nav 2, and let's put this guy's. Let's put the first officer 115.9 and put the 139 on his side because I'm probably going to be just naving in the box. We'll back up the radial with the FOs. So 139, and then what I'm also going to do is I'll put him in arc. We can go Rose nav on the FO side. So we want to intercept the 139 on the FO side. That is set. Double check the magic barrel ref key. That's good. What's our chrono at? We're at 3 minutes. So let's go ahead and turn on the APU bleed. Get some air to the cabin. We're ready to go. New York Center's online. Sweet. Richard Reed, good evening. It's been a busy morning getting this airplane set up for a long haul across the Atlantic, but it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. Looks like another A300 just pushed back there. I wish I had my own taxi charts up on my iPad. getting over to 22 right is always exciting. Did you plug the SimBrief profile for this plane? Yes, I did, Andy. I did. So that I use the INI SimBrief profile. No. Wow, I'm seeing a little bit of frame drop situation happening. That's not my sim. That's just the internet. Man, I don't understand, man. Spectrum. Hopefully it stables out here. Using AIG, Andy. Your 300 goes Toga with throttles at idle. That's interesting. You don't want that. The wind, headwinds are strong heading south today. Are they really? Great. What's the range for this bird? I want to see if she'll suit my operation before I buy her. Well, we're going 1,800 miles today. Probably go a little bit further. It depends on your payload. I mean, range depends on your payload too. It's not a super long hauler, but I mean, it'll get you. We'll go to Heathrow in this thing. You can go across the pond, no doubt. A310 will actually get you further. Oh yeah, Andy's got it right. You got to do the. You got to do your throttle. What's calibration? Do the calibration in the iPad. Steven says he's on trans-Pacific flights in the 310. James, I mean, it's Gulfstream, man. The best of the best. They can do what they want to do. Just virtually flew up from Raleigh to Philly, and we have 100 or so on the tail. Wow. So we're going the wrong way today is what we're doing, huh? 100 knot headwind? Woof. 256 of 256. Chad, are you ready? Got 400 in the live stream here. We only got 100 likes. We're gonna bump those likes up. Those are rookie numbers. Oh no! Don't do this to me, interwebs. Stabilize yourself. Do not want to have frame drop issues today. Well, screw it. We're going either way. We're going either way. Frame drops or not, we're committed. We are committed. All right, we need to go nose right, tail left. Up to 3,000 miles.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
All right, here we go. Before start, cockpit prep complete, fuel quantity is checked, takeoff data set, landing elevation set, altimeter set, brake anti-skid normal on, windows, doors, and slides.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
I don't know why that door didn't arm. There we go, it's closing. There we go. They're all armed.
Locking gear.
They are closed and armed, beacon on, parking brake as required. So, before start checklist is complete, that leaves us down here at before start. And I need to pull off the GPU. I never disconnected it, so we just shocked the ground controller. All right, nose right, tail left.
Release parking brake.
Stand by. So good thing we have an auto gen transfer, the APU.
Release parking brake.
We just fried the ramper who went and pulled that plug out. All right, no one's behind us. Cockpit ground brakes are released, clear to push.
Release parking brake. All engines clear. Start at will.
Here we go. Got to love it. And yeah. 1,150 likes for outside view engine start. I love it when the internet doesn't cooperate. Let's start them up. Ramper's got New Year's Eve on. Alright, we're using A today. Engine mode selector to start. Enjoy the startup. Here we go.
Set parking brake.
Brake set, quarter disconnect. How's that for eardrums ringing? All right, we have a good start on engine 1.
Unlocking gear.
Let's go ahead and start 2. We'll do 2 from the inside. Yes, vAAL did approve this bird.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
What are your thoughts about inside engine sounds possibly quiet? Dougal, I think they're realistically quiet. I think we like to have louder on the inside, but I think they're realistically quiet, Dougal. I do think, and I don't know, I feel like the transitioning, like from the front of the engine to behind the wing, I don't know if that can be smoothed out a little bit on the inside as far as sounds go. Outside sounds, I think, are phenomenal. Outside sounds are just about as realistic as the real thing. But inside is, I think it's realistically quiet. Plus, I'm turning my sim sounds down now, so I can hear myself think. But, yeah. I'm going to go cont relight, APU bleed off, APU master switch is off. Overhead is cold and dark. Well, not cold and dark, but it's like lights out. Everything looks good on the overhead. Flaps are 15-15 indicating. Max takeoff auto brake is set. Our trim is gonna be right there. Done. Spoilers armed. All right. Let's run a checklist and get out of here. Let's see, after start, rudder pitch trim is set, rudder trim 0, spoilers arm slats 15-15, ECAM status checked, anti-ice as required, hand signal received, after start checklist is complete. Now we need to call ground. Kennedy ground, Air China 981.
JetBlue 1655,
Steven, 120 knot direct headwind.
Can you continue right on
Can
Alpha?
we Alt F4 and just go?
Affirm.
Can we divert and go somewhere else?
W1655, that's my apologies. Continue right on Alpha. Take your next left on Hotel Bravo, join Bravo, and continue Bravo.
While we're sitting here, let's do a quick flight control check.
Continue on Alpha.
Flight controls.
Left on Hotel Bravo, then left on Bravo. JetBlue 1655.
Rudder. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
456, sorry about that. Late handoff. You contact New York Time 125.3 Joe, same place there. American 131, Canadian of the afternoon, clearance is on request, stand by, you are number 1. Delta 1018, continue taxi.
I need this American guy to get out of here.
Remind you again, that was, if you forgot, it was left Alpha and then Hotel Bravo entrance.
Left Alpha, Hotel Bravo for Delta 1018.
Check your mic, Delta 1018.
You're all good.
Jeez.
American 1720, taxi, continue right.
American 1720, runway 22 right, taxi via Tango Alpha exit, right on Alpha, join Echo, cross 31 right on Echo.
Tango Alpha will join Alpha and will cross 31 left on Echo for American 1720.
Kennedy ground, American 679. We're behind that other American here on the off gate 41 ready taxi.
679, you can follow that other American. It's going to be a Tango Alpha exit right Alpha, join Echo, cross 31 right on Echo.
All right, taxi runway 22 right, Tango Alpha exit Alpha Echo, cross 31 right on Echo for American 679. All right.
Kennedy ground settle, TWA 705 heavy is ready for taxi.
Brakes released.
705 heavy runway 22 right, taxi via Kilo Foxtrot exit, left Alpha, excuse me, left Bravo, sorry about that, join Echo, cross 31 right on Echo.
Okay, taxiing to the right by Kilo Foxtrot left onto Bravo and then via Echo crossing 31 right to TWA 705.
Alright, well, we kind of got the, we can just follow the American in front of us. That's kind of nice. We're definitely
705,
heavier.
Just, for now, hold
Gotta use
short
that thrust to get
Kilo
rolling.
Foxtrot. You got a United aircraft passing right to left on Alpha.
We'll short off Kilo Foxtrot TWA.
Alright, here comes the Tango Alpha exit. I feel like I need to raise my view
Hold on,
again.
ground JetBlue
View is too
1655.
low.
What do you tell us to hold short of?
JetBlue 1655, you can continue straight on Echo, hold short through and right on Echo.
Hey, where's
Call
Roscoe
31 right
at?
at
There's his
Echo.
JetBlue.
JetBlue 1655.
Check your mic, JetBlue 1665. I should just start calling people out on VATSIM, like every time I hear a loud mic. I shouldn't have to adjust my system volume every single time
JetBlue
someone else transmits.
1655,
We gotta go over a
the
bridge.
new departure fix is going to be
I also want to reset
135.9.
my view here. I gotta lift my view up. Hold on.
135.9 are good at.
Good.
Kennedy ground American 976 heavy November Fox, correction November Bravo is big taxi.
American 976, runway 22 right, taxi via November Bravo, left Alpha, left Bravo, sorry, join Echo, cross through and right on Echo.
2 right,
I like that view.
Bravo, Echo, cross 31 right on Echo, American 976 heavy.
Reset that. Oh, we're going across a bridge.
This
is sus.
Continue taxi, Kilo Fox, left Alpha.
Continuing Kilo
I know, I
Fox,
just
left
saw a
on
bunch of
side,
frame
TWA
drops kick on there.
705
Oh,
heavy.
we're stuck on the bridge. Come on, baby, come on. Don't get stuck on the bridge. Yeah, I see the frame drop too. It's not my sim, it's the internet. Hopefully it'll stabilize. It's not the sim. The sim is running solid 40 right now. All right, Alpha.
We're 131.
Let another American go.
Give me about 5 more seconds off for you.
We're just gonna go here and then Echo. Nah, it's the internet. So I get stable. Hopefully it'll stop now. I see it holding at 1140.
202 runway 22 right taxi via Kilo Golf exit left Alpha. Join Echo. Hold short.
Taylor, no, they removed maximum Eber.
Kilo Golf left Alpha. Join Echo and you repeat that after that.
All right, Alpha to Echo. We're crossing.
Okay, no problem. Just hold
No, I
short
don't use a capture
309
card.
on Echo.
See, yeah, that's good. You'll see another drop frame right there.
American 131, sorry for the late. This is about what I was going to copy.
Yeah, it's just the internet. It's not the sim.
Urban National Airport, Kennedy 5 departure. Fly runway heading, right directed
Which
to
is
shift
sad
and
because
filed.
I'm so impressed by frame gen mod.
4010
But
after departure. Departure
doesn't matter for you guys.
Near departure
The internet's being
135.9
shite.
squawk 7141.
As an audio engineer, the mic volume of VATSIM are literally painful. I know, Jeremy. It's awful, dude. It's so awful. Classy City Guy, good to see you, man. Welcome. Where will we crossing? On Echo, right? Yeah, crossing
131, Rebecca is correct. Pushback is discretion. Call back and taxi. You can expect 22 right for departure information. Quebec current. Juliet, Mike, sorry.
Let's go ahead and slow down. A little bit of brake pressure here. Echo is the very last taxiway to cross, so I can see everybody down there.
Juliet, Mike,
Delta Bravo. And yeah, Echo should be up here. Alright, Echo's up here. Yeah, my frames are actually really smooth.
Just hold short of Foxtrot up there for just a moment.
Echo Alpha.
Hold short Foxtrot, United 5 Kilo Alpha.
Echo.
It's ground over to your side. Okay, gotcha, 5 by 5.
Steven, you're only at 380 knots ground speed.
Okay, got 5 by 5.
Jeez.
You need ground American 1457 with Quebec, ready to taxi short of Takeoff.
1457, not much change, but Romeo is now
clear left, clear to cross.
Runway 22 right taxi via Tango Alpha,
FO would be like clear right,
Alpha,
clear to cross.
join Echo, cross through and then Echo.
Alright, we'll give Romeo taxi to 22 right by Tango Alpha, Alpha, and then we'll cross 31 right via Echo for 1457.
American 1720, if you haven't already, you can contact me at departure 13549. Juliet, Mike, can I get you 5 by 5?
Al W. Yeah, you just wait for someone to tell you, but normally, I mean, you have a little mic knob for your headset. You can just adjust it relatively easily, but you never really need to do any of that because once you set it, it's pretty much uniform. Now, every now and then you'll have one radio guy or one guy on the radio that's pretty loud, and you got to turn your mic or your volume down rather. But not near as severe as it is on that side. No flex for takeoff. We're doing a full Toga 100.8. A 100.8. Brakes are set. Lights are off.
American 679, you can contact me at departure 13549. American 1123 same to you. You can contact New York departure 135.9. Good day.
Not pressing it. Here it is. JFK, LaGuardia, Newark. Every new hire's rite of passage.
Contact New York departure 135.9. Have a very safe flight today.
Over to departure, American 976 Heavy. Bye-bye.
Got a couple A300s.
Confirm you have your correct swap of 2346 in the box, please.
A7, 2346.
That's a cool shot right there.
Alright, thank you very much.
135.9 for departure. I guess that's who we gotta talk to, right? Yeah, I guess that's who we gotta talk to. 135.9.
10, climb and maintain 1212 now.
Is center on? Is it going to be 2532? I think it'll be 2532. So what we can do is put that over here and hopefully...
1655, fly runway heading, wind 24015, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff on runway 22 right, maintain runway heading, JetBlue 1655.
American 1720 heavy, runway 22 right, line of wing.
My home airport needs some FPS love. JFK is bad on frames. JFK's always been bad on frames, but FrameGen mod is great. What you guys were seeing there on the taxi out, unfortunately, is internet frame drop. It's not my sim frame drop. My sim frames right now are just, I mean, it's awesome. I've never been able to enjoy JFK at this frame level on any sim, on any computer, going back to like inception of simulators. Brake set.
1655, New York departure, radar contact, say altitude.
1,300.
1655, thank you, climb and maintain 7000.
Climb and maintain 7,000, JetBlue 1655.
American 456 heavy, proceed direct shift.
That was ground. Yeah, that was ground, Chris. It wasn't.
And American 456 heavy, New York Center 125.32. Enjoy the ride.
2532. That's what we got. Well, it looks like the frames have stabilized now, so looks like they're holding. Hopefully, it'll work out. Okay, right now it's holding steady at 1500, so we're looking good. JFK conga line in effect. Yeah, this is pretty normal for JFK. Pretty normal. Jeremy, it was some caution. I think it was a
1655, turn left
probably a
heading,
takeoff config warning. That ding! I heard it too.
Left 110, climb and maintain 12,000, JetBlue 1655.
I saw the issue of DLSS blurring the instruments. Are you on TAA, MK? Try TAA.
American 1720 heavy, fly runway heading, runway 2 direct, clear for takeoff.
Infian, you're the last Delta? Nice. Alright, we're next, chat. We are next. What's our call sign? 679. 679. I need to put the camera view,
American 679 heavy, New York departure, good afternoon, runway 2 right, line up way, caution, right turbulence.
22 right, level way to American 679. Alright, line up and wait. He's rolling.
New York departure, low to New York 705 on Echo.
Light him up. Let's go.
Good afternoon.
Alright, smash that like button for drop frames out of JFK.
Departure, JetBlue
Internet frames.
55, heading 110.
Because sim frames are sweet. Alright, profile climb, nav is blue, 250 on the pre-select. We can expect a heading on departure, followed by an RNAV to ship or an intercept radio to ship.
Proceed direct ship.
Hey Jay, thanks for the super chat, man. All this American lined up confuses Brandon.
JetBlue 1655, contact New York Center,
AJ
125.32, good ride.
Contact
love it,
New
man.
York Set and 125.
Got to love it. Thanks for the support, my man. Appreciate you. Oops. I gotta stop using the click and drag. I don't like that. All right. I'll go here after takeoff and climb is what we have next. We also need to go TARA. I just realized that. Kennedy 5.
1720 heavy radar contacts, stay altitude.
TARA 3323 is set. Everything else is ready to
American
go.
1720 heavy, thank you.
Go to
Turn
the
left
flight
heading
control page,
110, climb maintain 12,000.
All right. We doing yogas from outside?
The altitude cut off 12,000.
Are we doing yogas from outside? I think we'll do yogas from outside. How many yogas can we get? It's almost time. Almost time for full-blown yoga from outside view. But here's the deal. I'm probably going to do it. As soon as it goes to yoga, I'm going to just stay on the cockpit view because we have to not overspeed this departure, and we actually need to fly this departure. We got a lot of traffic online. We need to be at our best behavior. Dale, I have ambient sounds. I have them turned way down, though. I have them turned way down. And takeoff fuel, how we looking? 67.9. All right, we're good.
American 679 heavy, fly runway heading, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 22 right, clear for takeoff. American 679.
American
All right,
11.3
chat.
New York departure, good afternoon. Runway
Fill 'em up
22 right,
50, here we go.
You're right, lining up with waiting American 123.
Delta 202.
Sounds are coming up.
AFM Delta 202.
You need to turn your
Yoga.
transponder on those e-bikes.
I thought I had him.
American 1720 heavy, proceed direct shift. New York Center 125.32.
Thrust SRS heading.
Delta 202, thank you.
80 knots, thrust set. 100 knots, checked. And the frame drop. Man, my internet. Jeez, V1. Rotate. Positive brake. Gear up. Following that command bar. Adios, New York. Oh, that is juice. Oh my gosh, that is so juicy.
American 679 heavy, new departure radar contact, the altitude.
We're 1.8, climb at 5,000, American 679 heavy.
American 679 heavy, thank you. Turn left heading 110, climb and maintain 12,000.
Left turn 110, climb 12,000, American 679 heavy. Alright, 110, that's close enough. Climbing to 12,000. 12,000 is set. Now let's go profile. We're at level change, heading select. Flaps. That was a little early for flaps 15. A little early there. Lower that nose. VLS is going to come up to bite us. There we go. Coming around. There's green dot. 110. 250 knots. 5 for 12,000. Looking good. Thrust speed heading select. Overshot that heading bug. Let's make it 110. Oh, this breakout's going to be juice.
American 1123, fly runway heading, wind 240 at 15, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, runway heading, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff, American 123.
Oh,
American 976 heavy, New York departure, good afternoon, runway 22 right, line of weight.
that breakout.
Line of weight 22 right, American 976.
American 679 heavy, proceed direct ship, New York Center 125.32.
Direct to ship over to New York Center, 2532 American 679. What's up? All right, direct to ship. I'm going to I want to hand fly as long as I can here, just because we're going to be on autopilot for a long time. All right, that looks good. We're going to come down here. We're going to go direct ship, insert, and then nav. Profile, climb, profile, nav, or profile, climb, profile, thrust. We're naving to ship. And then we need to go over here. We'll flip the switch, 2532.
Vectors is final.
There's 10,000 feet.
7150,
Oh, wow. New York departure, good morning. American 679 Heavy 10.3, climb on 12,000, direct ship.
Alright, the last two aircraft calling. Air Canada 1236, New York, Roger, welcome. And American 679, New York, good morning. Climb maintain for level 230.
Climb and maintain for level 230, American 679. Alright, 23 is set. We're accelerating to our cost index climb out speed. That
American 1602, radar
is
contact, climb
juicy.
Update American 1602.
Lufthansa 400 heavy, descend and maintain.
we're at 10,000 feet. Let's go ahead and get our lights so we don't get docked any extra points for light. Oops.
New York, KOT numbers, Chibro, signature east, India, ready to taxi.
I hate light manipulation in the simulator. Yes, I do.
Number 282 November, runway 24, taxi via Quebec.
24 via Quebec, 22 number.
Alright, after takeoffs, DHs are coming off. Gear handle is going to the off
sir,
position. Spoilers are
Good
disarmed.
afternoon, Delta 565, Philadelphia, spot number 9, be ready to taxi to runway 27 left.
Just 1 minute. McDowell's question, American 1602, turn right, heading 160.
Right 160.
Out over the water today.
New York, good morning.
Out over the water.
Taxi via Mike,
You're still number 6 for departure? Look at that livery though. How iconic is that?
01, cross the 27 right, Delta 565.
American 1441,
Frame
maintain
jet
3000
mod
until
is just...
established, Corrales.
You know what we never did? We
27
never
right.
turned on our, cam. Oh well.
FedEx 726 heavy, correct pattern, cross pattern.
Internet's
narrow
not,
about 3,000,
doesn't appear like the
Corrales,
internet wants to do
22
that anyway. That's fine, I'll
Correct
just go
pattern, cross
AFK
pattern,
until the
narrow
frame
about
drops
3,000,
settle out. I don't know why I have. I feel like every Friday I have this issue.
Maintain for level
Maybe I should just
230.
stop streaming on
Runway
Fridays.
Tampa level 230. JetBlue 16.
Definitely climbs a little bit more cumbersome when you're 350,000 pounds, huh?
Maintain 9,000, the Philly altimeter 2972.
But she's hand flying nice. Man, there's nothing where we're going. We might as well look at those clouds while we can, because there is nothing out in front of us.
Right, heading 180.
Right to 180 for American 1602.
Delta 5303, 12610, runway 31, clear for takeoff.
Runway 31, clear for takeoff, Delta 5303.
New York Center, American 1123 is at 7.8 for 12,000 direct shipped. American 1123, New York, hello, climb maintain
All right.
for level 230.
That's all she wrote.
Okay, up to 230.
Flight Director 1, Command 1, autopilot is engaged. We're climbing to 23,000 feet. We can go ahead and turn the comp relight off as well. Double check everything else here. Cabin altitude is climbing. Temperatures and cabin look good. Our vibes are good. Our engines are good. It's nice and bright out here. Let's go ahead and turn this dome light or this
282 November.
light off. Yeah, so you can see here they basically vectored us and we joined. So I had this set up here in case he gave us a join the 139 radial, but the controller was nice on us and he gave us a direct to ship because we are RNAV capable. But if he could have said join the 139 radial, Kennedy 139 radial to ship, and I had it ready to go here in the FO side. But now we no longer need it, so we'll go ahead and just put him in nav mode. We'll go ahead and put this back into map mode as well. And we'll go back to nav mode. We no longer need that VOR information. But that's why we had it there. We had it set up in case he gave us a join radial. Because I heard him give it to one guy on departure.
Papa 3305, New York, radar contact. Expect ILS.
You finally reached cruise, Zippy?
We'll expect Atlas 22 and 2965 coming up to 205.
And hello, the left is fading New York Center, 2286, 31.2 for 340. American 2286, New York, hello, welcome.
Air Canada 2507, they're ready for taxi 31 with Charlie.
Canada 2507, thanks for Charlie, runway 31.
Sean, so if you're struggling in profile mode is normal. We'll have to turn down those sounds. There's 18,000 feet. Let's go ahead and hit standards.
2407, runway 22 right at whiskey, clear for takeoff.
Full standard STD is set once.
American 1467, expect ILS 27 right.
This one's not synced. We'll set 29902, 29902.
American 1441, wind 270 at 8.
So standards are set out of 18,000. Profile descent is most operators used. I shouldn't say this. Most people that I've heard using on the A300, A310, they just use vertical speed and level change. Because the profile descent, it wasn't, in the early models, it wasn't as, it's not as accurate and intuitive as the 320 is in managed nav mode. So like you can inject things in the CDU that are going to mess up your profile descent. And I don't know if you can reset them in this build or not. But the best way to go about it is verify your profile and descent, verify your altitudes, and if you start to see that it's now going to be off, just revert to vertical speed and level change, and hit those restrictions as required. Now you can do a calculation and figure out, what your vertical speed needs to be, so you don't have to level off every 5 minutes. But yeah, vertical speed and level change are very common in this airplane.
American 456 approved, the flight on back.
Man, just looking good.
American 976, 1000, 2000.
American 976,
we are going
hello, call maintain
way out there.
Maintain level 230, American 976.
Standard Delta 565, we're ready for departure, runway 27 left.
565, 1240
Profile descent is inaccurate as the current 73 VNAV descent. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Runway 27 left, clear for takeoff, 565.
November 282 November, turn right heading 360, climb maintain 6000.
On the 310, probably also with the 300, just to send the same way to send the 146. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. That's a good way to do it, man.
Delta 5303, proceed direct Gale, climb maintain tolerable.
I can't believe we're going to have a headwind going down south. That is so unfortunate.
Climbing to 280, Delta 5303.
Alright, we're navin though. That looks good. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to go progress page. Let's throw in Aruba.
Proceed direct to Gale, the first
TNCA, 1,600 miles. Max right now is 32.8. We'll see what happens here. He gave us 230. I don't know if we're going to be on with him for much longer or not.
Alright, sweet. Yeah, that's 2507 when
on the small TCAS, Andy. The TCAS is on your little VSI.
Number 282 November, direct 30.
Why are the winds so strong, Steven? Maybe we should turn off real weather. Tim K, I don't know. I think you can do it with SPAD. I think Steven does it with SPAD. Don't you do the lights on the Bravo with SPAD? But the problem is you have 3 position switches, so retract off and on. I guess you could have them set, but it's also the Microsoft light bindings are terrible, because in Microsoft the default bindings, I think they only have set landing light on or off. They don't have, you need like a left landing light, a right landing light. What was that? I just heard something. Oh yeah, there's our 230 click over.
230 United 5 Kilo Alpha.
United 2157, radar contact, climb maintain 17,000. For future reference, the departure procedure is to continue on heading 220. Luckily, there's no locomotive traffic right now, so it's fine.
Econ costing X88. Fuel at destination 11.9.
Radar contact. Proceed
That's
to
good.
fill in. Call maintain 10,000.
Tact mode. Max, I'm just trying to see something here. We'll go back to. I like this page here. It gives me more info. Max 32.8 still. So yeah, we're still a little fat for 33.
10,000.
If we can just go 29 for the foreseeable future, and then do a step climb.
10,000.
United 2157, expedite the climb.
This will help burn some fuel right here, though. Right now, what is our fuel flow? 2.9. Is that? Jeez.
FedEx 726 heavy, runway 22 left,
Times 1,000.
407. Number 282 November, Quadrant Merit, climb maintain 17,000.
That's not 8,000 aside, is it? Are we burning 8,000 pounds?
340, vectors to final.
Are we burning 8,000 pounds an hour?
American 679, climb maintain
5 times 1,000 is 5,000. Right now we're at 8,000.
679, climb maintain level 320.
All right, climb to flight level 320, American 679. We're a bit heavy for that. Can we stop at 29?
American 679, roger, I'll land the altitude, climb maintain level 290.
Climb maintain flight level 290, American 679. All right, we're going to level change it up.
Climb maintain level 340.
Okay, 340 for 1126.
American 976, climb maintain level 320.
Maintain level 320.
New York, Canada
1467, descend and maintain 6,000.
You might pass. You might pass over. This is your Mach 80.
1602, welcome back. Climb maintain level 230.
Yeah, I know what I know what we're going to be going. We're going to be going at 8.1 if we can do it. Maybe 8.2. We're going to go as fast as we can.
Air Canada 1236, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved.
Right now, Stephen, you're looking at 250 at 135 at 350. Stephen, what's lower? Can you look at lower altitudes? It might be more beneficial to go lower. I'll see when I get to 29. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check the winds at 29.
I'm setting 320, climb maintain 17,000.
Heading 320, 17,000, Air Canada 7.
American looking to step out.
I wonder when and why Airbus decided to go to the side stick route instead of yoke. It's right after the A300. Oh wow, I can see the frame drop now, of course. Wow, something just kicked off the frame drop.
TWA 705, New York, hello, climb maintain level 230.
How long has climb via SID and descend via star been the standard? Since I can remember. Since I can remember, Joe. So the climb via has always been a climb via procedure. So climb via up, climb via down. If you get a descend and maintain or climb and maintain, that relieves you of the restrictions on the star.
American 7184, New York, expect ILS 22, liquid altimeter 2965.
I wonder if someone's working on the lines outside. Because it seems to be, the internet frame drop seems to be going in spurts.
2965.
See, like right here, the engine sounds are really quiet in front of the engine. But then
United 2157,
you go here,
climb maintain 15.
and it's this loud. So, need to fix that.
Air Canada 2507, direct Gale, climb maintain level 360.
Gale up to flight level 360, Air Canada 25.
Right now, 250 at 97. It's going to be right in our face when we make this turn. It is going to be right in our face, chat.
Lufthansa 400 heavy, conducting.
What was our estimated time on arrival in
Number 282 November, leaving my airspace. Boston is closing shortly. Frequency change approved.
1684 distance? Where was
Delta 5303, climb maintain level 320.
Climb into 320, Delta 5303.
I guess I go to flight plan. Let's go down here. What's our time at arrival? 21:41 right now at TNCA. 21:41.
1467, climb maintain.
Time now 17:54. So if it was 41, 17,
Delta 565, climb
4 hours. Just we got 3 hours and 50 minutes. Goodness.
Maintain flight level 340, Delta 565.
Fuel stop in Miami. Brian, you'll transition into it relatively easily. You'll transition into this airplane relatively easy. You'll notice a lot of similarities between the 320 and the 300. You'll see what they kept and what they left. And basically, if you understand your 320, you'll see the systems that we have automated now on the 320, and you'll see where you might have to do manual. Like you can see it more, not automatic. That doesn't really make sense. But for instance, if you look at the overhead, like to turn on the PTU, you have to press the PTU, whereas in the 320, the PTU will automatically come on unless you want to inhibit it. If you look at the APU structure and layout, you have a toggle to power the APU, and then you have a start switch, which is the same as the 320, except it's just 2 push buttons now. And you see all the the differences, and it's actually quite neat when you look at the overhead. Havana divert, need fuel, and Cohibas. Not a bad idea.
4,000, 7,000. FedEx 3603, New York, hello. Call maintain for level 280 and direct Bravo, Romeo Bravo Vic.
Cam, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you on board, my friend.
FedEx 3603. United 2157, on left heading 350.
Good morning, Cam. When an aircraft is on the roll in front of you, can you guys feel the wake? No, not really, iRobot. Sometimes if you're perpendicular, like rolling onto the runway, you'll feel a little bit, but not much. And I mean, I've lined up right behind some heavies that are like rolling out.
Departure 135.9, get it?
No, if it's a 747, I'll give them a little bit to get going before I take the runway.
Thank you. Delta 3505, descend and maintain 4,000.
All right, let's go back here. Let's go ahead and close this. This is what we're dealing with. We are
apologies, Delta 3305, descend and maintain 4,000.
a dumper right now. Just about to go over dumper, I believe.
New York, UPS 219 Heavy, we're down at Philly with
Orion.
Bravo, clearance to Louisville.
Orion. So we're actually over here. We're actually a little bit further off. So our mandatory waypoint is Webb. That's when we're going to be transitioning to New York Oceanic. And then now we're going to be feet wet the whole way down. Not a whole lot to look at till we get over, what was this, San Juan? Puerto Plata, Santiago, and then
Delta 3305,
from there down to
direct
Aruba.
LaGuardia.
Man.
After Proud, we'll go direct to LaGuardia.
All right, so we're going to check that out in a little bit. Just want to make sure that's loaded up. 1,000 feet to level off. Man, what a beautiful, I mean, minus the wind, this is the kind of weather you want to see when you're flying out over the Atlantic. Trust me. You want to see this. You want to see this. Is the flight model as good as a 310? Yeah, Christian, definitely. David, I will, for sure, man. There's actually an early version of alpha floor protection on 300. Yes. Isn't it like a, it's almost like a,
New York Center, good afternoon. Delta
not a pusher, but.
With information in India, LaGuardia, looking for IFR clearance to Atlanta.
Evan, yeah. So my wing views are louder sounds than in front of the engine. It's just like a weird transition. You know? Just a weird transition.
United 2157, thanks for the help. Turn right direct to Merritt now. Call and maintain 17,000.
John Seifert.
You need to step away for a couple of minutes if possible.
John Seifert, appreciate the $5 super chat, my friend. Appreciate, happy to found V1 in this community in 2023. It's kept me company on commutes to work often. Here's to a great 2024. John, I appreciate that $5 super chat, man. It's going to be a great one, 2024. Thanks for the support, and here's to next year, my friend. Enjoy the New Year's.
American 7184, descend and maintain.
Look at that contrail out there. That's so cool. That's, you're going on the, we're not on like Nat tracks, but you're all joining the same Waters Airways. Uh-oh, Shaq says, Cap, we may have a problem in the lab. I tried to stop it, just kept going. It went everywhere. Check. I think there actually is a lav model we can check out, so we're going to check it out here in a little bit. We will check it out, Shaq. All right. Fuels is now, 7,000 pounds a side. 7,000 pounds a side. That's 14,000 pounds an hour. My goodness. Let me see where we are on VAT-tastic here real quick. And then, did we get out of this guy's airspace yet? Actually, no, we didn't. We're, where are we? 697 or 679? Where are we?
American 1467 heavy, wind 240 at 10, runway 27 right, Quadrant.
Man, this guy's controlling a lot. I was just looking at the VATSIM map to see how far out his airspace was. Holy conga line! Did you guys see the VATSIM map? There is quite the conga line headed down to Aruba. We're going to have issues. All right, we'll look at that later on in cruise. I need to fix... I'm going to put this right here. Hold on. Let's come over here. Let's come over to the sound page. External engines are way down. So see, super quiet, too loud. Not too loud, but I want that sound right here, you know? Let's take a look at our climb page. What do we got? We're still optimum 300, so we're going to just hang tight for right now. We're going to hang tight. And I think we'll let them run. We'll go ahead and let the seatbelt sign off.
Ladies and gentlemen, Flightdeck just reached our cruise altitude right now, 29,000 feet. Looks like we got a cool 1,679 miles down to Aruba to go. About another 3 hours and 47 minutes of flight time. Should have a pretty smooth ride across the Atlantic this morning. Ask you to be mindful of that seatbelt sign in case we do encounter some unforecast turbulence. Thanks for choosing American Airlines. Sit back, relax, enjoy the flight.
Sean Delaney. 5 months, my man. Thank you for the support. Does this bring back memories from the old days? Yeah, it sure does, man. I love having classic jets in modern sims. There's something about classic jets in these modern simulators that I just absolutely love. What I want to do, can I shut this off? Like, I want to power it off. I guess we'll just leave it on that screen there. Or can you power it off? We don't really need it right now. I'm curious. Alright. We just click it? Ah! Alright. Power off VFB. Cool. There we go. Save our battery. Oh, look at that. And now in Dutch. No, I can't do it in Dutch. On the 320, why do we have 2 man-rat buttons on both hydraulics and electrics? 2 man-rat push buttons on both hydraulics. So I'm trying to remember what the overhead looks like on the Airbus now. I don't even remember, Jeremy. I'll have to look at it to see. Well, I know you can deploy it. You can deploy it 3 different ways. And then if it deploys and you just want hydraulics, you would deploy it by the hydraulic push button. But if you want electrics, you could also activate the electrics by pressing the electric rat push button, even if you deployed it for hydraulics and vice versa. There are just different ways to deploy the rat. I'd have to look at the overhead panel. I haven't been in a 320 in so long. I've been flying so much 310 that... I've been flying so much 310, I forget what the 320 looks like. I'm going to get in the 320 tomorrow and be like, this airplane looks a little bit newer. We're gonna juice this up though. We're gonna see. We're doing 8-1. Don't tell PED monitor. Let's come down here. Let's go to our prog page. No, we're on prog. Let's go to. Nope. Nope. Yeah.
American 720, thanks.
That's not really going to do much. I might give us 8-2. (8-2) on the Mach. Our winds right now, oh my. 250 at 140 knots.
6303, contact Cleveland Center, 119 report.
250 at 140 knots?
Contact with Cleveland Center.
Chat.
What was the frequency?
We're doing 382 knots over the ground. This is unacceptable.
119.
That is unacceptable.
3305, connecting 3.
Your frame gen gives you stutters.
7184.
It's not going to work for everybody. I'll tell you that. Not going to work for everybody. Make sure you have enough VRAM on your card before you're even doing it. We'll hang. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to hang out with this controller for a little bit further until we get out of his airspace, and then we're going to take a lunch break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to look at our extended over water, some diversionary alternates. What was our waypoint? Webb. Webb was our class. Was that our transition? Let me come down here. Where's Webb? Yeah, there's Webb right there. 1810. That's our mandatory reporting point. So can you like do anything with Webb? I'm curious.
250 will maintain 2000.
Lateral revision. Cool. All right. I don't want to mess around with the box too much on a long haul, especially on a newer airplane, in case there are some unanticipated bugs. But so far, so good.
I would imagine Mark unit coming to you on late.
Yes,
Mark unit coming to you on late.
Douglas Phillips, did you enable GPU scheduling on your desktop settings? Hardware accelerated scheduling? Turn down the LOD as frame gen eats away VRAM. Ooh, that's another good solution from Shaq Oatmeal. Turn down LOD.
Happy New Year, Nick.
Some of us are on in his airspace. On Uni in his airspace. I might switch over here pretty soon. I mean, with these frame drops, I might just take my lunch break now, and then come back, and hopefully everything will be
3305, number
kosher.
2, following a Boeing 737 on a short funnel, wind 270 at 10, runway 22.
It is about time for a little lunch and coffee. Then come back, and then we'll do ETOPS. I wanted to climb up to at least 30 though. At least 30.
Number 910, Julia Mike, New York.
I keep going to the wrong page here. Fuel at destination, 11.8. So we got plenty of gas. I guess we're fine. We are in cruise mode. Let's do a couple little page checks here. This is where you need the mini ECAM, right? Engine page. That looks good. Let's check pressurization. Looks good. Cabin is good. APU, flight control, door wheel. Let's check out the AC and DC electrical. IDG oil temps look good. Generators are doing generator things. Very good. DC electric page. Pretty cool.
976. Roger. I'll maintain followable 340.
Everything looks good there on the DC electrical. Alright. Guess we'll check hydraulic one more time. Make sure we don't have any leaks. Hydraulics are looking good. Alright. No weather radar required. TARA. I'm going to put this at 22.8. He gone. Alright, I'm going to... So, I have exciting news that I'm going to share now because we're going to go over it when we get back because it'll... I wanted to save this for later, but... I mean, it's exciting to me. It may not be exciting to you all. But, I'm just uninstalling my tactical flip-flops here. So, if you guys remember from the super long haul, when we flew from Sydney to LAX, I was thinking, man, I want to get in contact with the real Green Dot Aviation, not the fake Green Dot that we have here, the Zippy Zapple, and see if he would be okay with us doing some in-flight entertainment. with Green Dot Aviation, so like maybe going over some React, like watching some of his videos that he's released and kind of discussing his points that he's making in the videos, and interjecting my thoughts and opinions on said videos. And if you haven't already, check out Green Dot Aviation on YouTube. I think he uses flight sims to recreate accidents and the investigations. Very similar to like a Mentor Pilot. Who else does it? I know there's another one. Mentor Pilot does it. Green Dot. I think there's another one out there. Oh, and like the air crash investigations. But I do enjoy the way Green Dot presents stuff. It's just kind of a fresh way at looking at the older incidents and accidents. Well, anyway, long story long, I got in contact with him, and he said that we are A-OK to introduce the V1 simulations in-flight entertainment system. So we're only going to do it on long-haul flights, break up some of the crews. We'll gather around and we'll do I eventually want to get a nice little, a scene for OBS so we can sit down and kind of sit in the back of a seat and watch it. So that's going to be the long-term plan for 2024. Today we might just pull up a separate window and kind of watch along on one of his videos. But yeah, we got the full approval, and he said he would like to make an appearance on the channel as well. So I will be in contact with him, maybe on the 777 release, or maybe on another long haul down the line. We'll be able to get Green Dot himself on the channel. We talk a little bit back and forth about what he does, and I think it'll be cool. It'll add an in-flight entertainment purpose to streams, and I think it'll really break up some of the longer flights that we do. So I'm excited for that. Shodan Cat says MH370 was incredible for Green Dot. Yeah, that one was really good. You can tell he put a lot of time into that one. That one was really well done. I have my own thoughts on 370. You all know that by now. If you watch the long haul, I mean, you may not, because I think it was 1 o'clock in the morning when we were talking about MH370 on a 15-hour stream. So, but yeah, basically my thoughts on MH370. I think you have three possibilities, three outcomes. They're all equal. Someone hijacked the airplane, there was some type of mechanical failure on the airplane, or one of the crew members, and when I say someone hijacked the airplane, I'm not saying crew members, but my third is it is possible that one of the crew members, and I think it's equally as possible that the captain and the first officer could have done it. Who knows? But I don't lean on one more than the other. I think it's just as likely, in my opinion, that something else could have happened outside the realm of our understanding. And I think it's just as likely. So I think there's three possible outcomes. The unfortunate part about that whole 370 event is we'll never know. Because even if we find the black boxes now, which I don't even think anybody's actively searching for them, even if we were to find them, the data is probably not on there anymore. And the data, I mean, if you look at what we think we know about what happened on 370, the black box is probably deactivated anyway. So, all right. Zippy needs to show up as fake Green Dot in chat while the real Green Dot is here. Yeah, Bosco, we're gonna have to do that. I think that'll be funny. That'll be funny. It was aliens. It was aliens. Arlen McAdory, baking a pie right now for the fam dinner, but quick hello. Hey, Arlen. Well, that pie sounds delicious. I'd like to have one. Thanks for hanging out with us. Enjoy your dinner. I'm about to go take my coffee and lunch break, and then what we'll do is we'll come back, we'll regather around, and actually, before I go, let's put a poll in here. Let me see which Green Dot video should we break down or react to. Let me go ahead and pull it up here. I know we released the recent one just the other day. I haven't even watched that one yet. Flying upside down. Ooh, American 757. Since we are flying American, maybe we should go over that's an older one. American 965. I think that's what we'll do. I think we'll just go over the American 965 video because that one's a year old. I know I watched it, but I watched it a long time ago. So maybe we'll do that when we get back. And that's a good one. We can learn a lot of lessons off American 965. There is a lot to be learned. There was a lot learned about American 965. And since we're flying American in brushed aluminum, I mean, Or does he have an A300 video? Is there any... Well, it would have to be an incident with an A300. What was the Air Transat? Was that an A300? Sean, yeah, that was a 7571. That was a 7571.
A few days.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Nope, not yet. Not yet. All right. That is the plan. I think we're on Unicom. Messages. He never called us. I never heard him call us. But we'll swap over. That was the Air Transat was a 330. Oh, it was. You're right. It was a 330. Oh, we're on 122.8. We just switched off. All right, cool. We're on 22.8. We're squawking. Our code. We're looking good. So here's something. One thing we'll hit on real quick before we take our break. So in the flight plan software for vAAL, if you go over your OFP, it says for waters airspace effective immediately, remain on previous beacon code when you go out over the airspace. Now, this used to be, and I'm actually curious about this because in our real-world waters and Waters Plus airspace manuals, it talked about how once you were handed off, radar contact, radar service terminated, you would then squawk 2000. That was the procedure. You would squawk 2000 because once you came out the other end of the water's airspace, you were assigned a new squawk code by the controlling facility that you entered on. But now, well, I don't know about now, but according to the vAAL OFP that I was looking at, it says remain on previous beacon code through the Waters Plus airspace. So we're going to remain on the beacon code of 3323. We're TARA. We're not technically... Or are we? Did we hit web? Yeah, we just passed over web. So technically, we're on web now. We could offset, we could slop, but we're going to stay on course for right now. 290, 29,000 feet. We're looking good. We'll have to put it in, what do you want, an external view or a wing view for the break time? External view or wing view for break time? AJ, thanks for the $5 super chat. So if we talk about the 370 video and then you're leaving the cockpit to get coffee, I knew I had a bad feeling about this flight. AJ, thanks for the support, man. Thanks for the $5 super chat. No, we're not going to talk about 370. 370 is reserved for the 1 a.m.ers on our Sydney flight. That was a wild stream, man. That was wild. In fact, when I loaded up the Navigraph today for this flight, the last loaded flight plan in there was that freaking, what was it, like 7,000 miles? Crazy. Just kind of neat to see that. That was so much fun. Ooh, UPS 6. Yeah. UPS 6, 7.4? Is that 7.4? Yeah, it was a 7.4. Anyway. Wing view for break. I think so, too. I think we do a wing view for the break. And I'll put up the Navigraph, although the external looks good, man. I don't know. Maybe we should just leave it right here. What if I leave it right here? I'm going to turn this down. You guys want some classical tunes? I think we need, since we're on American, we should do, this is what? Late 90s, mid 90s? We'll do some classical pearls. And I can throw up Navigraph. We pull up the, Actually, there's really no point in having Navigraph up if we're going to be... You can't even see our position. I have my position off on that. Block time about 3:30 to go. Team Vodka's here? Did I miss it? Leaving San Salvador to join me. Team Vodka. Sounds good. I'm seeing a little bit of frame drop right now anyway, so this is a good time to take a break. I'm going to... should I start a countdown timer? Yeah, it's 119. Let's make it an even 1400, huh? All right. Just got here, heading east to the hold point. Sounds good, Team Vodka. All right, when we get back, it's going to be fun. We're going to do our first ever in-flight entertainment courtesy of Green Dot Aviation. If you haven't already, I need to I'll put a link in the description so you can join him. Go to his channel, hit the subscribe button, leave a nice comment on one of his videos if you watch him. I think I honestly, because I feel like there's a lot of saturation in that market of analyzing aircraft incidents and accidents. So everyone's got to find their niche, and everyone's got a good little niche, and I'm really enjoying what Green Dot puts out there with his use of the flight simulator. So, heading off for lunch. Key 6 just popped in. I used to have a PC. Oh, Rhapsody in Blue. All right, on that note, y'all have a wonderful lunch break. I will see you in a little bit. Enjoy our cruise down to Aruba. Did you guys like that performance? Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, how we doing here? How are we doing here? 10 for 10 for the creative. So I was thinking about that. I was thinking about how can I juice up our in-flight entertainment. I think I got it. This is a rough go. This will be our first trial run, but we need to go ahead and do some checks here first before we get into that. We need to make sure our airplane is still doing airplane things. Let's come down here and start doing a little. Let's come into the McDo first and see what we got here on our prog page. We're looking at 11:46 to go. 11:08 direct line distance. Right now our optimum is 31.3, so we could squeak out a climb to 310. I'm quite happy here right now at 29. Our winds look like they're more of a crosswind. Right now we're showing borax arrival 124 miles out. Winds are 248 at 109, so a little bit more of a crosswind. That's good. Zachary Contrabasso, thank you for the subs, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate exactly. I think you did this twice. I saw that when I first stepped in here. I wanted to say thank you. I appreciate that. If you picked up a membership from Zachary, make sure you say thank you. That is his second lot of gifted subs. Zachary, that's very kind. I appreciate the support. I'm sure those members that just picked up a membership from you are just as appreciative. So please say thank you to Zachary. Too kind, and thank you for the support here on the V1 channel. Big deal. I need to. All right, so. We've got our wind. That looks good. Let's go through, what was it, tact? No, mode. 10.3. So we did burn a little bit more fuel than planned. So 10.3 fuel on board. At landing right now we're showing 44. So that's a difference of 34,000 pounds. Gross weight is 330. So we're really going to be like 290 on our landing. Let's go ahead and double check our flight plan. It was part of our cross-checking. We're going across the water here. What was our max landing weight? Our structural landing weight, 308. So we are we're getting close. We're estimated landing 298. They gave us about a 10,000 pound buffer for max landing weight and our planned landing weight. So I'm actually quite happy staying here at 29,000 feet. We could climb to 31, probably could squeak it out just fine. The box says we could do it. If we were tight on gas, I would consider that depending on what the winds were at 31. But right now, we'll go ahead and just hold off on the step climb. We'll maintain flight level 290. We've made up some time, though. We look like we're going to have a nice on-time arrival into Aruba. So that's good. Our weights are checked. Our fuel is checked. We'll make sure it's balanced here in just a minute. We're out over water's airspace. Right now we are, where were we coming up to? It was Robex. Miami fur boundary is going to be down here at Roderick. So We're still definitely out over the waters plus. Let's take a look at our map. And this is something that we would be doing on our actual iPads too. I mean, I could do it on the EFB, but I don't think this EFB supports the in-flight map, like, you know, just an overall map. I think it's just charts, right? So here we are going out over the middle of nowhere. We got another vAALer off our left. Man, he went way out there. So looking at possible contingencies right now, this is pretty much the worst possible spot you could be in. We're pretty much equidistant from, this looks relatively close. I think our main divert would be over here. What is this, St. George and Hamilton Island? So if we did have any issue right now, we would probably be diverting that direction, also because the wind is going to be pushing us that way. As we get a little bit further south, we're going to have to start looking at possible contingencies over here at Turks and Caicos. And then, you know, then you got the mainland. But if you had a fire or failure right now, you're probably thinking, head it out over here to Hamilton Island for sure. But that looks good. There's no weather along our route, so it's pretty benign. Like I said when we took off, this is the kind of weather you want to see when you go across water's airspace, because it just makes life so much easier when you're out here. Jim DH, welcome to Private Pilot. Glad to have you on board. Thanks for the support. Zach says, your thoughts on Luggage Works bags? If you have heard one, I'm looking. Oh, Zachary, yeah, I've had a Luggage Works bag for, oh man, forever. So I think the current one I have is over 11 years old. I know that. Still going strong. I have some bent frames, but I know you can get them fixed. But yeah, the Luggage Works I highly recommend, especially if you're doing a lot of flying. I have the smaller one. I know there's a large option. You can buy the, get a little bit of chop. I might have turned that seatbelt sign on. I know you can buy the, what is it, the large, is it the XL bag for Luggage Works? I've never needed it. I've seen some guys use it, but I use the regular smaller one. It makes it easier if you have to commute, or if you are sitting in a 737, God help you. You want the 737 mini-me size, because if you have to commute with the big bag, it makes it a little bit more cumbersome. But yeah, great bags. I have the metal frame, metal handle. I know the cool kids now are rocking the plastic, because everything these days is plastic and 2 engines, i.e. 787. So yeah, there's plastic. They're much lighter. I don't know the durability on those, but if I were to upgrade, and I actually do, not necessarily upgrade, but just replace mine. I was looking at replacing mine for Christmas, but then I was like, meh, I don't want to spend the money on another suitcase. Mine's still working. I would look. They have like a carbon fiber one that I think looks pretty cool. Maybe that's just a finish on it, but yeah, I have nothing bad to say about the Luggage Works bags. It couldn't have been the Angel Food Donuts. AJ, well, I haven't had Angel Food in a while. I miss it. I miss y'all up there in MSP. I got southbound this weekend. So yeah, my turns are Florida. I got Fort Myers and Orlando this weekend. No more going north right now. No more going north. I'm a snowbird. Vodka's on the merge with you? Sweet. So he's going to be joining the formation here pretty soon. You're looking at the 2273 bag. Yep, that's the exact one I have, Zachary, and it's awesome. I like it a lot. It's heavy. The metal one is heavy. I like it, but it's worth it. It will last you a very long time, especially if you take care of it. So, and they have replacement parts. If you bust a wheel up, or a ramper drops it out the tail cone of a CRJ, like what happened to mine, you can just get a real wheel replacement. A lot of the shops and the airports will even work on them. So if you got a long layover or a long connecting area, you can go to, if there's if the airport that you're in has a little center for the luggage bags or crew outfitters, they can work on them. You don't have snow up here anyways. I tell you what, AJ, I went outside today, well, just now for lunch, and man, it is cold out here. It's like 40 degrees in Atlanta. What's up with that? V1, you said you had a comms failure out here and no way of communicating with dispatch. How would you divert? Just to divert to FAP or APT. If you had 100% of comms failure and you had to divert, yeah, you got to aviate first, right? Aviate, navigate, communicate. So comms failure, yeah, you need to aviate. If you have to divert, where you're diverting to, navigate to that diversion, comply with, getting off the airway, descending, do what you need to do. There are procedures for emergencies when you're on the Waters Plus airspace, similar to NatTrax airspace. When you're out in the middle of nowhere and you have an emergency, there's, depending on which way you're going, you descend, you turn, get off the airway so you're not in anybody else's way, and then you would just continue on your diversion, and hopefully you can resurrect some type of communications with either dispatch or company or ATC, what have you. Yeah, it can be a pain. It can be a pain, but now would you aviate, navigate, and then communicate. Looks like the IRS isn't aligned. I have it set to instant. BombTech, make sure you're in your FMS, your McDo, you click Align IRS on that init page 1. On that init page 1, make sure you click Align IRS. All right, now before we get into this, all right, so we've kind of gone over that. We've looked at our diversion if we need one. What I need to do is go to this stream. I need to go to my, and I need to edit something real quick. And I need to pull up Green Dot Aviation's channel. I'm going to put a permanent link since he is going to be our official 2024 in-flight entertainment. Do this for him real quick. Or if you're on VATSIM, don't aviate, don't navigate, and don't communicate. Stephen, unfortunately, you are all too correct. All right, saving that. All right, good. Okay. How'd the tri-tip turn out? Oh my gosh, BKG, it was delicious, my man. It was absolutely delicious last night. I ate a little bit late, but 110% worth it. 110% worth it. What I did want to check though, let's check our fuel. Make sure everything is nice and balanced. So 816, 400 trim take, 13. Everything looks like it's burning good. We're balanced. For a second, I thought our APU was on. Is it supposed to be closed? I wonder if that's supposed to be inline green. I wonder if that should be closed. Almost looks like it's draining fuel out, but it's not right now. But I guess it's going here and then here. But I would expect that to be still closed. 42,000 pounds. Good. Fuel is on board and balanced. Well, that's really it. Nothing we need to. SPG. I used what I used last night. I used Texas beef. So, oh gosh, who makes what is the seasoning that makes they make SPG? Gosh, I can't think of it. Cosmo? Is it Cosmos? I use a Cosmos rub, and I use the one called Texas beef on the tri-tip. It's got a little bit of a sweetness to it, an ever so slight sweetness, and I like using that one on tri-tip because I pair my tri-tip with a little horseradish, so you get a little sweet and you get a little bit of that spice or a little of that tang from the horseradish. Oh yeah, it's good stuff, man. Zippy says, I got the bourbon, vodka's got the portable bar. B1 Nation cargo ops are effective. Yeah, you guys are going wild out there. I looked at that map. It's freaking conga line for days. All right. I don't know why the internet's giving us so many issues today, Chad. I still see it dropping frames. I don't know what that is. It's unfortunate. You know, it's a good thing I didn't. I was tempted because we've had so many streams with no drop frames. I almost was going to do a 60 FPS stream today. It's like, well, I'm going to try it. I'm going to up the bandwidth and do 60 FPS. But nope, good thing I didn't do that because Spectrum is absolute dog poo-poo and I hate them and I wish I didn't have to use them. And it's terrible. I don't know how far I have to go to be able to create stable content. It's unbelievable. Urban Air cargo for the 300. It'd be cool if you can customize the freight. Make some bourbon barrels. Too many people home for the holidays, Fubar? You might be right, man. You might be right. But we streamed all week with hardly 0 frame drops. So, I mean, the day after Christmas stream was like, didn't have a single frame drop. I don't know. I don't know, man. We're in the high-level clouds today, though, man. It's just looking good, though. That, I mean, I could just go to sleep to this window right here. I could just go to sleep to this. But I got my coffee. We can't go to sleep. I've had Spectrum once and absolutely hated them. I'm lucky to have AT&T. Yeah, Zach. Way to rub it in, man. Way to rub it in, Zach. I started this channel with AT&T Fiber. I was like, oh, look how sweet it is. I can stream from my house with AT&T Fiber. I'll create a channel. And then I moved, and I didn't have any internet. And then we moved again. And we had no internet there, so I bought an office. And that was actually really good. We had 0 issues at the V1 HQ in North Texas. Fiber line hooked directly into the connection there at the office. Beautiful. The V2 HQ out here in South Georgia, man, I don't know what's up with these Georgians, but they need to get this fiber laid out. I'm in a office building, and they don't even have stable connections. This week's times have been super sweet for me. I missed too many. Yeah, Dougal, I'm glad to have you on board, man. It's been good. Not enough forehead grease on that window, though. I know. Everyone's forehead grease on there. Ugh. Have you ever looked at T-Mobile home internet? Yeah, Jeremy, but it's just it's garbage out here. It's just garbage. It's not good. Not for streaming anyway. You know, and I have Starlink at home at the house now, and it's good. It's fast. It's quick. But you can't. You have to have. I don't want to say you have to have, but you really need to have a wired connection for live streaming. I don't care what anybody says. If you want to have stable upload at 60 FPS, 1080p and above, it has to be a wired connection directly to either a fiber line or a dedicated. I mean, I know this is a coax, and I know it can work, but I don't know if it's just not dedicated or what. Maybe it needs to be a dedicated line. I don't know. No Google, nope, no. I have searched high and low for fiber options here and just do not exist. Ever considered dial-up? Yeah, we'd really have some frame drop. We'll be hosting a Frame Gen Mod Masterclass. Brian, there's been so many videos on YouTube. I don't think I will, but you have to look at, I would say make sure you have enough VRAM on your card. If you have a 3080, 3090, I think you're going to be set, depending on, and if you have VRAM, if you have enough VRAM, it should be just fine. If you have a low VRAM card and it's an RTX series, you need to turn that LOD down to minimize, I think, some stuttering. Turn the LOD down, and yeah, then it's pretty straightforward. You download a file, you compress it, put it in your exe folder where the Microsoft is, and then you enable hardware accelerated GPU rendering on the desktop and DirectX 12 on Microsoft options, and then you should be able to good to go. But the hardest part for me was finding my exe file for Microsoft Flight Sim. I didn't have the Xbox app installed, and so I never updated anything, right? So it was locked, hard coded away, and I couldn't access it. So then I ended up downloading the app, and then when I downloaded the Xbox app, I was able to move part of my install, and then I was able to access that folder and do the mod. So fiber options always exist. It's so your wallet that might not. AJ, I don't think they do, dude. Honestly, I would have paid for fiber to be laid down my street. I've messaged and emailed AT&T. I was like, look, I will pay the bill to have fiber run down this street. I mean, there's 2, 4, 6, 7 houses on this one street that I live on. Now, we don't live in a subdivision or anything, but I mean, 7 or 8 homes. I mean, why? They all would do it. So, but don't go with Xfinity. Yeah, they all suck. Every internet company sucks, except AT&T Fiber in the States anyway. In the States, all of them, all the rest of them are just all the same. They all suck. When I had Spectrum, I had a coax. They'd constantly have to replace my line because water would get into it, and I'd have to come check it. Really, Zach? Huh. I wonder if that has something to do with it. Yeah, no Google Fiber. Nothing. One of my old jobs was planning out fiber lines. They'd never just do a dedicated fiber line for a rural street. Well, So, Steven, they have a fiber line going down the main road, and it stops right before our street. So it's like, what? And there were rumors that it was going to come down our way, and I don't know. I wonder how is Verizon internet? I don't know. But those are all satellite-based, cell phone-based internet providers. Like, it may be good for you at home, but as far as streaming, it will not be good for that. It will not be good for that. I know Verizon has Fios. My family had it at our old house, and it was really good. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Fios and stuff, but it's not going to be streaming. Microsoft Flight Simulator is not going to cut it on there. I mean, you're constantly downloading orthos, and what it really gets you is the upload speed. You need a stable 20 up 100% of the time. So I have 33 up right now. I have 33 up. I pay for up to 50 up, but it's never at 50. So right now I have a stable 30 to 40 upload speed, and it still fluctuates down to like 3,300, and then that's when you get the frame drop. Because right now, to stream 1080p at 30 FPS, you need about 5,000 kilobits per second. You need a steady stream of 5,000 or 5.6 up, steady, to not have frame drop. The answer, as Matthew Preffley said, yeah, it's AT&T Fiber is the only answer. Move one street back. Al, it's not that simple, Randy. There is no street back there. That's the thing. We are pretty rural. I pay for 300 up and get 300, 320. Nice. Steven, oh, really? Somebody had an individual line put into his Tahoe house? Dude, that is awesome. That is awesome. Hey, if I could do it, I mean, I would be like, hey, let's summon all the V1 members. I'll put a like a little money pot or whatever in the corner so we can see, like, pay for individual fiber line donation fund. Lack of alternatives is always primary enemy to good service. If there was an alternative, the service would not be tolerated. Exactly, V2 plus 10 and I'm the only one that uses this service at this building because everyone else uses another one, and it's terrible. They all say it's terrible. So I was like, well, I don't want to just do what everyone else is doing that's terrible, so I looked to see who else had options here. And I went with the Spectrum because they didn't have a contract. There is one other alternative that they have. It's a possibility, but I don't know. It's a hybrid fiber line, and I don't know if it would work, and I'd be locked into a 12-month contract. See, this one I can just back out, and depending on what's happening this year in 2024, I don't want to be locked out on any contract because there might be some more changes coming. So makes me want to go play a game of Monopoly. AT&T said it was available at my house after months of getting pushback. They finally came here for 5 minutes, and it's only at the box at the house behind me, 50 feet away. Wow. Comcast and CenturyLink where I live, and they're both atrocious. Yep, I've had both of those. I've had Comcast, CenturyLink, Cox, Xfinity, Starlink, Spectrum. What else have I had? I've had a lot of different companies. Can I ask when you stream? Just curious, because there is no internet at my house, Nate. Well, I mean, I have internet, but I have Starlink, but I can't stream. I cannot stream out of my house. So I do other things here at the office. I run, and it is V1 Nation is becoming a part-time job for sure. But yeah, I started the channel with home internet. I would never have started the channel without home internet. So once the home internet went away when we moved the first time, I was like, well, I don't want to give up. I don't want to give up on everybody that's been a fan of the channel. I mean, all the OGs remember that, and they were there for that. I went into a long period of darkness, like 6 months, no streaming. Of course, that was when Microsoft came out, right? So an opportunity to completely expand the channel and really have, really grow the channel at a rapid rate. That went out the window when Microsoft dropped because we were in between homes at the time. And then, yeah, pretty much. When do you do a step call? We already talked about it, Pascal. We're going to hang tight here at 29. We're burning. We want to burn a little bit more fuel. We want to lighten up a little bit. In other news, I've decided to enter hold to give you times to catch up. You're that far ahead? All right. Well, I think it's time for our in-flight entertainment. Oh my goodness. It gets me every time. Bare metal. Which, the PMDG 738, American had 738s in bare metal, right? I mean, I know they had bare metal, but they were the 738s. Yeah, that's all they have. So, man, we need to do some 738 bare metal. Recreate some of my commutes. Philly DFW, we should do like commute Fridays. And just fly an absolutely awful flight from Philly to Dallas on a bare metal 737. American had hundreds of seven. Yeah, that's right. So, do you all know why the bare metal is gone? There's actually a reason. I mean, we talked about it before. Maybe once we get a decent DFW. AJ, yeah. Once we get maybe inibuilds will drop a DFW. I mean, that's like American commercial right there. Heat? Nope. The plastic 787. Plastic 787 for sure. And when they acquired U.S. Airways with the Airbuses, the Airbuses cannot be bare metal because it's a hybrid fiber composite material. So you can't, there's no aluminum. So it's not even possible to have it. So they had to come up with a new paint scheme. But this was a strategic move by American when they did this paint scheme, the bare metal. Save weight on paint and money on paint too. So you save money on actually purchasing the paint to paint the airplanes, but you also save weight on the amount of paint. I mean, think about how much a paint can weighs. A couple pounds. So imagine how many cans of paint it would take to paint an airplane. It makes a difference. Makes a difference. But this is Airbus. Yeah. This is the OG Airbus. The newer ones, the 320s, 320 series. But I love the look of this airplane, man. I really do. Look at that. Look at that top-down view right there. I cannot wait for a 7.5. Can you imagine? We're going to do... I don't know when it will happen, but it's going to have to happen when everything is already out. We're going to have to do a retro week, maybe next holiday season. Because by the end of next year, we should have, emphasize on should, 757, a A300, what's it, the B4? Retro A300. We should have a Fokker 100. We have the A300. We're going to have to do an entire retro week just to remember this moment in 2023 come 2024. Maybe we'll do it this exact week. How about December, the week after Christmas in 2024 will be retro week. And we're just going to fly every retro airplane that's on the sim. Nate, yeah, the MD-11 kind of fell out of the news for sure. I don't know what happened to that. Chris, yeah, that wind noise is the sim. That wind noise is the sim. I don't know what it is. I thought it was the airplane, but it's definitely the sim. I mean, maybe it has something to do with the fact that it's... Well, actually, wind died down here. 71 knots. I like this. 71 knots. We're looking good. But, wow, frame gen just... frames are just cooking. 70 FPS. Just buttery smooth. I know you see a chop every now and then. That's still the frame drop. I mean, we're only at 3.2% drop frames, but whenever you see a hiccup, it is not the sim. It is the internet. So, all right. AAL 757 DFW to Quito. Speaking of 757s, chat, it is time Drum roll, please. Our first ever pre-release, soon to be a staple in 2024, in-flight entertainment system. So let's go ahead and hop into the airplane here. I know you can't see anything. I'm going to turn down this volume there. That should be plenty quiet, right? And I'll get better at this too. Ta-da! Now I'm going to figure out, I will make a better in-flight entertainment system at the end, or after this. But basically what we're going to do is, with his permission, at Green Dot Aviation, his link should be in the description. If you refresh the stream, you should see a link at the bottom of the description. He is going to be officially partnering with the channel as in-flight entertainment. So we're going to kind of go over. I really enjoyed what we did on that super long haul, which, I didn't want to play. I played like maybe 10-second clips here and there just because I was I wanted to get permission first before doing anything like that. And maybe we'll do a full-blown MH370. Maybe I got it when the 777 releases. Maybe we'll do that again. We'll do the Malaysia 370 video on the PMDG 777. But now that we have permission, and I can't wait to have him on. Hopefully we'll be able to have him on live the channel one time, and or a couple times. We're going to go through these videos. Now, what Green Dot Aviation does, if you're unfamiliar, is he basically researches incidents and accidents, some small, some rather large and high profile, and he recreates them in the simulators. Now, this one being a year old, it's probably going to be an X-Plane 11, but nevertheless, it does a really good job at showing you visuals of what's happening, and then I'm going to interject my thoughts from an actual, airline pilot mindset here, to interject and kind of add my thoughts to the video. So I think it's going to be fun. inibuilds is in chat. Damn, Captain, where'd you get the IFE mod? Hey, it was on that email that was sent to me, the NDA email. But yeah, we got the nice in-flight entertainment on this 300 today. So good to see it. inibuilds, loving the 300. It's doing awesome. This airplane is a whole lot of fun to fly. We were just admiring the outside view, just fantastic. It feels like pirated IFE. No, it's not. It's not pirated IFE. We have full support from Green Dot Aviation, so should be good to go. Let me make sure the volumes are up. Let me change this over here. A little bit about there, and that should be right about there. And let's go ahead and get into it. So this is the story of American 965, a 757.
Days before Christmas in 1995, the pilots of an American Airlines Boeing 757 wound up lost over the Andes Mountains in South America. Under pressure to make it to the airport quickly, they began to make mistakes. What started out as a simple lapse in judgment quickly snowballed into a series of critical errors, each one compounded by the one before it. In a few short minutes, these mistakes would result in the deaths of nearly everyone on board. Air crash documentaries often say that such and such an incident sparked a change in the aviation industry, but American Airlines Flight 965 is truly one of the few crashes which have had this effect. In this episode, we'll explore exactly why a stellar crew flying a state-of-the-art aircraft for one of the best airlines in the world made so many crucial mistakes. This is a story about the interaction between man and machine, and about the limitations of flight training. Above all, however, it is a story of human psychology. This is the story of American Airlines Flight 965.
All right, so couldn't have said it better. So this particular incident, 965, it really changed a lot of things that we do as crew members and as what aircraft manufacturers did to their airplanes, particularly the 75, and then a couple other airframes after that. Some actual hardware changes required, or I should say hardware, some actual aircraft changes that were required per the investigation. But what I also want to hit on is that this isn't, in today's, I say in today's day and age, but I feel like in a lot of recent incidents or accidents we look at, a lot of the crew, when they blame, they go, pilot error and this, well, this guy was inexperienced or low time first officer, low time captain. And while that is true, this is a story of how, no one is immune to making mistakes. Nobody. I mean, the very seasoned crew, arguably could be some of the best crew members on the fleet at the time. So to think it'll never happen to you, that is one of the hazardous attitudes that you can have as an airline pilot. So just wanted to hit that home because I know we do have a lot of pilots that watch this channel. Maybe some of you are aspiring to be pilots right now. But the it'll never happen to me attitude, you definitely got to check that, because as this accident proves, it definitely can happen and does happen to everyone. Wingnut, good to see you, man. Just joined the stream. Pax, yeah, we got the in-flight mod tonight, Wingnut. We got the in-flight mod.
American 965 departed Miami International Airport in Florida at 25 minutes to 7 in the evening on December 20th, 1995. It was bound for Cali, the third most populous city in Colombia. On board were 155 passengers and 8 crew. Almost all of the passengers were first and second generation immigrants returning to their families in Colombia for Christmas. Dozens of them were children, many of whom would be seeing their parents' home country for the first time. Each of the flight attendants was also Colombian and had been awarded the trip home by American Airlines so that they too could see their families for Christmas. The flight had actually departed 2 hours behind schedule because heavy snow in the northeast of the United States had caused nationwide air travel delays. Now that the flight was underway, the crew were eager to make up time en route. In command of the flight were Captain Nicholas Tafuri, 57 years old, and First Officer Don Williams, 39 years old. Again, air crash documentaries often like to make a big deal of the experience of the crews involved, but in this case, a big deal is warranted. Before joining American Airlines, Captain Tafuri had served for several years in the US Air Force, including as a reconnaissance pilot in the Vietnam War. He joined American Airlines in 1960.
Why can't I pin this message over here? Hold on. Why can't I pin the message, my own message, in the chat box? That is weird. Why can't I can't pin my own messages? Hold on. That is bizarre. Okay, anyway, continuing on. Departing way late. Music reminds me of Law and Order. I love it. I love this music.
69, and since then had amassed more than 13,000 flight hours, over 2,000 of which were in the 757. His safety record remained unblemished in all this time. He received excellent marks in training, and he was remarked on as an exemplary pilot by all who flew with him. His company records contain numerous letters from passengers and company employees who remarked on his performance. Tafuri had flown into Cali on 13 occasions before this flight. First Officer Don Williams' record was similarly outstanding. He had almost 6,000 flying hours under his belt, over 2,000 of which were on the 757. Before joining American in 1986, he had flown fighter jets in the US Air Force, where he also served as an instructor. In 1985, he was named Air Force Instructor of the Year. He was described by colleagues as professionally competent and appropriately assertive as a flight crew member. Williams had not flown into Cali before, but he had flown to other destinations in South America. I stress all of this experience because it makes the events which follow even more perplexing. In fact, the pilot's behaviour was deemed by some to be so out of character that a recent documentary has explored the possibility that exposure to toxins in the 757 cockpit had rendered them mentally incapacitated.
Okay, we're going to stop right here. This is huge. I actually believe, I am so glad that Green Dot brought this up. So this is a huge thing. I'll probably get my channel completely removed if anyone ever, if Airbus ever found out, or any of the Boeing. Toxic fumes in the cabin's a real thing, whether you want to believe it or not. Airbus has it, Boeing has it. I know firsthand of crew members who have died. I know firsthand crew members who have completely lost their marbles. And when I say lost their marbles, I mean been exposed to a fume event and then stripped all their clothes off and ran through the terminal. Like, that's what I mean. And it is real. It's a real thing. It happens. These companies are aware of it, and they don't do anything about it because money. Even the unions won't touch it because the biggest sponsor, or one of the largest sponsors to these union representations, are a lot of times the companies themselves that are aware of this issue. The only airplane flying right now that is not susceptible to toxic fumes in the cabin is the 787, where it does not use bleed air for ventilation. So I'm not saying that's what happened on this flight, but I'm not going to sugarcoat anything for you. Toxic fumes is a real thing. Basically what it is, it's a, depending on the aircraft, and without getting too far into it, too into the weeds, it's when oil is heated and then cooled and is exposed to moisture. That moisture burns off. It creates a, I have it in my phone. I can even read it to you. It creates a toxin. It's basically a, it creates a known carcinogen. Is that the right word I'm looking for? And it smells kind of like dirty socks. So the smell is dirty socks, and yeah, it's legit. So some companies gone so far as even changing the oil that they use so the smell doesn't, so you can't actually smell it, but it doesn't solve the issue. It just changes the way it smells. But it has to do with moisture getting into the oil and the oil being heated and cooled, and then that moisture being burned off as that oil heats up and then getting leaked into the bleed system. There's multiple ways that it can get into the cabin. That's the most common. Toxic fumes can also come from the FO eating Taco Bell. Jesus, Sean. All right, hold on. I want to try to, I want to fix this because I want to pin this message. Hold on. I got to restore my chat box here real quick, guys. I shut my chat box down. I'm restoring it because I want to be able to have full access to my own chat box here. Give me 1 second. Aha. All right, there we go. Pinned the message now. Wingnet says we had big oxygen contamination issues in the Hornet and T-45. Both use filtered bleed air to provide oxygen for the mask. Was a big problem for a lot of years. Wow, Wingnut. Wingnut, have you ever heard of Raptor cough? In the F-22, guys flying F-22, they call it like the Raptor cough. Is that related at all? Anyway, all right, let's continue. A couple of weeks ago, we took off. The pack smelled like a hotel heater that hadn't been turned on for a year. Don't think it was fume event, but I'm still wondering what it was. Went away quickly. Sam, it's very possible. It could have been. I don't know your aircraft and what oils or what how your bleed systems work necessarily, but it could have been. But it's not to be confused with, because there is a smell that happens when you descend through the ozone. So descending or climbing through the ozone, especially in the Airbus, you can almost smell it. It's just different. I don't know how else to explain it. I don't know the science behind it. But there are times where you can smell things that it's not a fume event, it's just moisture. Or if you're flying along and then you enter some heavy moisture in the clouds and then you can get that moisture smell in the airplane, that's normal. That's not a fume event. That's just the smell of moisture entering the packs, and you can literally smell the moisture that was in the air being evaporated. That's all that is. But a fume event's a little bit different. Fume event is definitely a serious issue, though. How common is it? Have you ever been exposed? I have been exposed, Devin. I've been exposed twice. I was never, I'm not going to get into that. I've been a part of a crew that did have a hospitalized crew member, though. So it is a real thing. Did I ever run through the terminal naked? No, I did not. And here's the other thing. It affects everybody differently as well. It's not, it's not a one size fits all. I talked to my buddy who's a super senior captain. He's I think single digits on the master seniority list at my airline. And he's like, well, I've been here for, 34 years, and the only thing I've ever smelled is a fart. So, I mean, you got those guys that never smell or get anything. But that's because everybody reacts differently. I also know someone who is still alive that has lost their medical completely because of this. Have passengers ever been hospitalized from it? Yes, Zach. So it can happen either way. It can happen depending on the airplane you're in. So in the Airbus, a Pack 1, if it comes from Pack 1, it's going to be smelled in the cockpit first. It's going to be a cockpit contamination. If it's a Pack 2 issue, you would smell it in the cabin first, as opposed to the cockpit. So that's where you got to come together as a crew and be like, hey, we're smelling something back here. I'm like, all right, let me try to isolate it. And there's also I don't want to rule out there are false alarms. Some crew members will think everything's a fume event, like, oh, well, this is a fume event, and I'm like, no, let me go say no, it's not. Or, I've been on a deadhead before where one of the flight attendants was like, oh, we're having a fume event. I'm like, no, No, this is not a fume event. Not smelling anything. I don't know what this is. I mean, airplanes sometimes smell some other things. Sometimes things happen. They smell weird, but this is not a fume event. So there are the false alarms too, but that's not to distract away from the possibility of it being a real event. How common is it? I don't really have the good data on that, so I don't want to speculate and give you wrong information, but I'll just tell you that I just want to let you know it's a real thing. And I actually don't even really want to talk about it much further just because of repercussions that could come down on me. I mean, I'm not on any NDA or anything like that, but it's one of those things where it's big money behind it that shuns it. So we'll continue. Can you guys hear it okay?
For reasons we'll go into, I don't consider this a likely explanation for the accident, but we'll return to this theory towards the end of the video. The aircraft being used for this flight was a Boeing 757, a modern aircraft in 1995 with an excellent safety record. American Airlines used the 757 for almost all of its Latin American routes, in part because its technological sophistication provided an additional margin of safety. The 757 had a glass cockpit with all of the most modern navigational equipment, including a global geographic database and GPS technology. These were useful in South America, where infrastructure was often poor, and where controllers, with their limited English, were of little help.
That's a big deal.
American Airlines considered their...
That's not a knock on South America or English or countries that don't have English as your first language. It's an actual real threat. You have to brief it. I've been to Cali. I've flown to South America quite a bit. I did a lot of Latin America last year. I don't know if you remember. I was in the Discord showing you guys pictures of Colombia and everything. I was flying down there quite a bit. But that's a real thing. It's a real threat. And there are phraseologies that are different, specifically in South America, that are contradictory to what we use in North America. So if you're unaware of these small things, you can get yourself in a deviation or in a bad situation like that. I mean, it's the controller will say something that means something different in South America than what you are programmed to think it means flying up in North America all the time. So, that's definitely a threat. It's a good thing he brought that up.
Their South American operations to be so much more hazardous than the rest of their routes that pilots who flew there also received special training on the dangers and demands of operating in the continent. This training was not even required by law, but American Airlines considered that it was necessary. The introduction to the guide pilots were handed out contained the following guidance. Flights into Latin America can be more challenging and far more dangerous than domestic flying or the highly structured North Atlantic European operation. Some Latin American destinations have multiple hazards to air operations, and air traffic control facilities may provide little assistance in avoiding them. En route and terminal radar coverage may be limited or non-existent. Mountains, larger and more extensive than anything you've probably ever seen, will loom up around you during descent and approach, and during departure. Communications, navigation, weather problems, and air traffic control philosophy peculiar to Latin America may conspire with disastrous consequences. As if this wasn't ominous enough, the introduction went on to say, "There are many hazards in this environment, but the greatest danger is pilot complacency. From 1979 through 1989, 44 major accidents involving large commercial aircraft occurred in South America. Of these 44 accidents, 34 were attributable to pilot error, or were pilot preventable with proper situational awareness." Given their
an example of what I was saying there about who asked that question, an example of misunderstood phraseology. The most common one I can think of off the top of my head is, say, American 965 cleared to Bogota, or American 965 cleared to Cali. Okay, he's giving you a clearance to Cali, but not direct to. So in the 48 states, you say American 965 clear direct Kennedy, you'd go down your box direct to Kennedy. In South America, direct Cali, that's not necessarily fly present position direct Cali. It's telling you, or the controller is telling you, your clearance limit is Cali. So he wants you to fly your flight plan route to Cali, not present position direct Cali. So that's one right off the top of my head that I forget who asked that, but yeah, that's a clearance that you can get. That, I mean, especially, you know, if you're coming in, you're all aware of it, and there's only 3 people on the frequency, you know, it's easier to not mess up. But if you're in a situation where you're confused about something else, there's a lot happening, you're in a high workload environment with the phase of flight you're in, and then you get a clearance, you're going to revert back to what you're most comfortable with, what's your base layer of understanding and knowledge. And when you hear cleared direct to Cali, and for every other time you fly, that means direct to in the box, and you go there. Not in South America. That's not correct.
Excellent records. Captain Tafuri and First Officer Williams should have been perfect for the job. However, as we'll come to see, even the best pilots are still human, and the threats posed by flying into Latin America were primarily threats to weaknesses in human psychology. For the first 2.5 hours, the flight progressed as normal. Shortly before 9:30 that night, as they were about to begin their descent, the pilots began briefing their arrival into Cali. Their plan was to carry out an ILS approach to runway 01, which involved flying down a valley past the airport and then doing 180-degree turn to line up with the runway and land. This approach would involve them flying directly between 2 mountain ranges which ran north to south. To the west, on the right-hand side of the aircraft, the mountains averaged around 6,000 feet, whereas to the east, they averaged 12,000 feet, with many peaks stretching far higher than that. In the dark, the pilots had no way of seeing these mountains. The only way they could stay on the right flight path was by following a series of radio beacons down the middle of the valley. Normally, air traffic control would have been able to keep an eye on the flight and alert the pilots if they had veered off course. But 3 years previously, a terror group had blown up the radar installation at Cali. This meant that the controllers had to rely on position reports from pilots to track the aircraft in their airspace. If any aircraft strayed off course, or didn't report their position accurately, air traffic control would simply have no idea where they were. For this reason...
So, just to add a little bit to that, in the United States, and I would wager to say in Europe, maybe some of you Europe flyers can chime in on this too, but especially in the North America, even Mexico is pretty good now. Canada definitely is good. You've got really reliable radar coverage for the most part. Not everywhere, but for the most part. South America, as you see on this incident here, I mean, I know this was a while ago too, but there is a lot of gray zone or a lot of dead areas for controllers. They don't see you on radar. So especially when, like he mentioned too, going into those very high terrain, you start dipping below the terrain or you get terrain masks. It's a completely different ball game. So that warm blanket feeling of, oh, we're in radar contact, the controllers got me, not so much down here.
The pilots of American 965 had to navigate without the last line of defense of air traffic control. In the dead of night, as they began their descent, they had to rely entirely on their navigation instruments to fix their position. In a modern aircraft like the 757, however, this should not have been a problem. The plan was to fly first to a waypoint called Tulua, which was situated 61 kilometers north of the airport, then to another waypoint called Roseau, which was located just to the north of the runway. From there, the pilots would circle around and fly an ILS approach to runway 01. At just after 9:30, Captain Tafuri contacted Cali Approach Control.
Buenas noches, Senor. American 965, leaving 230, descending to 220. Go ahead, sir. The distance DME from Cali? The DME is 6'3".
DME stands for Distance Measuring Equipment, and it enables pilots to determine how far they are from radio beacons whose frequencies they've tuned to their navigation radios. This distance is displayed in the cockpit, here. When Captain Tafuri said he was 63 DME from the Cali beacon, which is about 120 kilometers, he would have been reading it from this display. The adjacent dial, known as the ADF, or Automatic Direction Finder, displays the direction to the beacon. Throughout their approach, the pilots would be making intensive use of these instruments, as well as the navigation display, which displays all of this information in map format. The controller then cleared them for the approach into Cali.
Roger, is cleared to Cali via war. Descend and maintain 15,000 feet. Altimeter 3002. No delay, expect for approach. Report Tulua via war.
VOR stands for Very High Frequency Omnidirectional Radio Range. It's a common type of navigation beacon which pilots can tune into using their onboard navigation radios. The controller was asking the pilots to report when they passed the Tulua VOR, because without radar, he had no other way of tracking the aircraft. All was well in the cockpit at this point. The atmosphere was calm, and the pilots were ahead of their aircraft, in the sense that they knew what the next steps were to be over the coming minutes. This order would soon break down with disastrous consequences. All of this started with a simple misunderstanding. When the captain read back the instruction from air traffic control, he said,
Okay, understood. Clear direct to Cali via war. Report to Lua and altitude 15, that's 15,000. 3002. Is that all correct, sir? Affirmative,
said the controller. It wasn't that the pilots misheard anything the controller said. Their readback was correct, and the controller confirmed this. But their lack of familiarity with radio phraseology in South America meant that they misunderstood something subtle but important. In the United States, when a controller tells a pilot that he is cleared to a certain beacon,
this is what we're just
that
talking
means
about.
He's cleared directly to that beacon. In South America, however, when a pilot is cleared to a beacon, that doesn't necessarily mean that that beacon is their next stop, but rather that it is the end point of this particular clearance. There may still be other beacons on the way, which...
Correct. So this is exactly what I just talked about. This is why I like Green Dot. I mean, he obviously does his research, and he understands... I'm not saying that anybody else doesn't do their research, but I mean, it's good information. So what he's referring to is a clearance limit. So when the controller comes on and says you're cleared direct Cali VOR, that's your clearance limit. You're cleared to the VOR, but you're not cleared to the Cali airport. You have to get an approach clearance. So the clearance limit, if any of you real pilots in there, remember your what is it? Clearance limit craft, CRAT clearance, and then you like the part of your clearance is your clearance limit, where you're cleared to. It's normally in the U.S. it's your destination. You're cleared to Aruba via the Kennedy 5, yada yada yada. In this case, picking up with control in Cali, you're cleared to the Cali VOR. That's as far as you can go until you get clearance to the airport. Sam, there's Bahamas. Yeah, Bahamas has questionable coverage too, but like you said, yeah, it's low terrain, not too much to worry about out there. But yeah, South America, different ball game. We should do the Mentor 447 one. No, Scotty too. So I've got exclusive permission from Green Dot Aviation to bring him on as our 2024 in-flight entertainment sponsor. So that's why we're doing it. I mean, maybe I can reach out to Mentor and see if he says too, but I'm just happy enough to use Green Dots. So he's our 2024 in-flight entertainment sponsor. John says, so confusing, the fact that the pilot thought of thinking about 12,000 feet meant altitude was on his mind. Yeah, I mean, you can start to see the wheels turn, right? These are the wheels on the bus start going round and round when they get this clearance.
So they must pass over first. In this case, when the controller cleared the pilots to the Cali beacon and asked them to report passing the Talua beacon, what he meant was that they were cleared all the way to the Cali VOR, but that they would first have to pass over Talua and report when they had done so that the controller would know where they were. The pilots were unfamiliar with this subtle difference, however. They believed they were being cleared directly to the Cali VOR, and that they didn't have to fly over Talua, but only report when they were passing by it. The captain reached down to press the Direct To button on his flight management computer, and set his aircraft on a straight path to Cali, erasing Talua and Roseau from the route.
Uh-oh.
This small mistake had now set the stage for disaster. About a minute later, the controller offered the pilots a shorter route to the airport.
Now, what's interesting, and I didn't really think about this before, is whenever you do a direct to, it doesn't, and I'm sure American had this. I mean, I'm not sure. I would imagine they've had this. I mean, it's been a thing since I ever entered commercial aviation, is whenever you get a clearance change in the box like that, you always want the other pilot to verify it. So short of getting, you're alone or something, and then maybe the other pilot's in the laboratory, you always confirm. So the fact that we don't know if they confirmed it or not with each other, but neither the captain nor the first officer realized, hey, that was a clearance limit, not necessarily cleared direct to. So it's just interesting that just was omitted from both of their minds.
Sir, the wind is calm. Are you able to approach runway 19er?
This was a tempting proposition to the pilots. They were well behind schedule, and a straight-in approach to runway 19 would save them from having to circle to land in the opposite direction.
Get-there-itis.
However, they were already quite close to the airport, and a short-notice change of plan like this would increase their workload dramatically. If they took the controller's offer of a straight-in approach to runway 19, they would have to find and go over the approach charts to runway 19 and the associated radio frequencies, headings, altitudes, and missed approach procedures, enter all of this into the flight management computer, recalculate their required airspeeds, altitudes, and flap settings for each part of the approach, and start descending quickly, all while maintaining communication with air traffic control. This was a lot to do in a short period of time. They had already prepared all of this for runway 01 before their descent, so a change in plans at this point would put them under considerable pressure. However, both pilots were keen to shave off a few minutes from their already late flight. Captain Tafuri asked the first officer if he wanted to give it a try, and Williams said that while they'd have to scramble to get down, they could do it. Tafuri relayed this.
Two pilots doing it like, hey, we could do it, we can make it. Let's see if we can make it happen.
Saying that they would accept the approach to runway 19, but they'd need to be cleared to descend immediately. Now the pressure was on, and it was entirely self-imposed. First Officer Williams reduced the power and deployed the speed brakes to help the aircraft descend quickly. The controller cleared them for the approach, saying,
American 965 is cleared to VOR DME approach to runway 19er, Roso number 1 arrival, report to Lua VOR. Cleared the VOR DME to 19, Roso 1 arrival, will report the VOR, thank you sir.
Said Tafuri.
Report to Lua VOR.
The controller reminded him.
Report to Lua.
Tafuri confirmed. While the flight crew had put this pressure on themselves to, in the words of the first officer, scramble to get down, there was nothing stopping them from reassessing the situation and deciding that, actually, they'd be better off to do the original approach to runway 01, which they had...
I'm glad he brought this up here real quick. I want to interject a personal experience myself. So, when you have an experienced crew like this, you get an option, hey, they want to take runway 19, it'll be shorter. You both know it's going to be more work, but because you're relying or you're looking at your own experience in the aircraft, in that situation, you can do it. It's almost like, hey, this is what we get paid to do. Let's make it happen. We can save a few minutes. We know we can do it. We have our experience to look back on, saying, I know the performance of this aircraft. If we can descend now, we got this. But what Green Dot also said here just after that is, like, at any time during this, if you realize that, like, hey, maybe that was a hasty decision, let's back out of it. And I actually had this a similar scenario, nowhere near as dangerous, going into Cali at night in the mountains here. But we were coming down on arrival, and it was just a ton of weather. And the controller gave us, hey, do you want to? We were actually landing in. Oh gosh, what's the name of that? We're going to fly over it. One of the airports down here on the island chain here. Our flight plan going down to Aruba. We're going to go right over the top of it. I'll think of it in a second. But we're coming in at night, and I was like, yeah, let's do it. We can make it. So we started down, speed brake out, and then I immediately looked at the profile, and I was like, man, it's almost 10 o'clock at night. I got to turn the autopilot off to get full speed brake here in this 320. Let's back out of it. Let's forget it. So we actually canceled that. I was like, look, actually, let's not do this. We'd like to stick with our original approach plan. The controller's like, that's no problem. Just maintain this altitude, and you can prepare for the full approach going the other direction. And we actually backed out of that exact scenario that Green Dot's talking about. And it was because I had the experience on the airplane. I knew the airplane could do it. But once I got in the process of doing it, I was just like, you know what? What is the big difference? We're going to save 5 minutes maybe? Let's keep everything a little bit more in the middle of the green instead of pushing that envelope to the edge of the green. You're not going out of the green by doing any of these things, but you're moving that needle. You have that, your oil temperature gauge on a 172 is a white needle and a green arc. And if it's right in the middle, you're good to go. But, if you push it all the way to the edge of the arc, it's still in the green. Maintenance is going to tell you to still go, but you're kind of pushing it, right? So why move that needle when you don't have to?
Had already prepared for. Besides, Captain Tafuri had flown to Cali 13 times previously, and on these occasions he had mostly landed on runway 01. It was clearly the safer option. Yet, at no point did the crew reconsider their decision to land on runway 19. Ironically, the very fact that they were so busy preparing for this new approach is what stopped them from being able to step back and ask whether they could even make it. They put themselves under pressure and started to develop tunnel vision. They became fixated on trying to make this new approach work, and in doing so, became blind to all of the reasons that this was a terrible idea.
That's a good
point. But their fate was not sealed yet. Most rushed approaches end up in successful landings.
Correct.
A few more things had yet to go wrong on Flight 965. The controller had told the pilots to report when they had passed the Tulua VOR. This surprised them, because as far as they were concerned, they had been cleared directly to Cali. When the captain had entered Cali into his flight management computer and pressed execute, both Tallulah and Roseau had disappeared from the route and had been replaced with a straight line directly from the aircraft's present position to Cali. Now the pilots were confused. They had to tell the controller when they were passing Tallulah, but they had now lost track of where Tallulah was. And what's more, they had no idea what the Roseau 1 arrival they had just accepted entailed. The Roseau 1 arrival is a standard arrival into runway 19 at Cali. If the pilots had had time to brief this approach, they would have known that this would involve them flying first to Tallulah and then to Roseau, which was located just before the runway threshold. However, as they hadn't briefed the approach beforehand, they didn't know that Tallulah was a part of it. They assumed that they could fly directly to Roseau. In the only acknowledgement during the whole approach that the time pressure they had put themselves under might make an approach to runway 19 impossible, Tafuri said,
"The Roseau 1 arrival, we have time to pull that out?"
That should be a red flag right there. Anytime you have to ask yourself or your first officer or the first officer is asking you, do we have time to pull that out? Do we have time to brief that? Do we have time to do that? That should be a red flag right there. Like, hey, what do we do? Let's reassess here. Take a step back. Remove yourself from the tunnel vision that's starting to form and reassess from a broader angle.
As he said this, he pulled out the approach charts to runway 19 at Cali, and spotting the Roseau 1 arrival, said,
"And Tallulah 1 Roseau, there it is. Yeah, see that
Man,
comes
look at
off
those
Tallulah."
old jet charts. That's cool.
Finally, he'd realised that Tallulah was the first beacon on the Roseau 1 arrival, and that's why the controller wanted him to report passing it. However, during all of this rushing, he'd lost track of where he was in relation to Tallulah. He figured that it would be much easier to simply forget about Tallulah and just go straight to Roseau. He got on the radio and said,
"Can American Airlines 965 go direct to Roseau and then do the Roseau arrival, sir?"
This request made no sense to the controller.
Made no sense to the controller in South America, but I will tell you in North America, I've made this exact request. I'm sure it was LA at some point. We're coming down on arrival and hit direct to, but then we cleared out like a few fixes that we, what was it? I mean, it's happened multiple times, but a common scenario is like you're coming in on arrival, maybe you get vectored off, and then so you clear up the box, you clean up the box, you're on a vector, and then they say, okay, now proceed back direct to this fix. You're like, well, we don't have that fix. Can we just go direct to this fix instead? It happens in the U.S., it happens in North America. I don't want to say frequently, but it does happen. I've experienced it. I've done it, and it's not so far out of the norm. You got to remember where you're flying. We're down here in South America. It's a little bit different ball game.
The Roseau 1 arrival ended at Roseau. It didn't make sense that the crew wanted to do the arrival from Roseau. However, the controller's English was poor, and he wasn't able to express his confusion over the captain's strange request. So he simply said,
"Affirmative, take the Roseau 1 and runway 19er. The wind is calm." "All right, Roseau, the Roseau to 19. Thank you, American 965.
Captain's hearing what he wants to hear, not what the controller's
The controller
saying.
then followed this up with an inconvenient,
"Thank you very much. Report to Tallulah, 21 miles, 5,000 feet.
He still wanted the pilots to report that they had passed Tallulah before going to Roseau, but the captain had other plans. He was simply going to ignore Tallulah from here on. Unbeknownst to the pilots, they had already passed Tallulah and were...
Just to kind of pause this here as we get through the halfway point, just take a minute. Look where they're flying. You see this terrain map? Like this is, you're not going into Plainfield, Illinois. You're not going into Oklahoma City. You're going into Cali, Colombia. Look where you're descending. There's a reason Tallulah's here, a Roseau's here, because you are in a very significant valley that's terrain mapped here.
Speeding down the valley towards the airport. Without radar, the controller had no idea that the pilots had passed Tallulah either.
So they got no radar. The controller
Now
doesn't
the plan
know
of
they're
the
past
cockpit was to
Tallulah.
fly straight to Roseau and continue to the runway from there. The pilots began to set this up on their flight management computer, which contained a database of all the navigational aids in the world. American Airlines had chosen the 757 for its Latin American routes, in part because its advanced navigation and autopilot systems would improve the safety margins there. But, in an unfortunate twist, this ended up having the opposite effect on this flight. The captain entered the letter OR for Roseau into the flight management computer, and 2 pages of waypoints starting with the letter OR were displayed. Normally, the nearest one would be displayed.
Can't imagine having 2 pages with the same fix. I mean, I get frustrated when I see 4 fixes that are the same. You get like a 3-letter identifier, you put it in there, it's like, oh, geez, which one is it? And if you're not aligned yet, you got to look at the frequencies or the lat long. Imagine having 2 pages of the same fix pop up. Jeez.
At the top. But because of the way the navigation database had been set up, the first waypoint displayed was in fact a waypoint called or Romeo, and not Rosso. This was located about 250 kilometers behind the pilots and to the left, near Colombia's capital city of Bogota. When the captain saw this letter or at the top of the list, he believed that this was Rosso, because Rosso was identified by the letter or on his navigation charts. Second, he knew from his experience with the computer that the closest beacon usually appears at the top of the list.
Usually.
And finally, both Romeo and Rosso had the same radio frequency of 274 kHz.
Jeez.
Really, there was very little to indicate to Captain Tafuri that the or he had selected was in fact Romeo.
You put a bunch of pilots in the same exact scenario, same mental state, I bet you at least half of them do the same exact mistake. Same frequency, same identifier letter, and it's only 200. I mean, it's the fact that it was that close is just, that's where the Swiss cheese begins to line up, AJ. That is where the Swissing starts to happen. Crazy.
132 nautical miles behind him. Except, there was one thing, and an important thing at that. When Tafuri pressed the key beside the letter or in order to select it, a dotted line appeared on the navigation display in front of him, which previewed the path the plane would take to Romeo. If the captain had selected Rosso, this would have been more or less a straight line in front of the plane, but this is not what appeared on the display. Had the captain or the first officer looked at this display, they would have seen that the waypoint they had selected could not be Rosso, but neither of them confirmed this.
Again, that's the second time they've both
There was one
not
more chance the
confirmed.
pilots had to notice their mistake immediately. As soon as Captain Tafuri pressed the execute button on the flight management computer, the plane began a sweeping left-hand turn towards Romeo. Neither pilot noticed that the plane had begun this turn. Without any reference to the horizon outside their windscreens, the only way they'd be able to see that they were turning was on the ADI, or Attitude Director Indicator. It is likely that the pilots were so preoccupied with setting up their aircraft for landing on runway 19 that they simply did not notice that they'd entered a turn.
All right, this is where, and like I never want to armchair quarterback. You don't want to, this is a loss of life accident. I think everybody but one person survived this, right? I think there was only one survivor. Is this the one? Man, who's flying the airplane? Who's flying the airplane when this is happening? You know, I'm not saying that to be like, oh, I'm all high and mighty, I'm always flying. No, I mean, there have been times in my career where I've realized both of us are heads down. Both of us are looking at the box. We're trying to fix something, or captain's trying to fix something that I messed up, or I'm trying to fix something that the first officer's messed up. Like, it's happened, and it will happen. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when it will happen to you. It's part of the job. We do our best to not allow this to happen, but to enter a 110 degree turn over massive terrain at night is just, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch. Wingnut says, this hurts to watch. I get now why our sim-IPs are so draconian about making sure any waypoint we go to is displayed on the map. Yes, Wingnut, you're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely right. This part right here, it hits home, because there are those that have and those that will. It just so happens that this crew, albeit extremely experienced, it happened to them at the worst possible time, worst possible moment. The VOR, or the R fix, the Rosso fix, Romeo, same frequency. Everything's lined up now. Everything is lined up. Sam says, I totally see how they could skip the confirming when they knew ATC has been expecting them to go there for 30 seconds. You get flustered. You're right. You're right. They're flustered. They're hustling down, right? Remember, it all started when they wanted to hustle down. They're flustered. ATC is expecting them to go there. They asked for a special clearance to go direct Rosso, because can we just go direct Rosso? We just need to go there. And then, 30 seconds goes by, like Sam says. You're like, yeah, we need to go to Rosso. Let's go. Get it in the box and let's go. Holes are lining up on the Swiss cheese model.
The pilots were now about to get hopelessly disorientated. By ordering the plane to fly directly to the Romeo waypoint, they had removed all reference to Tuluá, Rosso, and Cali from the navigation displays. They had also pointed themselves over 90 degrees to the left of where they thought they were headed. The pitch black night obscured the towering mountains around them, and on their navigation display was nothing but blackness and a single magenta line stretching out over 100 miles.
What did we say on the TBM and chill stream? Mountains are black at night. Can't even see them.
About a minute after the turn started, when the plane was heading east, the first officer lifted his head from the checklist and said, where are we? We're going out to... Realizing that they had lost track...
Red flag number 2. Where are we? Do we have time for that? Do we have time for this? Do we have time to brief this? Do we have time to pull this out? That's red flag number 1. I'm just red flags for communication. Where are we? That should be another red flag. Anytime you hear that in your cockpit, whether it's you asking that question or someone's asking it to you.
Track of where they were, the captain responded, "Let's go right to Tallulah first of all, okay?" "Yeah, where are we headed?" responded Williams. The captain said, "Let's go right to Tallulah," not realizing that Tallulah was in fact now to his left. Neither he nor the first officer had noticed that the plane was now flying east, not south. In their rush to set up an approach to runway 19, the crew didn't realize that they had already passed Tallulah. They thought they were north of Tallulah, and that they had done a slight turn to the left, which a right-hand turn back to Tallulah would rectify. When Tafuri entered Tallulah into the flight management computer, this time he did check the navigation display. However, he didn't understand what it showed him. It showed that Tallulah was to the left of the aircraft. Tafuri was expecting to see it in front of him, as he had still assumed that they were far further up north of the valley than they really were, and they were heading south down it, and that Tallulah was still ahead of them. In his mind, this dashed line was nonsensical. It appeared to be taking them into the mountains to the west on their right. In reality, it indeed led directly back to Tallulah. Wanting to double-check whether the waypoint he had tuned was indeed Tallulah, he listened to the Morse code broadcast by the beacon. Indeed, it clearly said ULQ, which was the 3-letter identifier for Tallulah. "Okay, I'm getting it," he said, listening out for ULQ. "It just doesn't look right on mine." The reason it didn't look right in his display was that he had no idea where...
That's another red flag. That's 3 verbal red flags. It doesn't look right to me. If it doesn't look right to you, there's probably a reason it doesn't look right. Either you're confused or the airplane is in a position that you don't think it's in. So that's 3 verbal red flags we've had now.
Where his plane was. He was expecting to see Tallulah straight ahead of him, but instead it was behind him and to his left. By this point, travelling at over 400 kilometers an hour, the plane had crossed over a mountain ridge and into another valley. All this time, the aircraft had been descending lower. Soon, it would be well below the mountain peaks surrounding it. First Officer Williams had now caught up with his aircraft and understood where the plane was in relation to Tallulah. "Left turn, so you want a left turn back around to ULQ?" He began to turn left, heading back towards Tallulah, but the captain interrupted. "No, hell no. Let's press on to... Well, we're... Press on to where, though?" "Tallulah," replied Tafuri. "That's right. You... But it wasn't a right turn. The first officer had correctly identified this moments ago. Nonetheless, he began turning the aircraft to the right anyway. The pilots were still confused. "Where are we going?" "1, 2, come to the right. Let's go to Cali first of all. We got f***ed up here, didn't we?" "Yeah. Go direct CLO. Come to the right now. Come to the right now."
All right, so Captain's starting to have a moment of clarity here. He's realizing he doesn't know where they are. So he says, let's get to a position that we know we need to go to. So CLO, let's go there. Now he's saying go to the right at this point, and at this point, I mean, they're already in that right turn. But all right, it's starting to open up for the captain now.
The crew were hopelessly lost. They were still descending at 2,700 feet per minute, with their engines on idle and the speed brakes fully extended. Despite the confusion over where they were while in the middle of a mountainous area, they were still committed to getting down quickly so that they could make an approach to runway 19.
Bo, I'm going to stop here because to answer your comment, you had a good point. So what do you do if you're in this position you realize? So Bo, at this point, if you realize this, especially considering you are in the mountains of South America, you immediately stop descending, number 1. You stop descending. That's the first thing you do. They're still idle thrust, full speed brake, trying to get down because remember, you go all the way back to the beginning of this where they started that approach. Like, yeah, we can do it. I know this airplane. It's a beast. Let's go ahead and get down. Well, now that's coming back to bite them because they're not where they thought they were. So when you realize that you're not where you thought you were or you're supposed to be, first thing, stop descending, especially at night over terrain. Second thing would be to climb. Get climbing up to a safe altitude. Once you're doing those two things, now you take steps to reorient yourself. Where are you going? Talk to ATC, look at the box, build your situational awareness back. So that would be a way to remedy that.
Their decision to ignore Tallua and go straight to Roseau was in direct contradiction with the training they had received from American Airlines, which told them that in South America it was extremely dangerous to deviate from the published standard arrival routes. The crew had no idea that while they were trying to fix their location, they had crossed over into a parallel valley. A mountain range now lay between them and the airport. They tuned their navigation radios to the Cali beacon, CLO, and began heading for the airport. Captain Tafuri then contacted air traffic control.
An American 38 miles north of Cali, and you want us to go to Tallua and then do the Roseau to the runway, right? Runway 19?
This seemed strange to the controller. 2 minutes earlier, the pilots had told him they were 38 miles from Cali. How were they still 38 miles away? The answer, of course, was that the pilots had turned away from the airport since their first position report, and had only now turned back towards it. The controller's English was not good enough for him to be able to express this concern, however, so he simply said,
You can land runway 19er. You can use runway 19er. What is your altitude and the DME from Cali? Okay, we're 37 DME at 10,000 feet. Roger, report 5,000 and final to 11, runway 19er.
Remember, the approach controller doesn't know where they are, though.
The captain turned to the first officer and said that they were heading in the right direction. But this was only slightly true. They were heading towards Cali, but not from the north, as they should have.
I know you keep asking about terrain maps, guys. They'll get to it in the video, but no, there was no terrain map right now. That comes in a minute here, so hold on to those thoughts about terrain map.
Wanting to get them back on course, and heading directly south towards Cali, the pilots turned to the right. They agreed to forget about Tallua and to head directly to Roseau, which was on the extended centerline of runway 19. Meanwhile, the controller was becoming increasingly concerned about the crew's strange transmissions. He called them again.
965 altitude, 965, 9,000 feet.
Wanting to get a sense of whether they were too low given their distance, the controller said,
Roger, distance now?
In the cockpit, the ground proximity warning sensor detected the rapidly rising mountainside beneath the plane and warned the pilots.
Oh shit.
First Officer Williams immediately disconnected the autopilot, shoved the throttles to maximum power, and pulled the plane into a sudden climb.
Proper. That's good.
This was a violent maneuver. Everyone on board the plane was pushed into their seats as the engines roared and the plane started shuddering.
Pull up, baby,
shouted Tafuri. First Officer Williams was keeping the plane on a knife edge. He was climbing as fast as he could, keeping the aircraft just above stall speed. In its rapid climb, the speed started to drop, and the stick shaker activated, sensing an impending stall.
It's okay,
he shouted.
Okay, easy does it,
said Tafuri. For a moment the stick shaker stopped, and Williams said,
Nope,
and pulled back further on the...
Gives me chills to listen to this right now. Even though we're just, it's a sim recreation, but literally the hair standing up on my arms. So the first officer is doing a hell of a job. He's doing it right. He's confident in his abilities. He's executing the JIPWIZ, not the EJIPWIZ. He's executing the GPWS escape maneuver, Toga thrust, pitch up. And he's even he understands his stick shaker. He's not getting a stick shaker because he doesn't know what he's doing. He's commanding the absolute maximum performance the airplane will give him. And he is writing that line on the shaker. The shaker doesn't mean you're stalling necessarily. It'll go off before you stall. And he is aware of this, and he is doing this maneuver correctly and absolutely flying the snot out of this airplane to get him away from the ground.
Controls.
Up, baby,
shouted Tafuri.
More.
He was desperately watching the radio altimeter as the plane's height above the mountain drew ever closer to zero. The mountainside was rising more steeply than the plane could climb.
Up.
The plane then slammed into the side of the El Diluvio mountain. It ploughed through trees, breaking apart as it went. Most of the debris was catapulted up over the top of the mountain and began tumbling down on the other side before finally coming to rest. The impact killed nearly everyone on board instantly, including both pilots. Rescue teams were dispatched to the mountains shortly after the controller lost contact with the aircraft, but it took them until sunrise to finally locate the plane, almost 9 hours after it had crashed. Just 5 people survived the crash, one of whom died soon after reaching the hospital. With 159 people dead, This was the worst air disaster in Colombian history, and the second worst crash in American Airlines history. Investigators from the Colombian Civil Aviation Authority got to work immediately. The question they were faced with was how modern passenger aircraft, operated by one of the best airlines, and in this case, one of that airline's best crews, end up so far off the correct approach course. They received their answer pretty much in its entirety when they listened to the cockpit voice recorder recovered from the crash. This revealed the confusion in the cockpit in the flight's final minutes. After an extensive investigation, the final report into this accident concluded that the flight crew's loss of situational awareness during the approach to Cali was the primary cause of this crash. This all started when they accepted air traffic control's offer of a last-minute runway change and began rushing to set their aircraft up in time for landing. When the captain entered the letter OR into the flight management computer, he made two key errors. First, his decision to fly to Roseau and ignore Tuluá was against the training he'd received from American Airlines, which required crews operating in South America to stick rigidly to published approach procedures. Second, when entering the letter OR into the flight management computer, Captain Tafuri didn't confirm that he had selected the correct waypoint either with his first officer or by looking at the map display in front of him. Investigators concluded that these lapses were likely a result of the self-imposed time pressure the pilots were under to make a rapid approach to runway 19. This time pressure gave the pilots tunnel vision and led to them repeatedly trying to locate the Tuluá beacon, all while they were descending into a mountainous area miles off course. If they had taken a step back to examine their situation, they would have been able to see the perilous position they had put their aircraft in, and would have had the presence of mind to climb back up to a safe altitude to get their bearings. Investigators also noted that the flight crew's trust in the plane's highly reliable flight management computer had probably made them less likely to check that their inputs into it were correct. In older aircraft, the captain would not have accidentally pointed the aircraft towards Bogota, as he would have navigated to Roseau by tuning its radio frequency and confirming its direction and distance. He would also likely have discovered the true location of Tuluá by similar means. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, American Airlines pilot training on FMS-equipped aircraft encouraged pilots to use the automation to the greatest extent possible. This led to a culture of blind, or let's say partially sighted, adherence to the outputs of the flight management computer. Pilots were taught that if they followed the magenta line, they would stay out of trouble.
Children of the magenta line.
Pilots who learned to fly during this time would later be called Children of the Magenta by the now late Warren Vanderberg, a flight instructor at American Airlines. While Tafuri and Williams were experienced pilots who had flown far less automated aircraft than the 757, they nonetheless would have grown used to the reliability and comfort of this more sophisticated aircraft. Over time, as their trust in the computer increased, they may well have become less vigilant in their monitoring of it. On the night of this crash,
that's very true. It's complacency of your own aircraft. You trust your airplane, right? It hasn't betrayed you. It's got you out of situations before. I'm sure both of these pilots could have stories upon stories. I mean, y'all think I have stories. I can only imagine what this crew, what the stories they could have told in their history and their careers of flying. So you build that relationship with the airplane. I know it sounds kind of weird, but for those that are in the industry, you know what I mean, and it is a real thing. I remind myself, it's accidents like this where I remind myself in present day, like, hey, the Airbus has been good to me, but you have to remember at the end of the day, it is a machine, and machines make mistakes, or machines can. I shouldn't say that, because the machine didn't make a mistake. The machine did what it was told to do. It was the crew that started making the mistakes. But either way, you get what I'm saying.
This reliance on the FMC led to the aircraft turning more than 90 degrees and heading east for over a minute instead of south, all without the flight crew realizing anything was amiss. As a result of this crash, and similar ones around the same time, pilot training has been changed such that the emphasis is now on using the level of automation which is appropriate to the situation, rather than simply always resorting to the highest level of automation. In the case of American 965, this would have meant that as soon as the pilots realized they were lost, they should have ignored the flight management computer and put the aircraft into a climb before getting their bearings using their basic navigation radios, charts, and their compass. This simple change would have averted the entire accident and the loss of 159 lives. However, one of the most tragic and ironic conclusions of the report is that pilots cannot be expected to recognize that they have lost situational awareness, because in the stressful high workload environment during which situational awareness is most likely to be lost, the very stress that pilots are under prevents them from realizing that they have lost situational awareness.
That is such a good sentence right there, and that is so true. The very event that you're going through to create stress is the same reason you will not be able to realize that you're losing situational awareness. Like that is key. I mean, you're very lucky to realize you're losing situational awareness because it doesn't always happen.
This means that pilot training to combat this cannot just focus on enhancing situational awareness. It must also focus on training pilots to not become task saturated in the first place.
They
Finally,
could have flight sim
there
school.
was one
They
last
sure
thing
could have.
investigators identified, which the pilots could have done to save the aircraft. When the ground proximity alarm sounded, indicating that a collision with terrain was imminent, the first officer correctly carried out the terrain escape maneuver as per American Airlines training procedures. However, one critical thing prevented the aircraft from climbing as quickly as it could: the speed brakes. These had been deployed by the first officer when he initially accepted the approach to runway 19 in order to slow the aircraft down during its descent, and they remained extended up until impact. American Airlines procedure for the terrain escape maneuver did not require pilots to retract the speed brakes. However, investigators concluded that if either of the pilots had done this within the first second of initiating the terrain escape maneuver, they would likely have cleared the mountain.
That is what's crazy to me. This all of this stuff that lined up for the Swiss cheese to, for the accident to actually happen. The speed brake handle was left in full. I mean, the airplane still almost cleared the mountain with full speed brakes. I mean, that's how much performance the 757 has. But yeah, this changed the industry as far as CFIT recovery or JIPWIZ reactivity or reaction. Even on the Airbus will automatically retract the speed brakes if you go above a certain thrust lever angle in flight. So even if you left them in full, they would automatically retract. But it is still drilled into us every 6 months, 8 months, every year that you're in the sim, you do CFIT recovery, you still manually move the speed brake, or you put your hand on the speed brake, even if it's going to auto retract. And the reason for that is this accident right here, American 965. So we still train to this day.
The final report into this accident recommended that aircraft manufacturers consider implementing a system whereby speed brakes automatically retract when maximum thrust is applied. This system was already in place in a number of Airbus aircraft at the time, including the A320, A330, and A340. But to this day, only Boeing's latest aircraft, the 787, has adopted this feature.
That's crazy.
At the start of this video, I mentioned a documentary film entitled American 965, which argues that toxic fumes in the 757 cabin were the likely cause of the pilot's confusion on this night. The film argues that given how experienced the crew were, and given their excellent flying records, it's highly unlikely that the causes described in the accident report were sufficient to lead to a crash. In my videos, I tend to stick to the final reports and don't bring my personal opinion into it. However, in this case, I'm happy to go out on a limb and say that this strikes me as highly implausible. The history of aviation is littered with crashes in which excellent crews made very human mistakes and ended up causing the deaths of hundreds of people. It is far from inconceivable that the flight crew on this night, outstanding as they were, succumbed to time pressure and a host of other known psychological biases and lost situational awareness. Incidents like this have played out many times before, and there are no reasons to suspect that this time was any different. There was one final piece of technology which could have prevented this accident. This is known as EGPWS, or Enhanced Ground Proximity Warning System.
Here we
Rather
go.
than just using the radio altimeter to detect.
We've talked about this numerous times on the channel. EGPWIZ, the enhanced part of the GPWS.
Terrain below the aircraft, which is limited by the fact that it can only see below the plane and not in front of it. The enhanced GPWS uses GPS to track the position of the plane against a global terrain database. It displays high terrain in color on the pilot's displays and can predict a collision more than a minute in advance. The pilots of Flight 965 had only 12 seconds warning. As a result of this crash, adoption of EGPWS became mandatory in the US in the year 2001 for all aircraft with more than 6 passenger seats. This technology makes similar accidents far less likely, and the number of accidents classified as CFIT, or Controlled Flight into Terrain, has dropped precipitously in recent years, largely as a result of the widespread adoption of this technology. If you've been on a plane sometime in the last 20 years, That means your journey was made safer as a direct result of the lessons learned from American Airlines Flight 965.
Yes, it has.
Special thanks to the Green Dot Patreon and YouTube members for helping to make this
There you
video
go.
possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is our very first in-flight entertainment brought to you by Green Dot Aviation. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. Watch some of his videos. Don't watch all of them, though, because we're going to watch them this year, 2024. We're going to be watching them on our long hauls. We're going to be doing in-flight entertainment reacts videos, courtesy of Mr. Green Dot himself. I believe his name is Emmett. And hopefully we'll be bringing him on the channel one of these days. And maybe we can talk to him about his background and how he gets, how long. I'm curious to ask him several questions, like how long does it take to make a video? I mean, all the editing and stuff. That was an older one. Some of his new videos, I mean, you could tell there's a lot of time in editing and recording and all that. But yes, Sam, I agree with you on that one. While the fume events is a real thing, I don't particularly believe in that scenario. It doesn't seem plausible. You know, I mean, I'm not saying that it wasn't. I mean, the captain did seem a little bit confused, but when you put all the events together in the on the CVR and you put it on paper like that, or you put it in a sim and you actually watch it happen, you can see that it's, I mean, it just seems like a loss of SA and ultimate Swiss cheese model of errors, and it all found its way through. And even at the very end, though, they could have done all that stuff had they retracted the speed brakes or had Boeing implemented speed brake retraction. It would have been, you know, they would have cleared the mountain. So crazy stuff. But I really enjoyed that. I hope you guys did too. That one's a tough one to watch, man. That one, I'm gonna need one more break before we get onto it here. But yeah, American 965 fatigue. Oh, Mike Jones, absolutely. Fatigue definitely played a role. I mean, so you've got fatigue, you've got get there-itis, you've got. Well, it's familiar. It's not like going to DFW to Miami and back, right? You're going to Cali, Columbia. It's not as familiar. You've got high terrain. You've got controller limitations with language barriers, rather. You got a language barrier. You've got Roso VOR. You've got, or Roso NDB. Is NDB? I believe it's an NDB. Is Roso still there? I remember I flew over Roso going into Cali, and I remember thinking about that incident. I was just like, man, it's crazy when you fly over it in real life. Oh, look at that turn right there, baby. Oh yeah. But I think that's cool. I think that's going to add a lot to our long hauls for sure. How does not being implemented? How does Boeing not implement this? I don't know, Christoph. Sir, it blows my mind too. And Wingnut, you were asking. I don't know. I don't know if it's in the 7.5 now. I don't think it is. Are there only 7.5 drivers in chat? I know on the ground it does when you to stow them, but the fact that it doesn't in flight is kind of crazy. It doesn't take long for those holes in the Swiss cheese to start lining up. Once the first two holes line up, it becomes a tunnel real fast. Yeah, that sure does, V2 plus 10. But all it takes is for you to step back for just 1 minute. Just come out of it there. You got, do we have time for that? Where are we? Where are we going? Let's get back on track here. Like, just any one of those, like, hey, hold on. Hold on. I need to reassess. Wingnut had a good point. He said something up there about situational awareness. He said, I wanted to touch on that. Where was that comment? The only thing worse than no SA is bad SA, because you think you have good SA. Yeah, situational awareness. That's very, very true. Because if you have bad situational awareness, you think it's good. You're not knowingly going to believe bad situational awareness or act on bad situational awareness. So that's a very good point. I mean, Wingnut brings a lot of good points. I appreciate you commenting and being on the channel. I mean, he brings a great aspect of aviation himself. So appreciate you, Wingnut. Always good to pull the seat back and just take a second. Yeah, smoke them if you got them, man. Pull your seat back. Light up a cigarette. I don't smoke, but you can't even smoke in the airplane anymore. But you know what I mean. TOD soon? Yes. TOD is soon. I did some research. Boeing claims the pitch change is significant enough with auto retraction would be unsafe. Really? Yeah. Code for cost too much money. Exactly, Wingnut. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, unsafe is what? Like going into a mountain, or in what scenario would there be to go, where Toga and full speed brake be acceptable? I don't know. All right, let's see how we're doing here. Fuel destination 7.8. Ooh, we might have to do a little step climb up here. We're starting to get down to, we've burned our fuel off pretty good. We're 335 out. Let's see if we could save any. We're at that point now where we're so close that it's not really going to help us very much, but let's see if it makes a difference. We're going to go ahead and run it up to 33. Let's just go ahead and do a 330 profile thrust, profile climb. We'll see if we can get up there a little bit more. My sim crashed 13 hours into my flight. I hope Tolis Autosave's helped me out. Ooh, man. Sorry to hear that, IM4MI. We got so lucky for our 15-hour stream. We didn't have a single frame drop or any crashes on that long haul. That was awesome. All right, we are 300 miles out. Descent time should be coming up here pretty soon. Looks like we got center online. Cool. What center is that? What is SVSM? I hope this guy's got a South American accent. Wait, I guess Aruba would be considered South America, right? Even though it's an island in South America, right off the coast of South America? Yeah. How can you be 13 hours into a flight in a Tolis? 340, Team Vodka. 340. Or, 340. Caraco approach. Sweet. So we've got them online. I will probably do one lav break before we get there. We got a message here, 330. That looks good. If that changed our fuel at all. Where was that mode page? Oh yeah, see, climbing up here, we're actually going to burn more fuel than we may save, but at least if we have a flame out, we'll have more altitude to glide down. All right, 33 is the new climb. Look at that. I just can't get over the fuel flows on this airplane. That's absolutely wild. Look here, you can see our oil. Remember when we set our bugs there? At 20, that's when it was full, then we started engines, and we never really looked at it after start, but you can see it drop down a little bit. Here's your green arc for your oil pressures. It's not green. It's the lack of yellow indicates green. Leave it to the French. But yeah, when we were talking about, accepting an approach clearance, that's going to put you, that moves the needle, right? So if you imagine this needle being dead center, that's a normal approach all the time. Oh, can you make this approach? You'll save 5 minutes, but you're going to have to turn the autopilot off and go full speed brake and get down. Yeah, that needle's going to move up. It's still going to be in the green, but you're moving it up a little bit, right? And is that necessary all the time? Not necessarily. So, all right, we got a ping. Who do we got? Who's TNCF? Contact Caraco Control 271. I hope this guy has an accent. 127.1. He's probably like, why are you climbing? Caraco Control, good afternoon, American. Who are we? 679, 32. We're step climbing up flight level 330.
American 679, Alpha Control, descend flight level 300 at your final.
Rip.
Squawk 3172.
Squawk 3172, and we'll descend back down to 300 for American 679. All right, well, we should have probably climbed up earlier. Oh, well. We just burned a little extra gas. That's all right. It's
Control. Hello.
It's 1995. We don't care about gas. Is there a push to level off?
TWA 705 QSL Control, Lisa transponder, Squawk 3154, 3154.
We'll let it level off here for a second. Oh, look, we would have been to 7.8 there. And back down to 300. The controller is very tired. 300. And I tell you what, let's protect our speed on it. Let's go vertical speed 800. So we'll go vertical sped
FedEx 6361 Heavy identified flight level 340. Plan for the B-Rocks to Alpha arrival ILS Zulu runway 11 at Queen Beatrix.
Oh, who's that? That's a 380 something over there.
All right, we'll expect the ILS Zulu
Ooh,
and
Team Vodka.
the B-Rocks 2 Alpha arrival for FedEx 6361 Heavy.
What arrival he give him? Scotty 2, you like it? Awesome. You like those feature for long haul? I think it's going to be fun. Mr. Martini says, forgot to mention I had my first Buc-ee's experience recently. Food way better than experienced.
United 5 Kilo.
Mr. Martini. Outside of Macon, Georgia. Oh, okay, so I don't think I've been to that one. I haven't been to that one, Mr. Martini, but fantastic. Did you get a sliced brisket?
85, clear for
You gotta
arrival.
do the
Your
sliced
discretion,
brisket
descend flight level
sandwich.
04.
If you did the sandwich, the chopped is okay. I think they have a pulled pork one or a shredded one, but I like the sliced. I go sliced with a little extra sauce. I don't know if they give any extra sauce anymore, though. I think they might have stopped doing that.
040. 885.
Are you from the Austin area? No, I'm from North Texas, Tejas. Oh, corn-fed American Texas boy. You know what I'm saying?
American 679 on traffic, less than a mile. I believe that's 3 miles, nautical mile. American 1720, Airbus A306.
We got the traffic inside American 679.
American 1720, turn right.
How'd the tri-tip turn out last night? Oh, it's fantastic, man. Absolutely fantastic. I ate way too much of it. The wife and I almost polished off the whole thing. Buc-ee's in Auburn. I believe I've been to that one, Sharp. I think, is it all? Yeah.
1720.
Off 85? Is that right? The ones, I will say this. The Buc-ee's that I've been to the one in Alabama and the one in Georgia on the northwest side. They're aight. I mean, they're aight. It's close, but there's nothing like Texas Buc-ee's, man. It's as far as the store layout, very good, very similar. It's actually pretty amazing how they make it almost the exact same layout. But as far as the food, I don't know. It just is something. There must be something in the water in Texas that makes it taste a little bit different. We were eating in my wife's car. I was read the riot ad about getting too messy. Oh yeah, it can be messy. Tri-tip was sure better than a football game, AJ. You're not lying, man. What an absolute disaster of a football game. I don't even want to talk about it. But hey, you know what the best part of last night was, AJ, on that football game? We didn't have to see Zach Trash Wilson in a New York Jet uniform. Gosh, I hope I don't have to see him in a Jet uniform ever again. We're not going to go on that rant. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole. We're not talking about the Jets. Let's go. We're landing in Aruba. Have you ever been able to find a big Texas-style steak in Atlanta? James Johnson, not yet, man. Not yet. I haven't gone out too much, if I'm being completely honest. I think the wife and I have been on I think only one true date night since we've moved here. We went to Sonoya, went to Nick and Norman's. I believe it's the owner. The owner is the guy from Walking Dead. The guy that, what's his name? I've drawn a blank. He was always on the bike with the bow and arrow. Gosh, what's his character's name? Anyway, we went to Nick and Norman's in Sonoya. It was awesome. We need to go on another. Date night here at some point. The crowd chanting Flacco. I know. All right, let's see what the TNCA arrival charts are. I never updated my air rack. Is that going to be a problem? Daryl Dixon. Okay, is it Sonoy or Sonoya? Because I've heard it both ways now. I was originally saying Sonoya, and then I heard someone say Sonoya. I'm like, well, I'm an idiot. And then I talked to an FO that's from Georgia, and he says, well, I've heard it called both ways too. I'm like, oh. So I don't know. Is it Sonoya? I think the old school Georgians say Sonoya, right? So he wants us on the RNAV arrival 1-1, and we should be on the B-Rocks 2 Alpha. B-Rocks 2 Alpha, ILS Zulu 11. I want to do the Yankee, but let's be nice. Let's do the Zulu.
American 49 clear for the arrival, your discretion, descent, flight level 0.
We'll just do the... I want to do the ARC, but we've got way too many people going into Aruba, so we'll help them out. We'll do the Zulu.
Traffic.
So basically, he wants us down the arrival, aircraft, enter hold only when instructed for spacing. I guess we should set this up. 108.7 and 115. Man, I think I've had too many fume events. What is the freak? 108.7 and 115? Short-term memory loss. It's all the fumes up here. Beaver nuggets, yeah. My kids love beaver nuggets, Scott.
So, United 5 Alpha is clear to the ILS Zulu 11 on the arrival.
What was it? 115? 108.7?
B-Rocks to Alpha arrival.
I'll tell you what, 108.7 and 115. Frame gen mod, when you're out over the water, this is ridiculous. Look at like 87 frames right now. This is insane. I wish I wasn't dropping frames on the internet. Because I see we're at 3.1% drop frames, so we've dropped 14,915 frames throughout this stream. So you probably hear or see a stutter every now and then, but it's not the sim, I can promise you that. There's nothing out here. Controller so laid back, he's gonna fall. He's gonna fall over. Nice, Dougal. Why does the U.S. have more simple arrival procedures? Did I answer that already? I don't know. 'Cause we try to make things straightforward. Do as many date nights as you can. You only live once. You'll never get that time back. Don't ask me how I know. Force Raptor, I hear you, man. We need to do it. I really... Maybe we'll do something next week. My date nights have been with y'all lately. In real life, is ATC going to tell you what approach? Yes, they'll tell you Zulu or Yankee. Yep. You went to Aruba? Went there on a honeymoon. That's awesome, Bo. Sorry, Bo. You from New Orleans? Louisiana? Does the mod only work with NVIDIA cards? Sharp, it only works with the RTX series of NVIDIA cards. I don't know, I think, but isn't it an AMD mod? So if you have an AMD card, you might have frame gen. I don't know. I know nothing about AMD cards. But I know the mod that I am specifically referring to.
679.
I can hear a motorcycle in the background. Yeah. Go ahead.
Reset your transponder squawk 3123.
Oh, whoops. 3123 for American 679er. Did I forget to do that? 3123 is set. Alright.
American 1720, reset your transponder squawk 3177.
Let's finish the setup. Let's see here. MDA, refer to minimums.
TWA 705, cancel the arrival, so now one turn right.
Cat C and D, we're category C, 253. So I believe I was doing this wrong. I'm supposed to put 253 here. And we're only going to use DH for like a Cat 2 or Cat 3. So we're going to leave the DH off. We'll put our ILS buttons on. We're going to leave DH off. But what we can also do is we can set our manual bug, which is going to be a 253 on the altimeter right here. So we'll just roll this little bug, 253. So 250 right there. We'll do one notch ahead. 250 right just like that. That looks good. Let's get an updated arrival ATIS. We'll close you for a second.
American 679, ready here.
Aruba 2929th at 200Z 08014. No weather. Broken at 2000. 29 on the temperature. 24 no sig. 1012.
697 heavy.
So 697. We call him 679er?
Negative. Oh. That's American 697.
We got a 697 and a 679er. Is there one single vid you followed for FG? There actually is, Dougal. Let me find it for you.
American 172, identify flight level 320.
I watched like 3 skipping around, but I watched this one primarily.
1 and plan for the B-Rocks to Alpha arrival as well.
I think was it this one?
In Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Whoop, yeah. This one.
American
I'll link it.
7695,
So this is the one I watched, Dougal. Now he has two. I believe this is the one. Yeah, settings. And then, yeah, he's got it tagged out for setup. Starts about 3 minutes. Now, it's very important. In the notes, he forgot to mention that you have to have hardware accelerated scheduling has to be enabled, and you do that via this. So just read the notes, but also I'm going to paste it here because it's that important. Oh, it won't let me do it.
100.
Send it to discussion flight level 100 FedEx
665, and ready your discussion, descend flight level 090.
Is that for us? I wasn't paying attention.
Discretion
Okay, no.
10090, Neptune 9.
Do pilots drink coffee on board? Yeah, a lot of them do. I don't. I have my stories about coffee on board the airplane. All right, this is exciting though. Man, I don't. It's so weird. Long hauls are such a love-hate relationship for me. Like I don't like doing them as on stream, but I love doing them on stream. You know, I love this part. Like the descent arrival is so much fun. Taking off the hype. I don't know what's more exciting. Like the hype in the beginning. It sucks that our frame drop was such an issue at Kennedy because I really wanted you guys to see Kennedy with smooth frames, even though my PC was smooth, the internet was rough. But going on the approach is just exciting too. But I really think the in-flight entertainment mod this year is going to be a lot of fun. So
American 697 heavy.
I gotta listen up because he keeps calling 697. All right, approach checklist will be signs, briefing. We've got that. We are on vAAL, so we gotta make everything is good there on our VAMSys. Checking my VAMSys 8 cars, everything looks good. We're pretty much set. As far as landing elevation, basically 0. That has already been set. Let me do a quick engine look over here with our... I need mini ECAM. So our engine oil quantities, 19 quarts. Everything looks good there. Did that burn down at all? Do anybody remember what we checked when we were at the gate? So we got 19 quarts. Hydraulics, all in the green. Nothing's been leaking. That's good. Of course, we'd have a message. Flight controls. I like to bring this up in real life too every now and then just to see it. On the narrow body on the 320 a little bit different. I like to see where everything's trimmed out at, where the FAC's got the rudder position at. Is there any movement in the ailerons at all? So, I mean, you'd probably be able to feel it in your seat, but I always bring up that flight control page a little bit too. Let's just kind of get a key what's going on. All right, we're pretty much set up for the arrival. It's going to be a juicy one. Let's enjoy it. In-flight entertainment mod. Mentioned drop frames in the ISP herd. I know, they did, V2 plus 10. It's like, I can see it dropping now, 3.3% drop frames. I don't know, it makes me so mad. There's nothing more frustrating than putting the time in, the effort in, getting everybody hyped, getting everyone here, trying to make everything run as smooth as possible as I can on my system to provide a good product for y'all to watch, and then for something that is completely outside of my control to just on the whole thing. Sucks. Yeah, in-flight entertainment mod though, Stratocast is our in-flight entertainment from Green Dot Aviation. Today was a preview launch. We'll do an official, well, I guess this was the official first one, but this was a sneak peek. I was going to wait until the new year to do the official launch. I wanted to build like that. I'll probably build a better seat and in-flight TV border and all that good stuff. But I figured, heck, let's just do it live. I still have there's a couple other announcements we'll talk about. We will talk about, not today, but there's one that I'm waiting for some more information on. Hopefully I'll know some more information in the coming weeks about it.
85 right turn.
It would be something that you would see on the channel, and then a couple other small changes. Like I'm going to change a few of the members' content things. So, long story short, I mean, we can talk about it now. I'm probably going to be moving shorts videos because they're becoming more and they're becoming less frequent. But I'm making them longer. So they used to be limited to 15 seconds. Now they're upwards of a minute. I will probably be releasing shorts only to the commercial members, and that's no shade to private members, but it's just I feel like the commercial members deserve something extra. And you know, polls are one thing, but I mean, polls, like, really? That's what I get as a commercial member? So I'm gonna move that to commercial members, and then podcasts are coming back. So I had Streamlabs up on my home PC last night. I was messing with it during the game because the jets were pissing me off. So podcasts will be coming back. Those will be available to all members. We'll be doing some stuff, and I actually would like to have. That's us. Descend discretion, flight level 280, American 679 heavy. 290, that's only 1,000 feet. Let's just go down now. All right, spooling down.
240, Russian
AJ, what?
United 5 kilo.
Podcast recording during the long drive to Atlanta, exactly. Yeah, podcast will be coming back, and I'm going to try to institute a guest system for the podcast. I got a couple guests in mind that I'd like to have on and just kind of go back and forth with, and I think that will add some dynamic. So as far as the release schedule for podcasts, I don't want to put one on it because then that just puts more. It just puts more on my plate that'll make me not want to do them, if that makes sense. Like if I know I have to meet a criteria or a limit, then I'm just going to make it seem more or less enjoyable. But I'm really going to strive for quarterly, so at least every 3 or 4 months. But I'm really going to try to strive for at least, you know, every 2 months. Like I'd like to check in with you guys every 2 months. Maybe monthly, depending on what's happening in the community. If there's a lot of stuff popping off, you know, we could do it more often than not. But it'll definitely. I'm going to make a really conscious effort to be good about that. Podcast. When is the last podcast? When was the last time we did a podcast? Like, has it been a year?
Correction, Delta 1459, a high speed approved below 1.
It's really fun to pull up the hydraulic page and go, huh. Then watch the captain start looking.
Roger, best forward speed, keep your speed up.
Zippy, for sure, man. Yeah, Zippy, a little overlay would be pretty cool. I'll hit you up, man. Alright, he's going dark. He's on the approach. Gosh, yeah, I wish the frames would just chill out for approach. Like, let's just, been intermittent drops all day.
Negative. Let's keep that speed for now. It's perfectly fine. I'll me vector you for people.
Wingnut. Windows too dark, or are they good? I don't know. I think they're good. They're good in the sun. Get a little bit of a flicker right there.
Turn head in 250.
Right to 250.
A year ago, just before the move. Man. Key 6, what's this say, man? Are you open to suggestions? Of course, Key 6. Definitely.
Confirm right turn 250. Roger, right turn.
Just got out of LAX for
679.
What's us?
Left turn 195.
Turn left heading. Well, we're on a heading of 195 right now for American 679.
No, and that's not for you.
Oh,
69 or 7.
Jeez.
69 or 7.
Steven, is that you, Steven?
Right turn of 195.
Who's this? Who's this 6, 9, or 7?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Who's this 6, 9, or 7? I bet it's Steven. That's you, Steven, isn't it?
American Airlines.
697 679 976. I was going to read it. Kieran, just got LA to MMMY on my first flight ever on VATSIM. Nice. Easy feeling inspired from the stream yesterday. Kieran? That's awesome, man. Oh, that's Mark. Way to go, Mark. 697.
American 1720 right turn, heading 270 for
no displayed nav aid. Because we are out in the middle of nowhere. What we could do, let me check here. Is there a VOR on the field? I'm sure there is. Beatrix 13.8. Let's go ahead and get some.
11 to 10, 50.
Let's get a 13.8. Let me just try something real quick here.
262 descending, flight level 100.
113.8. DME2.
Connect 636 on heavy traffic.
Maybe.
3 to 4
Yeah, DME1.
50 nautical miles.
Nope. Still not picking it up. We're still too far for the VOR. But
Jet 6, American 1720, flight level 2,
I just want to see.
74, descend at 24.
Yeah, we got the traffic on TCAS, FedEx 6661. Keep an eye out for them.
All right, everything else is set. We'll go manual brakes.
8550.
My reverse, I still, for some reason, have you guys with the Bravo?
Spay wings 885.
Did you guys get your, is your reverse working just fine? Because like,
Reducing 250.
for some reason, I have to like toggle the levers up, then
220
down,
less, Spirit 885.
and then move them forward. Whereas I feel like in the 310, I was able to lift the levers up on the Bravo,
American 1720,
and then just
flight level
push the throttles forward to increase the reverse thrust. I don't know. It's like I have to do the full-blown toggle
American
first.
679er,
That's
right
us.
turn. Caution left turn heading
Up.
150.
Left turn 150, American 679er. 150.
American 112,
Heading select.
Clear for the arrival, your discretion, flight level 240.
It works for you, Digital Merc? All right, I'm going to have to just reset my binding then. It's probably something that I need to...
United 5 Kilo Alpha descend flight level 270 now.
All right, tactical flip-flops have been engaged. Do you toggle to use the axes? I can only get it to do toggle to go full reverse. Sharp. So yes, I toggle, and then I move the axes forward, simulating a reverse axis, if that makes sense. But normally, I was able to just lift the levers, leave the levers up, and that was enough to keep it in the reverse axis, and I would move it, and then once I put the levers down, it killed the reverse axis, or it killed the reversers, like it would in the real airplane.
Destination Bravo now current at Queen Beatrix, QNH 1012.
At Queen Beatrix. You just duplicated your 310 profile and it worked? All right, I must have. I was doing some finagling, Digital Merc, so I probably cleared a binding that I shouldn't have cleared. Well, I know I cleared it now because I pretty much gave up on it. But I will look at it again. I'll look at what I have on the 310. I think, and I said this before, I didn't have enough time this morning, but I'm probably just going to end up flying this airplane with my Throttletek completely. Even though there's detents on it, it's not a big deal. You just have a couple of climb detents. Because the range is so large on the Throttletek anyway that I could probably fly just completely flying between idle and climb detent. And then I'll have an actual axis in reverse.
Right. Left turn heading.
The binding must be toggle and not on and off binding. Yeah, no, I know it's my bindings because I'm sure it's not different in the 310. I know I messed something up. Flew the Big Earn pickup truck last night and they worked fine. All right, the Big Earn pickup truck. Cowboy boots are ultimate flying shoe wear. They are Stratocast. I wear boots. I wear boots at work. I got a separate pair of Ariats. Depends on where you're from.
9 or 7.
6. Nope, that's not us.
Right turn.
But I wear those to work because they have a carbon fiber shank in the sole, so it doesn't trip off the metal detector. I can wear them through security because we don't have to take our shoes off as crew members. And then I've got a bunch of different boots. I didn't wear boots today. My feet are freezing because I needed to use the tactical flip-flops. I got lazy of wearing boots to the office and then having to take the wheels off my chair. I used to take the wheels off my chair so it wouldn't roll backwards. But now that I just wore flip-flops, I'll just use them. V1 tried the frame gen mod yesterday. Wow, in VR it's amazing. Never experienced it in my 20 years of simflying. Magnus, Sandquist, I am so happy to hear that, man. I'm glad it's working for you. It truly blows my mind. Like, it really does, Magnus. And I'm glad it's working for you as well. Unfortunately, you know, the mod doesn't work for everybody. But for those that it does work for, I tell you this, it's worth it. It's so good that even if it doesn't work for you, it's worth trying to figure out if it does work or not. In my entire simming career, no, not even career, my entire simming life, I don't remember having frames. Right now I'm looking at 72 frames, 72 FPS right now. 78, 71, 76. It's like mid-70s. Like, and I'm streaming. And there's like 50 airplanes around me. So even at Kennedy, which is notorious on the taxi out, when you guys were seeing dropped frames, I don't think mine went below 30. It was definitely heavier. You could feel the load. I mean, I was like, at the gate, we were right around 50 frames, 40 frames. But on the whole taxi out, I don't know if it went below 30 ever. But unfortunately, it looks pretty bad because of the internet frame drop. Did you do the write-up for Microsoft? Did you do the write-up for Microsoft Store? What do you mean for that, Cody? No, I did purchase from the Microsoft Store, so it's different than the Steam version. If you have the store version...
American 679er,
that's us.
descend now flight level 220.
Descend now 220, American 679er. 220 on the level change. Here we go. The store version is different than Steam. You just have to know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what version you have to find where the folder that contains your Flight Simulator EXE file. I had an old store version that I was prohibited from getting into. The only way to get into it or allow the copy of files was to, well, at least the only way for me. I mean, I tried all the permissions up and down. I went up and down that. Was to install the Xbox app, update it, and then from there I was able to move a portion of the install of Microsoft Flight Simulator to a folder that I could access, and then you could overwrite those DLL files. I might, well, I don't know. Maybe, is Christy still here? Have Christy do a video. Yeah, Cody, I had the same problem, Cody. Same exact problem. Mine doesn't show as the aircraft an option. Nat, for upgrading Navigraph, what is it, chat? For Microsoft Flight Sim, you have to have, what is it, Navigraph Center? Is that the app? I believe I have Navigraph Center, and that's what updates everything. You have to open it separately, and it will update the sim for you, and you update the Phoenix separately from that. I think the Leonardo is separate as well. Cody, I don't have it in the Discord because I was doing a... I had to be talked through it from Christy. He talked me through it. So I don't want to give you the wrong information and have you do something incorrectly. But I will try to maybe write something up with Christy. I'll write something up and then I'll post it. I'll let you know. If you still haven't figured it out by then, I'll try to get something written up for people that had my problem, because my issue was my install was so old I didn't even have the Xbox app anymore. So now if you get Microsoft Flight Sim now, it just comes with the Xbox app and that's how you do things. But I had such an old version. I had like the original install where I just had the store version. I didn't even have the Xbox app, and the folder for Microsoft Flight Sim was completely locked up. New PSU installed. Magic smoke stayed in the computer. Wingnut, that's awesome, man. How's your rig running now? You have a pretty powerful computer, don't you, Wingnut? Do you have a 4090? I thought you had a pretty powerful computer, but you were having power supply issues. Turn right, head in. All I know is Wingnut posted the most HD photo I've ever seen of a PSU delivery last night. I mean, that thing was HD. How was the flight been to Aviator? Good to see you. A little late, but better than ever. Hey, the flight has been great. The dropped frames have been terrible from the internet provider today.
American 697 direct egress.
It's only par for the course here at W1 HQ, I guess. Every now and then we get one of these streams. I could say I'm sad about it, but the fact that our 747 long haul didn't have any drop frames, I'm happy. I thought for sure that stream was going to be plagued with issues, but we went over 14 hours stream and didn't have a single hiccup. So.
American 976, flight level 100.
Oh, you have a 2080 Ti and a 9999. Well, we got the same CPU. It's a potato now, though. The 737 of computers. Thrust set, what folder exactly was locked up? I've unlocked. Thrust set. So it was. So I had to. I'm gonna try to remember. It was program files, and then the Microsoft Flight Simulator folder. So
American 697 speed.
679, is that us? No, he said 679er.
Start 230 or less for now. Actually 240.
So I did the permissions for the program files folder, but the individual Microsoft Flight Simulator folder where the EXE was contained could not get into that one. I tried, you know, the whole give permissions to this, take it from that, give it to that. Could not get it. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm sure someone out there smarter definitely could figure it out. But I spent about 30, 40 minutes trying to do different permissions and different users and admin this, admin that, and that still wouldn't let me into that particular folder. D1, my man, how you doing? It's been a busy couple of months. Sorry I missed so much streams. Hey, don't be sorry. Flight dispatch. The speed bed. Ladies and gentlemen, we need speed beds in chat. Can I get some speed beds? The speed bed has arrived. Flight Dispatch 320, good to see you, man. I've been good. Yes, been a busy couple of months for sure. Been busy, but glad to have you on board. Hope you're well. Hope you have a happy new year coming up here in a couple days. Speed bed. Thrust set, yes. Verify that that's the one that has your. It should have your FS or Microsoft Flight Simulator EXE, and then you'll see the two DLLs in there that you're gonna change. So if that's how you verify it's the right folder, it's if it says the Microsoft Flight Simulator EXE, that's the right folder.
2509. Roger. High speed is approved.
Speed beds.
697, turn right, heading 275.
That's you, Mark.
I'll bring you back on the course shortly.
Roger, right turn 270.
We're getting vectored all around here.
KLM 767, identify flight level 400. Archon 1 November arrival, RNP, runway 10.
Oh, if you have a 4090, then you don't need that mod. No, you already have native frame generation. That's for the for those that don't have frame generation. All right, how far out are we? Let's do a check here. Prog page. 81 miles. So we're just on delay vectors essentially. 29 degrees. What's 29 degrees to freedom units? That's 29. 84 degrees.
Just checking in with you here on our final descent into Beatrix Airport in Aruba. Right now we're about 85 miles from the airport. We'll be on the ground here just about another 15-20 minutes. We're just getting some delay vectors from air traffic control. Seems to be a little bit of a stack aircraft going into Aruba right now. But we should have you on the ground, like I said, 15-20 minutes. Weather in Aruba, it's a beautiful day. Overcast skies, about 2,000 feet. Temperature is hovering right about 80 degrees. We do appreciate your business. Thanks for choosing American Airlines. Welcome to Aruba. Flight attendants, please bear for arrival.
American 679er, flight level 170.
Send flight level 170, American 679. All right, 17, that's checked. Seatbelt signs are coming on. Down we go, chat. 4070, I don't know if it does native. Yeah, it should have frame generation. Any 40 series cars will have frame generation, right?
697, turn left heading 235.
I think it's the. I think 40 series cards have it. It's just on all RTX cards. So, like for me, I have a 3090, but no native frame gen. We're gonna adjust the outside sounds too. It's time to juice them up.
5 direct Dabla, Delta Alpha Victor Lima Alpha Dabla.
Apologies, can you repeat that?
That's Dabla, Delta Alpha, Victor Lima Alpha. That's the intermediate fix for the ILS Zulu runway 11.
Dabla.
Roger, direct Dabla.
Doesn't, okay, now that we've all heard a Green Dot Aviation video, doesn't Zippy sound like Green Dot Aviation? He's our fake, he's our, oh, Bamda is where he was going. Or Davla? Bamda? I don't know. Yeah, all 40 series cards have DLSS3. So yes, you should have it if you have a 40 series card.
American 679er, flight level 15, correction 140.
7 flight level 140, American 679. All right, we're getting ready to transition out of 18.5. Our vAAL, we'll go ahead and get our turn-off lights on.
American
And 6907, that's not us. Magic Barrel ref key. What's transition altitude here, folks? Oh, does it not say on this on the 300? I don't think it does.
Trading via Bravo and
Transition altitude is, wow, 4,000. Okay.
Vehicle parking at discretion.
Parking at discretion, and thank you very much for your assistance.
Okay. American 49, descend 2,500 feet, QNH 1012.
Take ownership batch file. See, did I try that one? I don't remember.
American 697, descend 2,500 feet, QNH 1012.
All these step descents. Dale, yeah, when there's a lot of traffic like this, for sure. Hey, you gotta remember, Aruba here has got one runway. So
200.090.
he's really got to space us out here. That is a juicy shot right there.
All right, Vietnam, look clear, island.
That is juicy.
Fast forward speed.
Fast speed.
I love this airplane. Any builds, I don't know, I just love this airplane. You guys love it? Any 300 drivers in chat? What do you guys, if you have the A300, what's your rank? Out of 10, what do you rank the A300? I'm going to see what you guys put in chat first. I'm going to think what I'm going to rate it. Out of 10 out of 10 being a perfect add-on, which there can't be a perfect add-on, right? So what would you rank it? I tried to activate DLSS to 2.5 and 1.679. 679, that's us.
One number, actually your second for the approach.
Okay, via Davla, we're cleared ILS 11 approach for American 679er.
Negative, that's not for you. That's their company 697.
I swear he said 679er. I swear he said 679er.
Start slowing down to.
I swear he said 679er on that one. I'm trying to be really good. I thought it was a little strange that he would clear us from out here.
Neptune 9er 65, speed 185.
185, 965.
FedEx 6361 heavy left.
75, 85, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, solid 8. It isn't done yet. 8 out of 10. Yeah, I'm going to go. I think my official ranking would be, I really want to give it a 9, but I'm going to give it an 8.75 for two reasons. One, the EF... 697. He said 697. He said 697. Okay. I'm going to say 8.75 out of 10. Two reasons. The EFB, I wish we had, and I think it's going to happen, like the click and drag for the charts and the numbers on the, like the 10.9 page, the 11.1, 11.3. Maybe that's a small thing for me. Like, I just feel like it's easier to find charts by the number rather than just the name. So, EFB can use some improvements. And the sound fading. So particular, like you hear the sound right now, which is good. Then there's like no sound right here, you know. And it's not because we're outside or inside. I think it's just those two things. You square those off. I think you have a really good airplane, and then you get the enhanced, like, what did they call it here? It's on the, let me get it right. What's coming? The IDC, Modern Retrofit Pedestal, which will contain RMP units allowing for modern radios via screen and 8-car CPDLC functionality. He said 697 heavy. He said,
Down to 180.
you will be able to toggle that option.
Oh,
That's
too early. Start accelerating 210. You got sequence 738.
Come on, Mark, get it right, Mark. So, I mean, if they can clean up the charts on the EFB, it's not even the rest of the EFB. I think the rest of the EFB is fine, but clean up the chart portion of it and that sound fading. And if they incorporate this, oof, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a solid 9.75. It has the potential to be a 9.75.
965. Gonna just back you off there for a little bit.
I really, really want to give it a 9, but right here, honestly, EFB aside, this right here, you see this? Like,
that would be a right
quiet,
to 100.
not quiet, quiet.
Neptune 965. That's it.
That's the only thing I think holding it from me personally from keeping it from a 9. Because I can live with the EFB chart thing, because most people I think use Navigraph charts, a plugin anyway, and if I wasn't streaming I probably would. I just like to use the EFB because you guys can see what I'm looking at. But, yeah. Yeah, the IDC function, we just talked about it briefly. It's basically a modern retrofit SAX macro. I think it's going to be really cool.
679er right turn.
679er. Right turn, 290 for American, 679er. 290 on the heading. I like how when you turn, if you look at my PFD, what was the heading? 280? 290. When the heading is off of the screen, it comes up. That's cool. Does the 320 do that? I don't think it does. Does the A320 do that? When you like scroll the heading bug past the mode, it'll show you what heading you have selected? I don't know. I like that feature. Captain, do you think that the Airbus aircraft have solidified themselves as a fleet of the future with the advancements they made, or does Boeing still have the lead?
190 degrees.
Well, according to the last, what was it, the air show where they did all the sales and stuff, I think Boeing mopped the floor. Mopped the floor on that one. So Boeing is definitely in the mix.
Right.
Boeing is definitely in the mix. I don't think there's any clear lead right now. Yeah, we're using iPad for charts. Oh, look at this view right here, turning in.
Neptune 965. You can make a right turn now, direct to Davla.
Right turn, direct Davla, 965.
Do we need any floodlights?
6361, descend, flight level 040.
I'll turn on that floodlight. There we go.
Wind check at Green Beach, please.
Calm.
06014 knots.
And we're burning a lot of gas out here.
American 11.
Down to 12,000.
69 or 7.
69 or 7.
Island, Zulu, runway 11.
I'm trying really hard not to mess this up.
5 miles. Caution, big turbulence.
Roger, clear Island. Runway 11, best forward speed to 5 miles. American 697 heavy.
Neptune 965 via Davla, clear Island, Zulu, runway 11, number 3.
What happened? Did Team Vodka land?
11 via number 3.
He's gonna have nightmares about 6, 7s, and 9ers. I know. I'm so like this is. I'm trying really hard to listen to it. I'm like,
Use American 1123. You copy?
Yeah, we're here 112.
I love it. This is just butter flying out here too. I love flying to the islands because it's just buttery smooth. I don't even think you need frame gen for buttery smooth out in the islands. I never answered that. Does this airplane dump fuel? Can we dump fuel? That almost looks like a fuel dump port right there on that pylon. I haven't even looked at the fuel system about dumping fuel. I would think it can.
American 1457 heavy.
The classic American Limited is about as good as it gets. Carl, Carol, I agree. I love the aluminum. Divert to Kokomo. Yeah, if you have a 40 series card, you don't need any frame gen mod. You just turn on DirectX 12 and you'll be able to get frame generation. You can enable it. Really, the 300 and 310 can't dump fuel. Wow, FS Flight. I'm very surprised by that. That's good to know. 6.9 or 7? Said 6.9 or 7. My airline is a mixed fleet of old Boeing 737-75s and new 321neos. They've only announced 321 orders for the future and are slowly phasing out the Boeing, so it's close around here at least. Oh, it's definitely close, and I feel like Airbus is leading as far as technology and advancing the airplane, but there's the problem right now is you've got these geared turbofan issues with the Pratts that are just plaguing Airbus right now. You know, you add that to the fact that Boeing has had so many issues with its MAX that 737, from what I've been being told, they're making some sweet deals with companies to buy the 737s. When the MAX was in really bad turmoil, the rumor on the street was they were offering 2 for 1 for the price of 1. Can you imagine that? 2 airplanes for the price of 1 just to get orders. So you combine the problem of the geared turbofan issue plaguing the Airbuses right now, and then you throw in that Boeing wants to sell their planes for cheap. They're gonna stay in the fight at least. If you ask me as a PAX to fly a 320 for 73 MAX, it's the Airbus every day. Oh yeah, I agree. Yep, Airbus can't build a 320. Can't build them fast enough. And Boeing has nothing comparable to 320 Neo LR. Yep. Sam F, I would love. Oh, was that for us? I would love to know the deal with Southwest going to 679er. Descend fly level 90, American 679er. All right, 9,000. Here we go.
United 5
yeah. There must have been a hell of a deal, Sam. A hell of a deal.
295.
Buy one, get one free.
United 5 Kilo Alpha.
You've never been on a 320? Man, missing out.
Level 130.
Lufthansa went for 173 Maxes the last time they had some 73s. Yeah. Is the Airbus 320 from Ural Airlines still parked on the field? They had some problems a while ago. I'm not sure where that would be at. I haven't seen it. I haven't been to work in about a week, so I don't know.
American 1457 left turn heading 125.
I think there's a new issue for the MAX, loose nuts.
American 1132 descend flight level 100.
American 1132.
A-firm 1123 flight level 100.
Dude, this guy is losing it. I love this controller, man.
American 1457, you copy?
He's putting his mic in his mouth right now. He's so tired of everyone missing radio calls.
Correction, 125, left turn 125.
Yeah, they ripped themselves with the 220. Best worst decision ever, BKG Blueface, because they were so set up to just destroy the industry with 319 Neos. The 220 would have been dead on arrival if it would have stayed at Bombardier. So, you know, when they did that, now they have to retrofit all their facilities to make 220s and just... Yeah, it's kind of like I feel like Airbus's decision to buy the 220s is how I feel about doing long haul streams. I love them, but I hate them. But I love them. Like, this part is awesome, approach is awesome, but who knows? Maybe the in-flight entertainment will really make them a lot of fun. And really, I just dislike them when the internet doesn't hold out. Like. Really?
3,000 feet.
It's already hard enough to maintain a consistent audience on a long haul, and then you throw in frame drops. Nobody wants to watch that. Heck, I don't want to watch that.
American 1720 direct Dabla.
Is Loose Nuts a username? Went away from the chat. ATC cut me off? Alex is in front of me now? What's up with that? Should I throw a loose nut into this guy's plan and declare minimum fuel? Oh, you can. We're low enough now. Oh, we're through 10. We got to get our lights on. We're low enough now where you can hear that whine coming on. I'm gonna get the. Actually, oh yeah, let's just turn on all the lights so we don't forget.
5 DME.
You can hear that rumble now.
Neptune 965 runway 11 clear to land, wind 06014.
Clear to land 11.
I used to work at Brookie Field, and Airbus plant is in Mobile, Alabama. They built their hangar on my drop zone. Really sharp. Zippy was going to declare. We're getting close. Douglas Phillips dropping a $40 bomb. Douglas Phillips, I appreciate that. Thank you for the $40 super chat, sir. Thank you for the content. It's great. Douglas Phillips, well, I appreciate the support. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Here's to 2024, my friend. I'll see you all in the new year.
370, turn left, head in 135, radar vectors and sequencing. Okay, 135, we're 350.
All joking aside, the 220 is significantly better than the 319.
317, correction 3117.
Wingnut, but is it better than the 319 Neo? I don't disagree that it might be better than the 319 Classic, or current engine model. But if the 319 was a Neo, come on, man, that would look so awesome.
KLM 767, descend 2,500 feet, QNH 1012, clear.
I gotta look at the VATSIM map. What do we got going on here? Because we're getting tight on fuel.
Roger, report on the final approach course.
Look at all these. Oh my gosh. Look at what he's done. He's created a massive pattern. This is awesome. If you haven't seen the... Oh man, how can I... Hold on. I won't capture it. Dang it.
American 679er, right turn, heading 320.
Alright, right turn heading 320 for American 679er. But if you look on the VATSIM map, I mean, he has made a serious
EW 705, left turn 265.
traffic pattern.
Neptune 9065 via Golf, parking at discretion.
Left turn Golf, parking discretion, 95.
Select 6361 heavy, best forward speed, call me 5 miles.
Well, best forward, we'll call you 5 miles.
I don't know why I can't,
American 113, garbage and American 1123, descend to flight level 070.
Okay, down to 070, American 112.
TWA 705, descend flight level 040.
Descending 040, TWA 705.
American 99760, descend flight level 050.
Flight level 050,
Hello, FedEx 258, check-in better, flight level 320.
FedEx 258, turn to the right.
Look at this.
235, squawk.
Look at this.
3171.
Look at this. And there's still
Right, 235, squawk 317.
a FedEx, an American. I mean, this guy's probably never seen so many planes, unless XP is flowing here. And I mean, half the guys are on the ground. So that's us, 679er right there. Johnny Utah? That's a badass name, dude.
Right, then 320.
I hope you're from Utah. Alright. My ears are bleeding. Oh, yes. Bring out the juice. This is real life right there. That's real life. Already more likes than viewers, so I was going to say like the video for this image. No. Descend flight level 070, American 679er. I was going to say hit the like button for this juice view, but everybody's already hit the like button. I appreciate it. I appreciate the love and support today. Magnus Sandsquist with the 5 membership gifts. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships to the channel. If you pick up a membership from Magnus, make sure you say thank you. That's very kind of you.
Below
Frame drop and all, chat. 400 viewers here. I can't say thank you enough. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the support this year. It has been a fun year. You know, it's been a wild year. Moving, driving between Texas and Georgia like 6 times. Trying to find a new office, a new HQ.
Variable between 050 and
It's been a wild one. But I think we made some good memories this year. I think it's been good.
American 131 descend flight level 240.
240.
FedEx 258. Reset your transponder. I'm showing duplicate. Squawk 3140.
Nothing to see here.
Squawk 3140, FedEx 258.
Go away. Rip VAAL points.
615 miles, established 11.
Oh, Team Vodka's established.
Heavy clear to land runway 11, wind 06014.
That looks so cool with the sun setting on the ocean. Is it dark outside? I'm going to go home in the dark again.
TWA 705, left turn 200.
Aviator Nick gifting 5 more memberships to the channel. Thank you, Aviator Nick. Appreciate you. Thank you for your continued support this year, Aviator Nick. I know you were a huge fan of the Australia-New Zealand tour. That was a lot of fun. So thank you for the support. Been a lot of early mornings and late nights for you to be here on this channel, so I appreciate it. Just blasting through. See you on the ground. Pleasure joining you today. Roller pilot. See you on the ground, my man. Quick question. Do you see a difference in performance on the PMD 50, 750, and TDS? 49 Whiskey, I haven't seen a difference on either. I haven't tried either. So I don't know. I haven't actually tested that 49 Whiskey. I tend to not use those because I've been having issues, but I'm gonna try to get them fixed up, especially the 750. I almost late last night I was looking at peripherals. I almost bought a 530. Like it's a real 530 you can set up for your sim. Is that for us? Oh, he's gonna get pissed.
FedEx 258 identified flight number 320. When ready, your discretion.
Stratocast, thanks for the $10, man. For some boot polish, Captain. Oh yeah, I gotta go up to Charlotte, get my boot shine again. Thank you, Stratocast. Appreciate the $10 super chat. What's the next tour? Africa? I don't know. We have to find out. Have to stick around. I don't know when the next tour will be. Maybe we're getting close to 40K. I don't know. Maybe 45. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like 40 is kind of a big one now.
705 left turn heading.
We've been going in intervals, the offset ones. So like 45, 35, 25. I feel like 40 deserves its own. 967. That was not us. But thank you for the boot polish. I appreciate you, Stratocast.
Yes, Chris, how did you call a FedEx?
Keanu Reeves played Johnny Utah on Point Break. Is that, yeah.
Your discretion, descend flight level 240.
Descend flight level 240, question, get FedEx 250.
We
are burning that fuel, though. Damn. I was thinking, man.
How much longer are we going to be on this 280 heading? Yeah, left turn 23. Actually, make that left turn now, heading.
What was that?
200 for sequence. Hit left 200, 1123.
1123, he's going way out.
American 1720 via Davla, clear ILS, Zulu, runway 11, report fully established.
So yeah, American 1123, Johnny Utah's out there.
705 direct to Tabla.
T-Way, he came down from Kennedy too. So I see we're probably, he's landing 1, 2, 3, 4. Left turn 285, American 679er. We're probably 5 or 6 in queue. What was the heading?
American 1457, left turn 215. American 1457, descent flight level 100.
Oh, that's awesome. Winter Ops in Scandinavia?
Right turn, heading.
Oh, Zachary, you bet, man. Cactus Ops for a week.
Descend flight level 130.
Oh, yeah, we got 285. Good. Cactus ops for a week when we get those IAEs. You better believe it.
American 976 left turn heading 190.
I love the gray, like the doors. Like that, how it matches up. And then this little panel right here for this wing root flap. What's it called? That wing root slap?
Golf Kilo parking your discretion.
Golf Kilo parking your discretion, 6361 heavy.
How are we doing on the
5, descend 2,500 feet, QNH 1012.
8.4, chat.
2,500, QNH 1012.
So we're burning, geez, 10, 9, 8, 16,000.
Roger, 6 speed now.
16,000 pounds. We got about we are about minimum fuel.
High speed approved below 10,000. Best forward speed.
I'm looking at the map. We're still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out.
American 976 speed.
We are pretty much at minimum fuel.
Roger. American 1123 descend, flight level 05.
I don't really want to throw a wrench in this guy's plans. I don't want to piss him off, but because I know some controllers get upset and you're like, I don't have time for that. I'm like, well, then don't log on the network.
American 1720, clear to land on a 11.
But I also understand. I mean, it's one guy controlling 50 airplanes.
014, call me after landing.
A TBM across America. So Swarm, that's part of our 2024 TBM and chill.
TW705, are you sure you're directed out? It doesn't look so to me.
We're going to be doing TBM and chill whenever we can, evenings, and we're making our way across the U.S. We're already in, where'd we leave it? We left it in Salt Lake City, I believe. So TBM and chill for members only. We'll be making our way across the U.S.
United 5 Kilo Alpha descend, flight level 070.
070, United.
Vodka parked his FedEx at the gate. Come on, Vodka. All right, so I'm counting the airplanes. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're number 5 in queue. Wow, he really let everyone else go in front of us? Were we? Really? We're number 5 in queue. We got...
American 9976. Left turn direct Davla.
We're gonna need a turn here soon.
TW705 cross Davla at above 2,500. Clear Alice Zulu runway 11. Here second.
Declare a not an emergency. Is that a thing on VATSIM?
American 9760 to 210.
976, that's not us. Of course we're red.
American 1457, right turn, heading 290 for sequence.
290 for sequence, American 1457.
American 766, QSR, you dear?
Because I don't think, I mean, unless he just vectors somebody off the approach and lets me cut him,
766, turn to
I don't think we're going to get any priority here.
150.
Is Blue Games here? Whoa, Blue Games. Good to see you, man. I'm loving this plane. How you been, bro? Hey, Blue Games. I'm loving it too, man. I loved it so much I decided to do a long haul, and I don't even like long hauls. I consider this a long haul. But Blue Games, I tell you what, I saw you flying that Lear the other day. Man, all I'm waiting for is a sound update. Because I think the engine sounds are like, meh.
American 1123 speed.
Dude, it looked awesome. I'm 100% picking up that airplane as soon as there's a sound update. And the FlightSimware 414 is one of the best props we got. I never fly it on stream, but I bought that 414 when it first dropped for early access or whatever, and I think they've done a fantastic job. So I'm excited for that Lear. And like you were saying at the beginning of your stream, something about Lear jets, man, they just... It goes back to like when I was a kid. I just like Lears. They're sleek, they're fast, they're mean, they're dangerous. Gotta live dangerously, you know? Good to see you, Blue Games.
American 679 left turn heading 215.
Left turn 215, American 679. 215. So he's getting, this is like an extended base here. Oh, American commercial.
American 1123 left turn direct Davla. Okay, left turn direct Davla, American 112.
Yeah, the Lear looks great, and you're spot on with the cruddy sounds. Yeah, the 414 is awesome. I'm not gonna say no. I'm gonna wait for. I have some other ideas I want to get through for 2024, but I'm still validating. Man, talking about fume events, I must have had one recently because I'm having a hard time with my words today. So there is a possibility if you like props.
Yeah, I've been trying to get to you.
There's a possibility if you like props, you might have your minds blown by some upcoming plans. But I don't want to say anything yet. It's way too early to see anything. So.
100 for.
But anyway, yeah, sunset with bare metal doesn't get much better than sunset with bare metal, does it? Look at that. This is straight out of a commercial.
And now flight level 100, saying FedEx 258.
TWA 705, runway 11, clear to land, 106014.
Clear to land, runway 11, TWA.
We are burning our gas up, chat, down to 7,000. Jeez.
American 976 via Davla, clear, ILS Zulu, runway 11, number 2.
976 just got cleared in. So if 976...
American 1123 descent.
American 1123, and then we're behind 6, so we're right behind him. So he's got to be giving us a turn here anytime soon.
American 679,
that's us.
Descent flight level 050.
Descend 050, American 679, and we're getting tight on the fuel.
Roger. How many minutes do you have left?
Less than 30. We got about 25 minutes of fuel for American 679.
Left turn heading 165.
Left turn 165 for American 679. 165 on the heading, 5,000.
Gonna get a phone call, huh?
Who's getting a phone call?
FedEx 258.
What did he say? I missed it. Mark made a smart aleck remark, and I missed it.
Left heading to 190, 258.
JetBlue 315, descend flight level 200, and turn right heading 200.
What was that for?
Is that for JetBlue?
Affirm, right turn 200.
This controller needs an award. Somebody get this controller an award. Min fuel was about 9,000 pounds.
American 1123, best forward speed below
min fuel was about 9,000. We're at 6.7 right now.
Forward speed below 10,000.
We're at 6.7, so I would have called it earlier.
76 cancel, speed restriction,
but
speed approved below
I mean, this guy's trying his best, and I don't want to beat that guy on VATSIM, but I'm also trying to simulate some realism here. But Dougal, no, I haven't seen that Phenom 100 from Cockpit. I'll have to look it up. Urban is being offloaded. Should be ready for your arrival. Man, I wish I could take part, Zippy, but I got to get up at 5 a.m. tomorrow. I got a real world turn, so in 12 hours I'll be in a much more modern airplane.
Papa Julia Golf.
American 416 right turn heading.
Oh, that just
020.
is the juice.
American 416 right turn heading 020.
American 416 heading.
We never played our A300 anthem today. Any contingency fool? We Zachary, we dipped into that already. We're dipping into it right now, Zachary, pretty much right now. I'm looking forward to the Phenom 300 from FS Reborn and Citation from Light FX. Really?
American 976.
I'm gonna have to check both of those out, Blue Games. I'm looking to you for reviews. What really got me about the Lear Blue is that I know everybody likes glass cockpits and modern this, but there's something about having a corporate jet that has round gauges and has old school avionics, because pretty much every private jet that we have on the sim, or we have had on the sim, even in X-Plane 11, it's all been modern glass, modern cockpits, which is true to real life. Most private jets out there are all, they're decked out. They get better avionics than most airliners. So, but to have them bring an old school Lear, I mean, because that speaks to my soul. Old school dials, man. I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that bird. Any interest in the Honda Jet V1? In real life or in SimWorld? In SimWorld, I'm interested in any jet, really. I'm interested in any airplane. I just want good quality airplanes, I'm interested in any good quality airplane.
Delta 155.
Yeah, that Phenom 300 for X-Plane is good, AJ. It really is. Wind over the threshold, Vodka? All right.
American 679er, direct Dabla.
Direct to Dabla, American 679er.
American 313, right turn 29.
Davla. Insert and nav.
American 313.
What's that going to give us for fuel? Fuel predict.
Affirm 131, right turn
6,000. We're at 6,000 right now, so that's a 5.5. 5.5 is getting low in a 321. 5.5 in an A300 is low.
3106 American 416.
He's got us direct too, so we're looking good right now.
976 runway 11 clear to land.
Oh my juice. Alright. Turn up the airplane sound a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I declare the American for the approach. American 1123, report established on the localizer and glide. Okay, we'll call you when we're established on the localizer and glide. So, how long you want us to hold our best forward speed, American 123?
All the way to the threshold.
Until Davla. Okay, best forward speed until Davla. We'll call you on local and glide slip capture, American 123.
Did you just
United
chug
5
a Celsius
kilo
or something,
alpha,
man?
left turn
Settle down.
165.
Dude is ready to go. Gustavo joined the chat. Gustavo, welcome to the frame drop
American
stream.
679, direct Davla descend to 3,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Direct Davla descend at 2,000 feet, QNH 3012 for American 679er.
What's that? 3,000 feet, QNH 1012.
3,000 feet, 1012 on the altimeter, American 679er.
Delta 155, right turn, heading 100.
3,000. We're going direct Davla already. And then we'll hit the magic barrel ref key once we go below 4K. I guess I don't really need that.
American 679, best forward speed below 10,000. High speed is approved until 10 DME out of Davla.
Our best forward speed, high speed approved until 10 from Davla for American 679.
American 679 via Davla, clear ILS Zulu runway 11. You are third for the approach.
Via Davla, cleared ILS Zulu 11 approach, American 679. We are cleared approach
to 2,500
via
feet
Davla.
to cross Davla.
And we'll cross Davla 2,500 feet on the ILS 11 for American 679. All right, 2,500. We're going to maintain 250 till about 10 out, and then we're going to start slowing it up.
American 1123, call 5.
I'm not going to arm the approach just yet.
So we got the traffic, American 123.
We're at 5.6 on the fuel now. Look how fast it's ripping off. I mean, we're at idle too. Idle thrust, and we're still doing we're doing 8,000 pounds a minute idle thrust, guys. This is why this airplane's not flying all that much.
American 416 identified, flight level 20.
I hope there's an island out here somewhere.
Flight level 150.
So here's the other thing. I downloaded a scenery. I never even loaded in to see it. We were going to talk about going to an airport we've never been to. We forgot to do that because we got distracted. But I hope there's an airport out here. I don't even know if it loaded in properly. I bought it, installed it, didn't even load in to see if it was there.
330, sorry, yeah.
No go around. We don't have a fuel gun. I would be making a legitimate.
Turn heading 140.
I can turn them down now that we got our clearance. So in real life, right now, I would be making a legitimate, having a legitimate discussion with the first officer, be like, hey, we're really tight on gas here. I really don't want to go around if we have to. So let's make sure we do everything right on this one. Let's get configured a little bit early. Let's get on speed. And we'll make sure that we do everything right the first time around. Because if we have to go around, I don't know if we'll have enough to come back. Yep, Tropical Sim. J-Dub, good to see you, man. Welcome.
American 976, left enabling.
All right, there's 10 from Davla. I'm going to start working it back here, but I don't want to go, let's do 210. Tell you what, I see that green dot at 220. Let's do 225 here.
Now.
I really don't want to get all those flaps out just yet.
Delta 155, turn to the right, heading 230.
We're going swimming, boys and girls. Yeah, we're getting close.
American 976 via Gulf, parking a discussion.
Alright, let's get those. Let's get
runway
those slats
11,
out.
clear to land, 06014.
Slats 15.
Okay, clear to land.
Magic barrel ref key, thanks.
American 679, did I give you the approach clearance, Scott?
That's affirmative. American 679, and we were cleared out. That's Zulu approach for 2,500 above Dabla.
Roger, report over at Dabla.
We'll report over Dabla, American 679. All right, flaps 15.
JetBlue 1, correction, JetBlue 315.
Fuel 5.2.
110.
All right, let's go ahead and
Thanks for a bunch for the extra emails. Yeah.
See you next time.
glide slope blue, Loke blue, Cat 3, FD1 dual. Swoop, swoop. This controller trying like these stupid Americans. Oh yeah, why is
766 right turn 195. Correction, yeah, right turn 195.
there we go. Magic barrel ref key. It didn't take it off standard. I hit the magic barrel ref key. I guess it doesn't pull it off standard for us. Here's some grocery money for some butter, J-Dub. Appreciate the $10 super chat, man. I really hope it works out for us, J-Dub. I haven't had a butter in this airplane yet, according to my feet per minute calculator on Fly Live. So we'll see. I'm going to start the recording. Okay, it is properly recording. So the recording is working and it is properly recording.
The American 145, descend flight level 00.
I think.
American 145, descend flight level 080.
Let me see. I'm going to do a test. I'm going to stop.
American 131,
Okay,
descend
yeah, it
flight
is.
level 090.
All right, yep, we are recording properly. Recording is on. There comes our Loke Star.
5 Kilo Alpha descend flight.
Let's work it back now. 180.
040.
And American 679 are over Dobble inbound ILS 11.
Continue the approach, call me 5 miles. Surface wind 06014.
We'll call you 5 out, American 679. All right, chat, here comes flaps 15.
American 1123 left unable.
All right, I'm going to...
You gotta make Charlie? Yeah, we got Charlie, no problem.
I'm going to sterile cockpit
Parking
mode.
under discussion on the main apron. Okay, Charlie, golf park at my discretion at the main apron. Thanks, Charlie, hard work. American 122. See ya. American 1457, right turn 335. Proceed west. American 766, descend flight level 150. Now.
We can activate final approach, VAP 136. I'm going to give myself some extras.
United 5 Kilo Alpha, descend flight level 040.
I'm going to go 140 because I've been running out of speed quick. Gear down, here it goes. I'll give myself a little extra juice on the approach here. See if it helps with my landings. Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll watch the replay. We got to actually land this puppy. Flaps 30 coming in.
American 416, descend flight level 130. American 416, flight level 130.
Speed brake is armed.
American 416.
American 416, 416, here, sir.
Flight level 130, sir.
Descent flight level 130, American 416. Sorry, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir.
It's fine. Just keep on the air
Here we go. Approach American 679, 5 mile final runway 11.
American 679er, heavy clear to land runway 11, wind 06014.
Runway 11, clear to land, American 679 heavy. Alright, chat.
123, taxiing, what's up? Yeah, we're going 123 motion.
Fuel low. Clear fuel. Land the airplane. Let's go. Autopilot's coming off. Auto thrust is going to stay on.
United 5 Kilo Alpha, you do it, Alpha. Confirm. American 4, correction, American 1457.
I'm going to have a word with Pete Monitor and his
Squawk 01,
VAAL
correction,
fuel
0.
dispatching procedures.
Why am I messing up the squawk? Squawk 3101. 3101.
A little bit swirly. Let's go 142 on that. I don't like how close we are to VLS there. Just give myself a little extra juice.
Left turn, heading.
Looks like the scenery decided to load in. Alright, auto thrust is off. I have the thrust levers.
Delta 155, left turn, heading 175. 175, descend to flight level 0.
400.
United 5 Kilo Alpha, high speed is approved, below 10,000.
Jeez. Big old gust of wind there.
300.
Correcting.
200. 100. 50. 40.
Flight level 070.
30.
070.
20. 10. 5.
And American 1457, we got a traffic off here 9 to 10 o'clock-ish. 27 miles Delta 1.
Yes, I can't get my reversers out. There we go.
Roger, for the sequence.
Another 320? Dude, this airplane, I don't believe it.
315.
I don't believe it.
Flight level 0.
What's going on here with these thrust levers, though?
American 131, descent flight level 0.
We missed the turn off. We got to do a quick taxi back.
American 766, right turn, heading 295.
Nah, it's not Stutter City, man. We're doing like 60 frames. It's just the internet doing its thing today.
American 679, backtrack runway 29 and vacate right via taxiway Alpha, parking your discretion on course.
Alright, backtrack on 29er, right turn parking on discretion. Thank you for the 8 seat in that American 679.
Okay. 5 Kilo Alpha, descend 2,000.
300 plus for the 300.
Charlie.
Alright, I'm going to stop the recording. I swear, I can't land this freaking airplane.
American 1457, left turn 240.
Where's the spiritual wings going? I'm getting off the runway. Spirit, we've got to move.
Left turn direct to Napa.
Left turn Napa, 258.
Maybe I should go. Maybe I should turn frame gen off and land with back in my 20 frames. I think that's the problem. I think the problem is my frames are too good that I can't land. All right, we're gonna come here and we got to clean it up because we do have vAAL still tracking us. So let's go ahead and stop here. Let's go ahead and clean up the airplane. We're gonna go ahead and get these off. Hopefully the APU will still have enough juice to get us going.
American 416, left turn 285.
Look at that. Nah, frame gen has been amazing, 1-2. We left Kennedy with 40 frames, 50 frames, all the airplanes and clouds, and then we didn't go below 70 FPS like this whole flight, once we got away from New York. Frame gen is the most game-changing thing I've ever experienced. It's just today happens to be a day where my internet's not cooperating. Look at that, though. Imagine that being a fly-by-wire 380. Ooh. This scenery is pretty good. Look at that taxi job. Oh no.
Connect 258 heavy descent, flight level 040.
Brakes are set. We've erped it on the marker.
Market 415.
All right.
070.
Let's go ahead and shut this puppy down. APU is on.
Market 415. Caution 1457. Market 1457. Left turn 215. Actually, make that 225.
I don't know, shutdown sounds are like interesting.
American 1457. Descending to flight level 070.
That was a beautiful way to end it right there. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a beautiful sight to end this flight, huh? Aviator Nick, $20 super chat. Aviator Nick, appreciate that. Thanks for all the amazing content this year. Looking forward to an even better 2024. Yes, thank you so much, Aviator Nick. Here's to 2024 and less frame drops, hopefully. Appreciate you, Aviator Nick. Very kind of you. Yeah, don't pop the slides. Don't pop the slides. Don't pop the slides. Disarm. How do I disarm them?
American 15, caution Delta 155, direct stop loss.
How do you disarm them?
Passengers deboarding starting.
Oh no, I think I already blew 2. Oh no, I think I blew 3, 4. Oh shoot. Did we Did we blow 4 slides? Yeah. We're gonna have to store the APU again. Daggone. Alright. Our APU is about to run out of juice. We need to get our GPU on here. Good night. Oh my
Delta
goodness.
155, descent flight level 050.
We'll spool her down. Man, we had, how much fuel did we end with? 3.6 thousand pounds. That is nothing. That is nothing fuel. 3.6 is nothing. Oh, look at this though. How cool is that, huh? All right. It's about that time. I mean, we gotta finish our flight before we hit. I tell you what,
what's your speed now?
We gotta finish our flight. I'm gonna turn off the radio. Let's listen to our A300 theme song. Let's check out our landing rate. That'll be the true tell. Why is GSX so loud? What's so loud out here? Like a hydraulic pump or something running? Alright, let's see what our landing rate was. Oh, we gotta make sure we say bye to the folks though. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you. Thanks for flying American. Alright, let's pull up our landing rate. Oh, that's the inibuilds GPU sound? Huh. Alright, chat. ACARS. 213. Okay, I'll believe a 213. I think it's broken. I'll believe a 213. What was it? 3 something? This is not 213, 100% believable. File it away. Last PIREP. Total flight time 5 hours and 1 minute. Boom. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We've done it. We close it up. We close up shop. 2:13. Replay has the final word. I was hoping everybody would leave so we don't have to watch the replay. I mean, that's cool though, looking at it. Can we see from just that sun? Oh, there we go. If you're on the balcony. Oh, the airport lights just turned on. Oh my gosh, that's fire. Dougal, thank you for the support, man. Josh FSD, did I miss anything? Yeah, you missed everything, Josh. Aruba, AJ, thank you for the support, man. $3. Luckily, we're not coerced. Nickname Slide Popper. Yeah, we popped those slides again. Dang it. We sure did. Yeah, that's the GPU that's doing that. I mean, I feel like we've come this far. We'll just restart the Kutal and get out of here. What do you say? VSI said about 250 on touchdown. Nah. 744 coming in now. Oh, there's a 74 landing? Hold on. Oh, there is. Let's watch this landing. 74. I mean, we did everything in real time. We just flew 5 hours. We might as well deplane in real time. We won't let it get too dark. We'll leave it for right now. We'll leave it real time. I like this runway. It had a really long touchdown zone, and I still smashed it. Oh, yeah. We got a 7.4 on final. Oh, no. That's a triple on mine. We got a PMDG 777. Next flight, Miami to St. Martin? Maybe. Josh is here for the replay. Rip. All right. Our A300 theme song has been played. No pressure. This guy looks like he's... Is he going to land on the runway? It looks really low. Ooh. Did he just like drag that in? He landed like on the numbers. Oh yeah, 57 to 256. We're not going to wait for that. That'll be all night. You can see the frame gen when you move the screen around and when it pops up. That's all right. A United. What's a United? Man, was he doing a short field landing? He's actually practicing his proper landing rollout procedure so we can go straight to the gate. I see that. Got a flex on me. All right. Well, he also landed on the numbers, so. All right, it's 5:22. We got to get out of here. Let's reset this nonsense. A singular tag. Looking out for a green dot vid on the 300 slide event. Oh, my goodness. All right, I'm going to go ahead and restart Kutal. What we're going to do here. We're going to go here, actually. We're going to go here. Okay. And then we're going to go here. Actually, hold on. I'm curious. Everything's good. All right. We're going to go... here. Engines are going to spool up. It's going to do its thing. I'm going to set flaps where I think they were. I'm going to arm the spoilers. I'm going to get our lights back on. Our seatbelts back on. And we're going to watch the replay. We're going to wind the time back to when we landed. Because we landed at about, I don't know, 5:07, 5:05. Engines are coming back to life. Flaps are coming out. And we'll do a replay. Why is everyone showing up for the replay? Go away. That was a really smooth landing. It was like 150 feet per minute. I don't know why you guys want to hang around and watch it. Don't you have better things to do? All right. Let's kill it. What a fantastic conga line of aircraft coming down. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's still 7 airplanes in the sequence, but we got to get this replay going. So let's give it a shot. I'm going to go here. I'm going to pause that, and Godspeed. Replay mode. Oh, disconnect from VATSIM. Let's not piss off this controller. We're going to disconnect from VATSIM. And execute. Just like that. We're on final. God, I love this airplane. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you. Now with more ticket classes and human rights violations. Yeah, Zachary. Those were funny Pixars, weren't they? Saw those too. I like the American one. It's like we're different because we charge more. That was it. Like that's their only difference. We want to stand out by charging more or something. That's pretty funny. Crunchy with a one wheel. I don't know. I got nervous. I was trying to milk it. I'll be honest with you. I was trying. Oh, we got to close that cargo door, yo. I was trying to milk it, and then we were running out of options. And I'm like, close those cargo doors. Yeah, one's closing. Hey, they're all closed up. All right, get the sounds right. Let's make the outside sounds a little bit better. About 50%. We'll turn these down. Like so. Should be good. There we go. There's the juice. All right, let's go ahead and skip forward now. We're all configured. Well, actually, I'm curious to see if it will. Yeah, we'll find out. Here we go. Great flight to end things off. Looking forward to next year. Zippy Zapple, thanks for flying down with us, man. Appreciate you. We'll be in touch. We're going to make the IFE pristine, Zippy. Appreciate you, Zippy. Glad you made it all the way down with no CTDs either on this one. I know y'all were working hard to create a nice conga line. I think everybody did pretty darn good, except having the same rendition of numbers, the same three numbers. I mean, there's an infinite amount of numbers to choose from, and 52 people decided to choose the same three numbers in different orders, so. Oh, version 1.01 just dropped by inibuilds. Oh boy, we'll have to check it out in the new year. I was floating. I was nervous. My frames were too smooth, and then we just kind of hit the ground. I don't know though. I feel like I gotta fix this reverse thing though. The reverse thing is getting annoying. I don't know why I can't bind it right. Look at those flaps, though. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you. So it was kind of cool. Everything was fine, and then we had like a huge headwind. Like it just swirled. I felt like we got a nice little gust, and it just blew it kind of high. The scenery, though, pretty nice. Tropical sim. We came over the numbers right about 50 feet. Everything seemed fine there. Trying to get her on center line. I was a little wobbly. I was a little shaky. Oh, come on. That wasn't 400 or whatever it said it was. Really? That was not a 400. We also were super super light. Captain, it was gusty. 8 is 000 at 00. Last stream of the year, man. Is it worth 41 pounds? I absolutely believe it's worth 41 pounds, man. Crash test dummy. Flair, never heard of her. Wingnut, you better bring some gold wings for me, man. I'm gonna need some gold wings when you come out here. Jeez. Flat spot activated. Yeah, we're going to have to do another walk around the next time we fly this airplane. Definitely going to have to do another walk around. Oh, you know what? My seat position wasn't quite right. You're right. Who said I wasn't 50 over the numbers? Are we over the numbers? Who was that? Trying to troll me. Davza? Was it Davza? Who said that? I normally don't call people out for being trolls. Where was your message? I'm going to do it because I know you were doing it just to try to piss me off. But I'll have you know. Does this airplane look like it's over the numbers to you? Chat, do you think this airplane's over the numbers right now? What do you guys think? Is this over the numbers? Oh, I think so too. What was our altitude? Did it say 50? I heard him say 50, right? Yeah, that was 50. It says 60 on the RA, but I think I heard 50. And that looks like it's over the numbers, so yeah. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. All right, I'm out of here. Looks a little ahead. Get out of here, Gustavo. I'm done. I mean, really? Really? It wasn't like a super smooth butter, but it looked like a 200. It was definitely above a 200. I thought we blew the tire there initially, but I think that's a frame gen artifact thing. I thought, but initially I was like, oh my god, did we just blow the tire off the thing? Oh man. That was fun though. I'm out of here. You guys, thank you so much for all the support today. All the likes, the subscribes. Appreciate you. 2023 has been fun. I hope we have an even better 2024. I'm off to go fly the much more modern rendition of this beast. So until then, you know what it's all about. Stay safe, stay healthy, have a happy new year. I will see you in the new year. Until then, I'll be one. See ya!